Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Good morning, welcome. This is a brand new experience. Franchise cricket in Sweden for the first time. It is time for the first Nordic Smash T20. It's wonderful morning here in Stockholm. Bit of cloud cover, 13 degrees to get us going. We've got 3 T20s today. And in fact, we've got 6 days of T20 action coming your way. You can see there on your screen, the first game will see the Malmö Mavericks taking on Stockholm City. And yeah, just remember, to all the viewers out there, this is a professional cricket tournament for the first time in Sweden. We have a franchise set up. I've got to say, it's been wonderfully organised behind the scenes by Sanjay and Manoj and an army of volunteers as well. And it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the Nordic Smash T20. Joining me for the first time this morning is Tina Goff. And Tina, of course, former Warwickshire player and German international. I bet you're as excited as anyone to be here for our first taste of franchise cricket in Sweden.
Absolutely. Good morning, Vinny. Good morning, everyone. And well, it's a bit chilly this morning, but the forecast was horrendous, so I'm happy that we're out there at all and excited for what's to come. Malmö Mavericks, Stockholm City, of course, as you said. New teams, 6 new teams, and anything could happen.
Anything could happen and probably will. I've got to tell you, during the week they had the Viking Cup, which was a quadrangular international tournament here, that threw up a few surprises. The scores maybe weren't as high as I'm accustomed to here. Obviously, we've got slightly bigger boundaries than when we've been here before in the European Cricket Series, but we've really got such an interesting selection of players across the tournament within each team. And if you speak to the organisers of this Nordic Smash, they'll say the primary objective here is to get these European stars, and in particular the Swedish-based players, rubbing shoulders with some of these professionals, these more experienced players, and there's no better way to improve than by playing with and against some better players. So it's really exciting to have some big names here. We'll talk about that more as the day goes on. News from the toss, though, the Stockholm City, their captain, Teja Nidamanuri, has won the toss, elected to bowl, so no surprises there. I think he wants to see exactly what this pitch is doing, wants to know exactly how many to chase. So Jared Wilson and his Mavericks will be batting first. So, yeah, almost ready to go. And yeah, of course, T20 format, the format a lot of you will be familiar with. We haven't done so much of it, except for international level. But, yeah, 6 over power play. And, just going through the teams, we'll talk about them as the game goes on as well. But, yeah, I'd say Stockholm City have a pretty strong lineup. But then you look at the Mavericks, and they're looking pretty good as well. I suppose let the bat and the ball do the talking. We're at the Botkyrka Cricket Ground here, just outside Stockholm. And a place that I know I've been a few times. That's your first time here. But hello to everyone that's watching on YouTube, and of course all our broadcast partners around the world. We do have our live chat open as well, so it's a chance to interact with us as the day goes on. And I suppose with 3 T20s back to back to back, we'll have plenty of time to catch up as well, Tina, because I haven't seen you in the flesh for a little while either.
I know, it's been nice to catch up, and it's been a bit of a whirlwind this morning, so I'm looking forward to the start. We're just waiting for the last few pieces of the puzzle to be put into place. And I've got to say that the kits are looking good as well out there in the middle.
Sensational. I feel like they may have been influenced by some other franchise tournaments that you may know. I heard this described. It was really actually beautiful to hear some of the speeches and the dignitaries rubbing shoulders before the game as, a Swedish baby IPL. Certainly the kits would suggest so far. And of course, you've got players like Amitoj Singh, for example, who's playing for Stockholm City. He's guy, he's been in the IPL setup before, and that's the kind of experience that I think we all see coming to the fore this week. But what a chance for some of these European stars to prove themselves the next level up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we've had some cricket here so far this week, but I feel like this is going to be a step up for a lot of these players. And as you said, chance for them to make a name for themselves. See there, the umpire looking resplendent in his black uniform with the Swedish badge on as well. As we're just making sure everyone and everything is ready. And there you see that the close-up of the, well, not quite RCB, but potentially RCB-inspired kit. And, well, they'll be hoping to emulate the success.
Any copyrights here.
But, RCB could mean anything,
Team that have had a bit of success recently as well.
Well, there you go.
But, hello to everyone. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from as well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff. Will be your commentators this week. And, big week of cricket, 6 days, and wall-to-wall cricket. There's plenty of daylight hours here in Stockholm. I think the sun rose this morning at 3 a.m. I almost rose with it as well. Sweden having a good day already, by the way, if you've been following the World Cup results. Spoiler alert. But they demolished Tunisia 5-1. And me being slightly jet-lagged, I was able to catch most of that game. We'll see how I'm travelling at the end of the day. But, yeah, pretty excited. Looking at the lineup for the Mavericks, looks like we're almost ready to go. Ishara Pereira, guy who's been in the Swedish national setup over the last couple of years, he's going to be bowling, and expect him to get a bit of bounce out of this pitch. That's probably the one question about this pitch. I've always known it to be quite fast and bouncy, but I've heard it was some balls were just taking off during the week, and the scores in that T20 international quadrangular were certainly a bit lower than I might have expected. In fact, the highest score the whole week was 177. So looks like we're almost ready to go. An historic moment, the first ever T20 Nordic smash. And here's the first ball. And it's probably not one for the history books down the leg side for a while.
Does mean he has a second chance at the first ball, though. So
That's true, that's true. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing, I suppose, some viewers that are quite familiar with European cricket, but then some others that maybe aren't so familiar with European cricket, seeing what it has to offer. Certainly enjoyed yesterday speaking to some of the players that were in Stockholm for the first time, Sweden for the first time. Here's Ishara. First bat on ball. That's a bit of a bottom edge. And I suppose, yeah, the question for the Mavericks is how hard do they go in this power play? You've got an opening pair that I'm sure are keen to impress. Ishara, he's not afraid to bang it in on a length. Floating slip in place as well for Pereira. Well, that's up in the air, and it's just out of the reach of Amritaz Singh. Well, he had to turn and go there. I mean, Amritaz, he's a good example of a guy who wouldn't have played too much cricket without the spikes. I think here it is a little bit slippery underfoot first thing up in the morning. Amritaz couldn't quite go back and turn that into a one-handed gem.
yeah, he was a bit slow off the mark there, reading the line of the ball. By the time he turned and went, the ball was dropping underneath him, and you can see it's a bit wet out there as well, so he takes an early tumble. It's an early escape as well, because it was a complete mishit there from the batter. Does get himself off the mark, gets himself to the safety of the non-striker's end as well.
Not the most convincing first run, but take it nonetheless, and so it will be Devinder Singh to face up for the first time. So you've got the left-hand, right-hand combination. And yeah, Madhu, being lucky to get off the zero in the end. New challenge for the bowler here. He adjusts nicely. Not quite cleanly handled there by Ritra Barkan, who's behind the stumps for Stockholm City. Gives us a chance to say hello to some people that have joined our YouTube chat as well. Hello to SkyQuest. He's watching from the USA. Well, SkyQuest, I must be proud of your football team. They were pretty impressive in their first game. Hello to Basil Pinto watching from Goa in India as well. We've got Kevin watching from the UK. And we've got Zubair in there as well. And Big Daniel is in as well. Cricket coaching by Big Daniel. Hi, Big Daniel. Saying, nice to hear you, Mr. Maximo. Nice to see you, Daniel. This one kind of ties up Devinder. Sohail Zahid is out there with Devinder Singh. But I think even the players that have been playing during the week might be, and Sohail Zahid's one of those, just feeling this pitch out first up.
Yeah, you saw when Barkat took that previous ball that he gestured that it zipped through, and we've seen a couple jump off the pitch as well. With a bit of weather around, it's going to be variable, I imagine.
This one, perhaps a bit of pad. Umpire considers it for a second and shakes his head. Look, the other thing is, even though I've been here for 3 or 4 series, I've never seen bowling from this end. And I do hear that the ends are a little bit different. Just played down the wrong line there, didn't he? Beat the inside edge of the bat. Umpire quick to shake his head.
Yeah, another one there that just zipped through. I think he was probably slightly on the back foot from the previous delivery, which caught him off guard, and that one rubbed a little. So third time lucky for the bowler here.
Again, not quite getting the timing so far. Just 2 runs in this opening over. We'll have the score graphics up for you shortly, but of course, being the first morning, we're still working a few things out. But yeah, pretty good first over there from Pereira. 2 without loss after 1.
Yeah, right on the money, to be fair. Not the easiest of conditions. Steaming in. The tall right-hander gives it a grunt as well as he bowls. See there on the camera, just a few specks of rain around. There's a quite heavy a moment ago, but it looks like it's brightening up. I mean, the forecast a couple of days ago, just as the rain comes again, was terrible. And well, I don't know if you can hear it on the broadcast, but it's suddenly got heavy once again. There's lighter clouds in the distance, so hoping it's just one of those quick and intense showers.
Yeah, and so there's a comment in the chat actually from Divyan Shurai, watching from Pakistan, and is excited about this stump technology. So yeah, the Nordic Smash is using the Stump Eye system, which is the world's first wireless stump camera system. It's the first tournament here in the Nordics to use this technology, which is otherwise only seen in the international setup. So I know we're pretty excited about that. I heard about it yesterday. I know I came a little bit before you. But yeah, there's even talk that they might even be able to use it for decisions.
Okay.
So yeah, excited about that. A little bit of wetness from above, but I don't think you'd call this rain in Stockholm. I've been here a few times and they're pretty hardy. So 1 over down. And interesting, it's going to be the captain, Teja Nidamanuru. Netherlands international. They played domestic cricket in New Zealand as well. Auckland Aces. He's a player I know pretty well. He's been become a regular in the Dutch setup, and he's here leading Stockholm City. He's going to bowl himself with his off spin in over 2. The first one, bit of a loosener and well struck through the offside. This will test the outfield, but this outfield will pass the test. It's normally pretty quick. That'll be the first boundary, and it's off the bat of Sohail Zahid.
Taja's only bowled once ever in a T20. Obviously, he's represented the Netherlands a few times. In that one innings, he got 3 for 30.
Yeah.
So it's the one and only time. He was like, it's not going to get any better than that.
Smart. And then you say, you know what? I think that average of 10 is an international average that I'm happy with. I do think this presents an opportunity to make up some runs off the first over, especially starting the over with a boundary. That's exactly what he's thinking. It's up, it's in the air, and it's over the ropes. Maximo! And some more history. And Sohail Zahid hits the first 4, followed by the first 6 ever in Nordic Smash history. And that one almost took out some of the officials.
Almost took us out as well. We're in that gaggle of people you saw in that tent, and well, the speed that was hit, there you see it, goes just to the left of the scorers who are just getting up to speed. And well, certainly didn't need to get up to speed with that one, because that one got absolutely pumped. And Teja, the captain, who's put himself on early here, he's been hit for 2 boundaries in his first 2 deliveries.
It's Big Dan Eckstein is behind the cricket coaching by Big Daniel handle. So hey, Big D, good to have you with us. And Oktay Gulami is in there as well. He's part of the Maverick squad, actually, so he's watching closely. Jack Hogarth is watching with the hotel pool, which hopefully is heated. we won't get to see too much of the hotel pool this week.
Or the hotel.
Wow, big swing and a miss. Good comeback from Nidamanuru, who just pulled the length back a touch. Again, excited to see the blend of local Swedish players and then top European cricketers from other nations, and then followed with some cricketers from all around the world, really. We've got the West Indies, we've got England, Australia, who were represented as this has worked away. It's Musa Ahmed, the Dutch international, who comes to his right. We'll trot through for an easy 2. Boundaries here, just eyeballing them, I think around about 60 metres. They're not too long, I will say. Yeah, so I think there's value for the shots. We already saw one ball clear the ropes earlier in the over. And yeah, I think we could see a few more high scores than we saw in the international during the week, just my feeling. Oh, it's gone. Little edge. Nidamanuru just gets that one to go on with the arm. He uses that angle across the right-hander. Zahid got lucky early, but his luck's run out. Caught behind by Buckhart. And the first ever wicket in Nordic Smash history. Well, I wouldn't have picked it. It's Teja Nidamanuru that takes it.
I'm not sure he would have picked it either, but it's the skipper from Stockholm City who gets his team on the board. Lovely hands as well behind the stumps. I mean, Vinny, you'll be in a better position to comment on the wicket keeping there, but keeps in line with it, stays quite low as well. It's difficult on this pitch to hold your nerve, to stay low when it is bouncing, but it was a great take from Atra Barkat. And Malmo Mavericks lose their first.
Yeah, Teja not really threatening to turn it a mile. I think it was a natural angle that did it in the end. And yeah, you could actually see the ball take a slight deflection, and Bakat did really well to keep his hand soft because it didn't hit in the middle of the hands. And that's indicative of the fact that the ball did take a slight deflection to his right. But yeah, had really nice hands there. Wasn't going to let that one get away. And so the first wicket falls. So it's 14 for 1 here in the second over. Can see just a few drops of the rain causing a few problems on our main camera. Turned away first up. This is Zayn Ali's tight one. Not gloved cleanly that time by Bakat. It wasn't an easy throw. Came back to him in the half volley. Fired in by Zayn Nakvi, the Italian international. And man, one of the top cricketers we've seen on ECN. Of course, that's where we are. Where we've worked together many, many times, over thousands of matches, Tina. But yeah, interested to see how some of these stars go against some global powerhouse players. So end of the over, it'll be 15 for 1 after 2. I would say Zayn Ali, not to be confused with Zayn Nakvi. Zayn Ali, the tall right-hander, batting 3 for the Mavericks. Had a really good ECL in 2025, and he was dominant. Probably ran out of steam a little bit towards the end. He was playing for Roma CC, the Italian champions. But yeah, I mean, I think he's one guy who thinks with some good performances at this kind of level, he can break his way into that Italian national setup, which, by the way, the Italian national men's team have been doing some pretty amazing things, including qualifying for the World Cup for the first time earlier in the year. Here's Pereira back for a second over. Flicked away to the leg side. He ended up settling for a single. So back to Devinder Singh. Hello to everyone in the chat once again. Please, we've got a big day ahead of us, so we love the interaction. Zabi Zahid, good to see you as well. Seeing, yeah, a bit easier to see at this end with the cleaner lens. But yeah, any questions or comments, fire away. And yeah, we'll hopefully get a few of the people behind the scenes to join on commentary throughout the day as well, to share their perspectives about this historic moment in Swedish cricket with the first ever Nordic smash.
Yeah, it's been an exciting start as well, hasn't it? We've had a 4 or 6, a wicket, tight run out as well. All action so far.
Devinder on the charge. Doesn't beat Min on though. It's good fielding. We'll say that for a lot of the players that maybe, we've got players like Will Basisto, for example, an Australian player, not probably used to the conditions of the greasiness of the outfit, especially early in the morning. But yeah, we know from watching a lot of European cricket that you have to be fearless in the field, don't you?
You've got to kind of put your teeth and your face and your fingers on the line. I think that one hit high up on the wrist, especially with a bit of weather around as well. It's not going to be the easiest.
Wow. Dug in, that'll be the one for the over, but I think Devinder showed his hand, didn't he, that he wanted to charge, and Ishara said, well, you want something to drive? Drive this. Nice bumper.
You can see here, just dances down, marginal on the height, but I think in the end, the fact that he was halfway down the pitch by the time the ball got to him, true. Let him off.
If you did judge it at the crease as you meant to, it may have been a shade too high, but I can understand the umpire giving that one to the bowler. Oh, that's driven, but again, timing not quite there. Mixing up his length well, actually, Pereira. And I like the way he's adjusted between the left and right-handers so far. He's been right on the money.
He's a tall lad, Shara. He doesn't try to go all out every single time. Those big red boots on as well.
He's only given up 3 runs in 10 balls bowled. Think about a batter that was 3 off 10. You'd say they're really struggling. Well, for a bowler, it's a dream. Something's got to give here. He digs it in, Devinder, playing his poker with the cards face up, really moving early, and Shara once again bangs it in. Clever not to bowl too high, but yeah, again, just beating the top of the bat.
I'm not sure charging down the pitch is the way to go here. There's plenty of bounce in it anyway. Rather just see him standing still. You can see by the time he gets the ball, his head's all over the place. He's swinging from the hip. You've got to trust the pitch here. Trust your technique.
Last ball of the third. This one, again, finds the field. I can't take a trick. Just a single run off the third over. An incredible start for Stockholm City. Well, take me back to Stockholm City, where the weather's damp, but the bowling's pretty. And after 3 overs, it's 16 for 1.
It'll only be the happier of the two sides. The fielding side here, Malmo Mavericks just haven't quite got going yet. Jared Wilson, the skipper, he is carded at 4. Be interesting to see where he comes in. Now, I think he'd just like to see his batters maybe apply themselves a bit better.
Taja's done the old trick he did at the international level, where he's taken the wicket and he's just given himself a rest. So it's going to be Sarath Krishnamurthy to bowl. Yeah, interesting that you see an over getting pinched often. Often it's the first over. It's a bit of a trend that guys like Glenn Maxwell who are among the first. Let's just get through an over and try and take advantage of the fact that the batter may not want to take too many risks and just kind of hustle through that over. Taja did it in the second, but now he's going to make way for some seam-up bowling.
Well, you might have seen as well from the previous over that actually seam-up is not making the batters entirely comfortable. Taja, he did get that wicket. He did go for quite a few runs as well. I think it was 12, 14 off the over. Gone back to his front liner. Sarath Krishnamurthy lumbering in here.
First one's on the hit and timed nicely, but fielder back there is Pereira. They just seem to have the fielders in the right positions at the moment, don't they, in the infield and the outfield.
Decent captaincy so far from Taja. He knows where the batters want to hit it, despite the fact it's that left-hand, right-hand combination. Everyone's hustling around, probably trying to keep warm as well. And just jog through for a single, but they've really been tied down so far, the Mavericks, in these opening 3 overs. Going to go round the wicket now to the left-handed batter.
Yeah, I mean, Devinder's he put himself in the corner, hasn't he? Seems like he wants to get on the front foot to muscle down the pitch, but he hasn't had too many balls that length so far. Well, this time he does get one that he can go after. That will be a boundary, pressure relieving boundary there for Devinder Singh.
Right in the slot, just stands and delivers. That's the difference to what we saw in the previous over, where he was dancing up and down, trying to come down the pitch. This time he just stands there, plants his front foot forward and swings for, well, a boundary that's come at a good time here. The Malmo Mavericks losing that first wicket, trying to rebuild here.
Nice to be in the officials' tent here. We've got to find the scorers, though. Who's scoring? Because we need to tell them that that's not Jared Wilson out there. That's definitely Zain Ali. Not exactly twins either. And right now, this isn't going to be a good result for Devinder, who's going to go 4 and out. Nina Manuri cannot keep that man out of the action. And so it will be 4 and gone. Devinder is the second to depart. Maybe we will see Jared Wilson now. It's 20 for 2 in the 4th over.
Well, the scorecard shows Jared Wilson off strike. I think he is coming out now into the middle, the skipper for Malmo Mavericks, and he's got a bit of a rebuild on his hands here for his side as that second wicket falls. Again, just maybe a bit brainless here on this chilly Monday morning. He gets that boundary on the first ball. I think then just knuckle down, keep going, but in the end finds that fielder. Easy catch and 2 down for the Mavericks, 16 for 2.
Might be a case of, you know, when you're looking for a certain delivery and you've got a certain plan, but I think it's a classic innings where he tried to be a bit too proactive with where he was wanting to hit the ball. He seemed to want to get in the front foot and muscle the ball over top. Okay, he got the ball before. But I think on this pitch, because it is so bouncy, you can kind of maybe play off the back foot a little bit more, use the pace, especially in the power play. But anyway, it is early in the tournament. All the players will learn. And this will be an interesting moment for the scoring, because if Jared's already batting, then who's come to join him? It's a classic multiplicity moment. A fantastic Michael Keaton movie that I watched again recently. It is Wilson facing up. Keeps the first one out. Jared Wilson is a South African raised player, but now been living in Ireland for a while. We've seen him before in European cricket for Ireland A and the Ireland 11, which is a development team. And yeah, certainly a guy that I think still has some ambitions of pushing for top team national honours in Ireland.
He's only 26, so plenty of good years ahead of him. And, well, faced up a good delivery first up there, only able to pad it back.
Caution here so far. Run a ball pace through the first part of the game. of course, we have done many, many games together. We know the challenges as well of the logistics of putting something on this magnitude. So make sure we get those score graphics right. The main thing is the team scores right at the moment. Must keep shot off the back foot this time for Jared. He's just feeling the pitch. I mean, he's a classic example of someone that's been around European cricket, but he's never played here in Sweden. So just coming to terms with the conditions. That'll be the end of the over. So 21 for 2 after 4.
A great over as well from Sarath, having been hit for that boundary early on. Comes back with the wicket and faces the new batter in the form of Jared Wilson, and 3 balls right on the money. Doesn't allow Wilson to get off the mark. Malmö Mavericks very much being tied down here. 21 for 2, 4 gone, and the power play so far going the way of Stockholm City.
Yeah, I suppose they're hoping someone can break out of the funk here, the Mavericks. Malmö, by the way, is a place that we have played some cricket as well. It's down the south of the country, in part of the Skåne region, which borders Denmark as well. I know the last time we worked together was not far from there in Landskrona.
The blue pitch.
The famous blue pitch. Does beg the question, why can't all pitches be blue?
I'd be for that.
I suppose on turf pitches it'd be...
Get the old food dye out.
Bluegrass is a type of music. Anyway, this is Tahir Tarat, a local player. First ball gets set straight back over his head. And that has got all the way. Maximo! Just what the doctor ordered for the Mavericks as Zaid Ali hits a bomb.
Clean as a whistle, that off the bat of Ali. You think here for Malmö Mavericks, this is the partnership that they want to see go big. Both players with international experience. Zaid Ali hit that one long and true. Stood and delivered, knew as soon as it came off the bat there was no need to run for that one.
Tarat's a different kind of a bowler. He's more of a skid master. He's not going to get the same kind of bounce that someone like a Pereira would elicit. Good comeback though, just addresses that, puts it a bit shorter. I suppose that's the risk if he does get too full. Zaid Ali is particularly adept at driving on the up. He's got the long levers, doesn't he? Good comeback from the bowler.
He has a brave ball as well, knowing that he got pumped long the first delivery. Kind of keeps it on that same length. Just a tiny bit of away swing, late away swing as well. So here, trundles in again. It's got quite a long run up. Skids it through. That ball goes to backward point. Musa Ahmed there, Dutch international, fielding it. So there's plenty of talent on show here. Musa Ahmed, of course, plays over in the Netherlands, played actually in 15 ODIs, last one coming back in 2024, but he's maybe another one in the same vein of Jared Wilson, who has ambitions to get back into that full international setup. Of course, Netherlands alongside Ireland, of course Italy now as well. Plenty of ambition on the international stage. Scamper through for a single there. Jared Wilson gets himself back on strike. Hasn't got off the mark yet, the Maverick skipper. Did face those 3 excellent deliveries at the back end of the previous over. Here they're doing fielding off his own bowling. It's been, again, a decent comeback, having been smashed for that big Maximo on the first delivery. It's given away a single in the next 3 deliveries.
Oh, well, Wilson goes after this, but second bounce diddles the keeper, Barkat, who's had a bit of a torrid time keeping back so far. I have to wait on the signal here. Must have got a little bit of bat there. I didn't pick it up first up. But yeah, it's always difficult, I suppose. I mean, there's no signal from the umpires. It must have been a tiny edge if it was, or maybe off the toe of the bat. Didn't carry to the gloveman. So Tarat coming back well. These kind of tournaments, they test your temperament more than anything else. He's kept his cool. He's still got a ball to go in his over. Oh, leaned on by Wilson. That's a shot of class. Just punched straight through the line. So bookended by boundaries was the 5th over as Tarango's for 13. And after 5 overs, it's 34 for 2.
Touch of class there from the Maverick skipper. Knows that he can't lose his head here with those 2 early wickets having already been back in the shed. It's up to him here to lead the rebuild and, well, stand and deliver. One for the cameras. There's a nice camera set up here, and I think every single one of them caught that high elbow. Look at that. There we go.
Oh, yeah, take a picture of the last long. They'll be asked us to blow that up into some sort of big screen print he could hang in his living room.
Again, it ends up being quite a decent over for Stockholm City. Decent bowling, but with that 6 and the 4 either end means it's another one that goes the way of the batting side on this occasion. That's why Tasia there, the skipper, just having a word with his bowler, making sure they don't leak those boundaries. They do have the momentum going their way at the moment, and they don't want to give it up to these 2 very experienced batters. Zain Ali, 9 off 11. Jared Wilson with that boundary gets himself up to 6.
Krishnamurthy continues. A different kind of bowler. He's more of a wobble master, I would say, as Krishnamurthy. Just shaping a little bit in.
They do say the wobble master, skid master combination is quite a potent one.
I know there's various types of merchants going around the circuit, but that's the nice thing about cricket, isn't it? That you never get 2 players exactly the same. Pitched up this time and clipped away, finds the gap. And that'll run away to the boundary. This outfield so far, despite a few early morning showers, has been pretty agreeable to the bats. Zain Ali will take the 4 runs.
Nicely worked, just a bit of in drift, which means anything that's straight is going to go down that leg side. Zain Ali doesn't need a second invitation, just whips it away. With pockets of blue sky emerging now as well. Hope that's probably then the end of the showers, fingers crossed. We want to, of course, get a full 5 days of group stage action, followed by finals day on Saturday.
Important partnership, this one. Oh, that's a shot. That's a really good shot. Zain Ali once again brings out the long levers. Maximo says carreras as Krishnamurthy goes the journey. Cue the music.
Yeah, I like that. That's one way to wake yourself up on an early Monday morning. Get the tunes on.
I mean, even with these boundaries, obviously they're back a bit from when I've been here in the European Cricket Series where they're 50 metres, but at about 60 metres, someone like Zain Ali, he's backing himself and his technique to clear the boundary easily, and that was a good 20, 30 metres over the rope.
Again, these 2 showing their experience. They're not trying to overhit it, which I think is what the previous 2 batters, both of whom now sitting back in the dugout, were maybe guilty of. Zain Ali and Jared Wilson, both experienced enough to know with the pace on the ball and the carry on the pitch, just stand and deliver, trust their technique, and get rewarded as the ball has been clawed back out of the undergrowth. So the umpire just having a little inspection.
Ball retrievers, you see them at various levels of cricket, but here I think you need to come with your full camping gear, I think, to get some of these ones out. Nice shot as well this time as Zain Ali just turns the wrists. Another 4, 6 and 4. This is a man hungry to impress, hungry for runs. And a very good over here in the 6th last of the power play.
Zain Ali, international experience, 2 T20 eyes. I'm sure he'll be looking to add to that collection, and certainly doing himself some favours here. Again, just doesn't try to overhit it, actually right low on the bat as well, to actually get on the end of it rather than it sneaking through, but manages to get back-to-back boundaries. Malmo here inching their way up, 48 for 2.
Well, early on we saw a few mistimed shots, but it seems that these 2 seem to be finding the middle of the bat. Now Zain Ali is going to go again, and that is a monster hit. Maximo! He's been brutal on this 6th over from Krishnamurthy, and that bomb brings up the 50 as well for the Mavericks.
Well, you did warn the production crew before the game that their van might be in danger. I'm pretty sure that one came to say hello as the tunes are being pumped up now. Oh, well, party time here in Stockholm.
I would have brought my glow sticks if I'd known. Tina, we are right in the middle of a frenzy of entertainment and excitement. Seemed like an important partnership, didn't it? These two coming together after a little bit of a less than ideal start. The men from the south.
I think they're having to dig that ball out of the broadcast cables. Wind out for the electrocution. In fact, I think the ball has been lost. So
wow. It's gone to a hazardous zone that nobody can go and get it. So still more to go in this over. 54 is the score. It's actually what we call a magical over. It's been 20 off the over so far.
Zayn Ali and Jared Wilson building a innings reviving partnership here. Mostly off the bat of Zayn Ali, to be fair. Jared Wilson, that beautiful straight drive for 4, otherwise just a couple of singles to his name, but Zayn Ali motoring along here. 29 off 16, a new ball has been found. The other one, I think, has been lost somewhere to the Ethernet.
Also quite an ambitious schedule of 3.5-hour time slots between games. I'm just hoping that, I mean, for the fans, they'll be happy if a few balls get lost. It means there's been some big shots, but there's a lot of sunlight every day. That's the good thing, I suppose, in Stockholm. About 19 hours of sunlight every day at the moment. And of course, we're getting to the longest day of the year in the Northern Hemisphere on Sunday.
Well, I arrived late last night at the airport, I think after midnight, and it could have been the middle of the day.
Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it? Anyway, not the over Krishnamurthy was hoping for. Oh, he advances and he crunches this one just in front of square. But the fielder does well. It's somehow Shetty out there that fields it to his left, but he does retain the strike. A 21 run over to close out the power play. And Mavericks are cruising now, 55 for 2.
Yeah, this partnership now worth 34. Looking at a bit of trouble they were earlier, Malmo. 21 for 2 when the skipper, Jared Wilson, came to the crease. That one was hit so hard by Zayn Ali, almost knocked his own helmet off. It is, though, the power play is over. Malmo going along nicely. It's the sun peeks its way out here in Stockholm.
Gotta love that. Music, sun, cricket. Yeah, June in Stockholm is a great month to be around. It's going to be Amateur Singh. He's on your screen right now, so he's going to bowl. Now, he's a guy that has a lot of first-class experience in India. He's been part of the IPL setup as well. I was just chatting to him yesterday. I mean, for him, this is a complete new experience, even for someone so experienced. And he talked about, some of the mentors he had in his time in the Mumbai Indians organisation. He also said to me, not bowling at the same speed as I used to, but you learn other skills when you get a bit more advanced in your career. Obviously, some injury issues as well. He's coming on bowling's medium pace in over 7. Of course, end of the power play, so the field can go back up to 5 outfielders are allowed from this point. And you can see there, gets the ball to jump and do a little bit. He's got to be a bit careful overcommitting onto the front foot. I think some of the batters have found that out so far.
To be fair to Jared Wilson, he's probably come from green pitches over in Ireland to, well, it's still a green pitch, green in every other sense. So that one just nibbles. You've got that round arm action of Amitaz as well.
I think for a lot of the players, Amitaz is a good example of one. He just wouldn't have played too much on an artificial surface. I generally think for batters, my general thinking is that it's quite an easy shift to make, because generally speaking, there's less variation in artificial pitches. But of course, having been around Europe, different artificial pitches do different things. Thick outside edge, but Herrera as well, big man to get down to it. Different proposition for the bowlers as well. Someone like Amitaz, who, would normally, even at the pace he's bowling, have the spikes digging into the surface, and to not have that is a bit different. Wilson loses his shape for the first time, and you can feel that he's maybe feeling a little bit of pressure for that big shot. Of course, hit that really handsome lofted straight drive earlier in his innings, but string of boundaryless deliveries here. Now it whips away. Again, running's going to be important here. We're happy to take the one on this occasion. But yeah, to see guys like, some of the big name players such as I mentioned Will Bazista earlier, and other players that are used to playing on turf and seeing how they adjust. Most cricketers have played some artificial cricket even growing up. But yeah, it is slightly different. End of the 7th over. It's 59 for 2 and a pretty tight over there from Amitol's, only 4 runs off it.
Mentioned Will Persista. There's also Will Pritchard, who's carded as coming in next for the Mavericks. So you've got a lot of experience in that middle order for Malmo. I'm sure we'll be happy to have his feet up for now, watching these two go about their business, and they're doing that very nicely so far. Zayn Ali leading the charge. Jared Wilson doing exactly what's required of him as captain for Malmo, just steadying the ship after those 2 early wickets. Was 20 overs, short format, but it can also be a long game, especially a few of these probably played a few T10s in their careers as well. 20 overs has potential so that you can build an innings, and that's exactly what Jared Wilson's doing here. Zayn Ali being the explosive of the two. It looks like Stockholm City turning to a bit of spin to try and break this partnership in the form of Shariz Ahmed.
Yeah, and Shariz is a really interesting bowler as well. Player we've seen a lot for the Netherlands 11, and yeah, breaking into the full Netherlands team as well. Very clever bowler. He's got a killer quicker ball as well that some people have trouble picking. So you've got 2 players actually that know each other from the European Cricket Championship, Ireland 11 and Netherlands 11. Shariz comes in for the first time. I think Shariz is going to enjoy the bounce in this pitch as well. You know, he really likes to get some revs on the ball. And now he's going to have to deal with another player we know really well from the ECN universe, Zayn Ali, who's played a lot of cricket for Italy.
You've got to say it speaks for the quality of this tournament as well. Nordic Smash, you've got 3 players matching up here, the 2 batters and the bowler, all 3 of which have international experience.
Yeah.
Shows the quality of cricket on show here. Hopefully that will continue to be the case all week long.
Well, gets the call there. There's Zayn Ali. It's good running by Wilson. And I think, in this format, maybe compared to the T10, it's a little bit more kind of cricket fundamentals that are required. And this is a really good example of Wilson backing up well from the non-strikers, then recognising that there's a single there, and then having that trust from the striker who just responds to the call. And remember, a lot of these players playing together in the same team for the first time, so the running between the wickets isn't always natural in those circumstances. You see there, hurries Wilson with that overspin. Shariz Ahmed. It's been an interesting game so far, hasn't it? Certainly Stockholm City won the opening. And the counter punch between these two, particularly Zayn Ali, probably has the game at even Stevens now. Doesn't want too many bad balls, Shariz Ahmed. Also, his batting has come a long way at Shariz. We saw him in the ECC as well. Yeah, particularly good in the ECL for that matter. Playing some, not more than cameos, super cameos. He's got a really interesting style. Bats left-handed, and sometimes full body heaves himself at the ball.
Well, he's not the biggest, is he? He's a bit of a pocket rocket, but he uses it to his strength, both with his bowling, just that skiddy spin.
And we got his brother Moose here. I wonder if the Ahmeds are a 2-for-1 deal. They don't want to be separated. They've both been picked up by Stockholm City, and they're both incredibly good players in their own right. First one that's a bit short from Shariz, and it's crunched away, and it will beat the fielder. Zayn Naqvi had no chance. Excellent timing there from Wilson. Stands and delivers off the back foot. That'll be the end of the over as well. 67 for 2 after 8.
It's the first real shot in anger there from Jared Wilson. Still plays it with a lot of style and control. That's really been the key for this partnership so far as it moves into the 30s. 67 for 2. Just waits for that one off the back foot. Knows he doesn't have to overhit it. Finishes the over with a flourish then.
Yeah, openings and closings of overs.
Yeah.
They've been pretty important so far, haven't they? And that's an example of Shariz really being on top in the over. Only gone for 4 off the first 5 balls, but last ball, it was too short. And a bit of a flat bat smack there from Wilson. Brings the pressure of leaving boundary. So 8 off the over. I'd say that at this level is about par for an over. I feel like 160 for me. With this pitch playing a few tricks, you can see right now That's the projected score, is in the 160s. But I do think we will see some. I mean, I think we will see some 200s in the series. But yeah, right now you can see that 2 early wickets just causing a bit of caution as well. I think these two they've been aggressive, but they've been quite selective so far about what they've gone after. Here's Amitaz, short run. And he's just getting this ball to do a bit, isn't he, from that end? I've heard this is the end that sometimes can play a few tricks.
Well, every time you think the batters are getting away here, just that one delivery which gives the bowling side hope that there's enough in the pitch to get a wicket, any opportunity.
And you can see, particularly the ball before that one, it was that perfect middle length, wasn't it? It wasn't really comfortable to play off the front foot and drive. It wasn't quite short enough to comfortably play a horizontal bat shot. So that's all the experience of Amitaz Singh. Wow, that one is in the air. Fielder goes back to the wall, but can't reel it back. Maximo! Once again, the power of Zayn Ali. Yeah, against a bowler that's had his way so far. And that was a very powerful, almost dismissive flick of the wrist that goes over one of the longer boundaries on the ground.
It's almost like a golf shot, wasn't it? We were looking right down the barrel of that one and it just curled away. Stood tall. Zayn Ali's got a lot of power. And while the fielder out there, Faris Ahmed, knows, of course, a lot about this batter, but I saw that one fly over his head.
Well, now he does go straight, and he goes strong, and he goes long. Maximo! Back to back. Well, if you'd seen my golf was more like the first one. It would be pulled way left, but the second one, could have been Tiger Woods out there. That was a bomb down dead centre. And Zayn Ali, 46, approaching the first ever half century in Nordic T20 smash history.
Could have been a road traffic accident as well. There was a lorry, maybe able to see on this angle, going past the sight screen just as that ball was landing. We almost had, well, one ball's gone into the Ethernet, another one almost went into the gravel pit.
Keeper up now. Amitaz brings it back. Didn't want to get bombed a third time. And Zayn Ali, a bit of maturity about his batting. He's a really good example of an Italian-based player that is trying to break into the national setup that has quite a few Italian qualified players through citizenship. So, you know, you got the Menentis in there. Obviously had Joe Burns in that setup until recently, Wayne Marsden. Emilio Gay is a really amazing success story. Yeah. He's maybe taken out of the picture now.
Maybe.
That he's playing for one of the minnows. Not to have a crack at England, but I'm just saying.
Well,
he's a great success story. That'll be the end of the over. Amitaz does win the end of it, but there was some damage in the middle. 80 for 2 after 9. But in all seriousness, the Emilio Gay situation is a really good example of how, you know, playing for a country that you qualify for can get you into a full member nation. And yeah, we've seen players going one way, like Emilio. We've also seen players going the other way, like Ross Taylor, playing for Samoa after his career with New Zealand, and other players are looking to do it as well. Why not?
Oh, it's the beauty of international cricket as well, especially nowadays with so many players with heritage all over the world, and it's a great opportunity to represent your country on an international stage. And I'm sure Emilio Gay was very proud to represent Italy, probably just as proud to represent England, yeah. Especially in the...
Played well as well.
He did.
In his first test. And was early to bed, which is half the battle there as well. Yeah, it sure is.
Well... No comment.
Yeah, sure is coming back for his second over. Yeah, if you've got any questions or comments, drop them in the chat here at Nordic Smash T20 YouTube channel. And on various international broadcasters as well. Haven't seen that real quicker one yet. It's almost a Shahid Afridi style quicker ball that Shariz can produce. Well, this one is hit dismissively, and that will go all the way as well. Maximo! Well, we mentioned this as a key partnership. I suppose it's been Zayn dominating the bowling, but Wilson, he's also kind of gaining his timing step by step, isn't he? And some headaches right now for Tajanita Manuru, the Stockholm City skipper.
I think the DJ must be having his morning coffee as well, because we're missing the tunes at the moment. That one certainly deserved a bit of a jingle.
Wasn't big enough. And yeah, it's in the crowd. I did mention to our crew that van could be under attack. Good comeback though by Shariz. I think a lot of the obviously such a diverse background of players. But it is pretty interesting, the players that have played a lot of T10 cricket and their approach that they then bring to the T20 game. There's a certain fearlessness that's required and selflessness at times as well. There's that quicker one, but Wilson's waiting for it, leans on it for just a single. Yeah, so I want to say hello to all our viewers, of course, on our YouTube channel. It's Nordic Smash T20, but also it's nice to be back on Fan Code in India, in Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, on TapMad, and also on Willow TV in Canada, North America and Europe. Gets a good stride in, he's gone. Well, Zain Ali, he won't score the first 50 in Nordic Smash history, and I think he's trying to review this. I know that they do get 2 reviews, so this could be the first time we've seen the stump high brought in. I will say that he got a big stride in. Again, we're going to learn the process along with everyone else.
Super slow-mo. Here we go.
But I know he got a big stride in. Look, you know, it probably hits him in line. But, yeah. I mean, I suppose the only question for me is he is quite far. The impact is the ball's got a long way to travel between the impact and the stumps. And that, in my mind, probably created some doubt. But the umpire's in the best position. I suppose we'll see if there's a reprieve. But again, well, he was pretty quick to... it's one I would be reviewing as well. The other thing, I think, if anything, the bounce may have saved him on this pitch. And with the overspin that Shiriz gets. So, I mean, for me, my instinct was that it may have been climbing over the stumps, but it's a very tight call. And I think, in the end, there's not going to be any conclusive evidence to overturn the decision. So that's going to be the end of Zain Ali. He'll be dismissed for 48, and Shiriz Ahmed gets the big breakthrough. Another turning point in this opening match of the Nordic Smash.
You have to say, Stockholm City have done well to stick on in there. They had a partnership that was almost getting away from them. A rueful smile and laugh there from Jared Wilson, who sees the funny side of it. I'm sure not quite so funny for his batting partner, who has to make the long trudge off. And I have to say, it's unfortunate as well. Zain Ali batted very well. It's going at quite a click, and he probably would have hoped that he got a big enough stride forward there to save himself, especially with that variable bounce. But it's the man in black out there in the middle who has the best view, makes the decision. The third wicket falls. It
was a brave decision. I mean, I do think it hit him in line. I don't think it was going to miss off a leg, but the only question was, I think, the height. He wasn't a kind of a regulation leg spinner. It was more of a top spinner from Shiriz. But anyway, what's done is done. And it'll be Will Purchard coming in. Yeah, batting number 5. So his batting's come a long way. He's probably more of a bowling all-rounder. When he first started out, we've seen him playing for Farmers Cricket Club at the ECL, in the Jersey setup as well. And what a good opportunity for him here, facing Shiriz. He's a handful. Again, big stride in that time, trying to negate some of that movement. But yeah, Shiriz delivering in that 10th over. We hit the 10-over mark at the halfway point of the first ever innings in the Nordic Smash, and it's the Mavericks after being sent in that are 88 for 3, and again, very even set up with both teams having their moments in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's kind of what you worry about when you set up a tournament like this, is if you have an even contest between bat and ball between the sides, and so far it's already been 10 overs that have gone this way and that. Certainly Stockholm City had the early part of it with those 2 early wickets in the power play. A nice partnership between Jared Wilson, Zain Ali, got the Mavericks back into it, and you'd say at halfway, pretty much even Stevens, that projected score in the 170s. I suppose a lot rests now on the shoulders of the captain, Jared Wilson. He's 21 off 16. William Purchard, someone who has plenty of experience in this format as well, has an opportunity early in this tournament to show his worth. Looks like Stockholm City just making a few adjustments in the field here as the sun continues to try and come out here. It's certainly brightened up from what we had about an hour ago, and even more so from the forecast of a couple of days ago. Happy to see that it is being played here. this Monday morning. We do go back to a bit of spin.
Yeah, we're going to go to Musa Ahmed now. Shariz his brother. Although Musa would say that Shariz is his brother. But yeah, Musa's more of an occasional bowler, but yeah, bowls wrist spin as well. And yeah, he's had some good moments in the bowling crease as well. Probably more known for his explosive top order left-handed batting. But yeah, obviously, when you got one Ahmed, you say that's going well. We've got another one. So Musa gets his opportunity here.
Well, an early look at Stockholm City batting lineup suggests that they do have a lot of power at the top. As you said, Musa Ahmed, Zaid Naqvi, who has scored many a run in his time. Or Samath Shetty is in there, and Teja, skipper. All of those will feature in the top order for Stockholm City.
Gets down, does Perchard. And he'll get his first run of the week. Hello to all of our viewers watching from Jersey. I'm sure we've got a few of them. It's a big cricketing family, the Perchard family as well. But, James, we've got Charles Chuggy, the very experienced player. Hello to Jim, the godfather. Nicely timed this time. That should run away for 4. Fielder closing in. Wow, he does stop it. It really pulled up in the last few metres. And we'll get back for 3. Yeah, it's a rare bit of foot fielding, but it was effective there. Just seeing that one was running away, but well done by the batters to leg it out for a triple.
Yes, to hear Tara put on the afterburners there. And
oh, I hate watching that.
yeah, because that was very much ankle on the boot, on the ball there.
Anyone who's ever snapped an ankle stepping on a ball, and I did once in a warm-up.
Glenn McGrath.
Yeah, it's not a fun experience. Your eyes water when you see it. But anyway, all's well that ends well. Wilson's got an important role now, just to create another partnership as the leader, as the captain, as the set batter. Tries to sneak in the quick ball here, Musa.
Yeah, go back.
Just working away for a single. Hello to Emil. Asking any snakes in the grass there. Well, potentially. I don't know if it's great weather for snakes up here in Sweden, but the grass is certainly long enough.
Water snakes?
We're talking about the other side of the fence. The actual field is looking in sensational condition. Wilson steps and blasts this one straight over the side screen. Maximo!
Let's go.
As well, the tractor might be required to fetch that one, which will bring up the 100 as well for the Mavericks. What a strike.
What a way to get to those triple digits. And, well, the DJ's finished his coffee because he's back on the decks.
That one qualifies. Geez, that's a great shot, isn't it? I think he made up his mind he wanted to charge, but he didn't really tip his move till late and held his shape beautifully. The straight hitting's been a feature, and yeah, that man better get into that tractor and protect himself. Wilson knew straight away that that's 6 runs straight off the bat. I wonder if we can do requests. We've got the DJ here. We've got Chris watching from Wales. Hello to you. Let's go Malmo. We've seen some big hits so far. Like I said, I expected a few more runs in this franchise tournament compared to the internationals during the week. You can't expect any less when you see some of the class that's been added, particularly with the bat. Could be another ball that's lost. Now the umpire's going to come together to compare notes and say this is the one we're going to go with. A little bit. We're only 10 overs in, or 10.5 overs in. I'm already worrying about the ball supply at this ground.
Yeah, I think we do need to employ some boundary riders to get the balls back, and well, maybe some heavy bails as well.
Just checking to make sure that this has been that it's over or not. Yeah, apparently it is. So 100 for 3 after 11. So I mean, I don't know if it wasn't over. I'm sure they can communicate to the umpires to bowl an extra ball, but they're happy with it. Projected score 182. Pretty good considering the start they had. Perchard still finding his feet. Does well at this stage. You got Wilson who's up and ticking now after he had a fairly cautious start. Just gets the one, gets off strike. Sure is Getting another opportunity to bowl from the bottom end. Love a good wrist spinner. I suppose you don't see it too often because it's hard. You know, in European cricket, you know, it's always really nice to see it. Such a natural wrist spinner. That's false shot. Shiriz should have his man here. Moves to his left and completes the catch. So Wilson, the captain, is gone. Another huge strike for Stockholm City. Caught and bowled by Shiriz Ahmed. It's the end of Wilson for 31, and it's 101 for 4.
He's fuming with himself as the Malmo Maverick skip. He knew as soon as that one went up in the air that he was in danger. You can see here his head drops into the hands of Shiriz Ahmed. Jared Wilson has to make the long walk off.
It's a really good piece of bowling because he actually goes a little bit slower and he just tempts him into this shot. He's bowled a lot of kind of pace on, a lot of kind of zooters that have hurried up batters. This is one that I think Wilson just sees it popping in the air towards him, thinking, okay, I'm on fire and I'm going to keep going. But he loses his shape slightly. Shiriz does well, calls everyone else off it and takes a good catch. So, yeah, the arts of leg spin there employed to perfection by Shiriz Ahmed. And the Mavericks find themselves at another reckoning point, 101 for 4.
I think in hindsight as well, it's just the wrong shot selection there from Jared Wilson. Although Shiriz Ahmed's not the tallest, he does get it to zip up a bit. You could see on that previous delivery, that's maybe why we were questioning the LBW in the previous over as well, that from pretty much a length ball, he's getting it to jump up over those stumps. Jared Wilson getting down low. It's always going to be a risky one, going against the spin, against the bounce. Oh, he skewed up off the bat. And the skipper has to depart. So 101 for 4. Stockholm City once again wrestling back the momentum of this game.
So it's another partnership that needs to be built, isn't it? I think 100 at this stage, not a bad spot to be. It's Balasubramanian Madhu, who's come out in the number 6 position. So yeah, Bala gets off the mark with a single. Again, these two, don't imagine would have batted together before, so they need to get on the same page reasonably quickly as well. I wonder if that wicket does tempt Teja to bowl Musa Ahmed again from that bottom end. The spin attack has been pretty effective so far. Goes after this. Fielder comes in and drops it. Very good effort there from the captain, Nida Manuru. He was skating across that outfield and turned what looked like a ball that was falling just short into an opportunity, but he couldn't quite hold on.
He was very unlucky there. He did the hard work, got the yards in. I think it just pops out on the way down. Yeah, it's that elbow. Always the case. Elbow hits the ground, so does the ball. I think he'll be disappointed in the end. You can see there on his face that he gets in the right position.
Yeah, the Dutch connection almost combining there. Teja, he really covered the ground quickly, and off the bat I thought that he was going to get away with it. But anyway, it will be the end of another over. So 104 for 4 after 12. A huge 8 overs coming up for both teams to see what kind of target we're looking at in the second innings.
Brilliant over there from Shiriz Ahmed, and well, if I were him, I'd be saying to Teja, just keep me on. Got another couple of overs up my sleeve, and Malmo Mavericks, they need to make sure that they've got another partnership to go, because they had that big one between Jared Wilson and Zayn Ali, a couple of wickets, and suddenly they're facing a score which might be difficult to defend. The projected score still up in the 170s. I think if you offered that to them now, they'd happily take it.
They do stick with Musa. 8 overs to go. Oh, the go on the hit here. Fumbled by Tarat, backward point. I guess it's good running because they get away with it, but maybe a bit of a risky one if it was cleanly fielded.
Yeah, no, keep it.
Perchard 4 off 6. You can see he wanted the big shot there. It was the quicker one thrown in by Musa Ahmed. Back for the umpire. He says that one is a bye, no bat on it. We'll bring Bala back on strike. There's been a bit of a pattern so far. Not many batters have been able to score too many in their first 6 or 7 deliveries. There's just a sense that just adapting to the pitch and the conditions. Musa slinging him in pace on at the moment. Doing a good job for his team. Remember watching Musa go from 82 to 100 in the last 3 balls of an ECS match at Sparta in Rotterdam. Wide-ish, but batter doesn't get the call.
That's also the one that just zips through. That probably went through at about shin height. Variable bounce continuing to come into play here.
Again, not even intimating that he's going to flight the ball at all. Musa makes use of the straight fielders on the boundary. Ebneru keeps it to 1. It's been a good over here. It's the 2 runs and a bye off it. I think both these 2 batters pretty cognizant that they need the pressure of leaving strike. And it is Perchard that loads up and he gets it over mid-wicket. Maximo! That's what they were after. So in the end, that over will go for 9. Still a good over for Stockholm City. And after 13, 113 for 4.
Final ball goes for a boundary. It's not the first time in this innings that that's happened. On that occasion, just gets himself across. William Perchard, that was the difference there. Goes early, goes to the offside, heaves it across to the leg side, goes all the way as well. Flick of the wrists there on the man from Jersey.
Yeah, fast hands, wasn't it, from Will? It's one of those ones that if you don't quite get it right, you're a good chance of getting caught. Yeah, batters here, I think with these dimensions of the field, backing themselves to make that clean contact and beat the outfielder. As the sun pokes out, expecting 16 degrees and a chance of rain at times throughout the day, but so far we've been pretty lucky with the weather. Hopefully it stays that way. 6 days of this Nordic Smash T20. This is opening day in the opening match. Hello to Scotty and the ECN Supporters Club Australia as well, who's popped in the chat. He says, good to see the Nordic Smash has been unleashed. And it's been a really fascinating contest so far with twists and turns. Still 7 to go. 7 overs to go in this first innings. Shariz is going to bowl out here in the 14th. And with Musa doing a pretty good job at the other end, they might be tempted to keep him on as well. Let's not forget Nida Manuru bowled a first over that turned out to be his only over, but did come up with a wicket when he bowled the second. Perchard buoyed by the 6 off the last ball he faced. Let's see if he's game to take on Shariz. It's a tough situation tactically here. You want to be attacking, but you also know it's his last over. And another bowler might be a little bit easier than Shariz, he's got a couple of important strikes in his 2 for 22. And let's know where you're watching from. Could see Johnny Heesem's in there. Could see Scotty watching from all the way down in Australia. If he was from India. Big swipe this time from Bala. Again, he's the one that's under pressure now, I think, to deliver a big shot. Tried, and has to settle for a single.
It'll be interesting to see how aggressive the Mavs batters go from here, how deep they bat. I'm sure that actually they probably bat all the way down to 11, because with those franchise tournaments, you often have teams who probably actually do the batting for their domestic sides, batting all the way down to 9, 10, 11. Almost got a license to swing here.
There's that quicker ball, and he jabs in the Yorker. And I think of 2 here. Well, they had some indecision there. Perchard was keen for a second. Bala gave him the big stop sign. Perchard was able to turn around in time and scramble back.
Probably would have had the 2 there, Perchard. He would have been running to the danger end. A big glove thrown up there by Bala. him to go back. You can see he was pretty much halfway there. I think he would have been in. Bala clearly didn't back himself to get to the non-strikers. Just settle for one.
Bala puts himself back on strike then. Is he willing to go after Shiriz Ahmed? Short answer's no here. Yeah, so Shiriz bowled a good 4 overs. Interesting to see whether they try and go back to pace at that end. I think they might be forced to. Unless they go for the finger spin from the captain, Nita Manuru. I'm not so sure he'd fancy it in this spot. Oh, goes after this. Fielder comes around to his right and takes the catch. So the pressure telling on Bala, who holds out. Zayn Naqvi holds the catch at long off. Shiriz with a 3rd wicket in the opening fixture. And the Mavericks find themselves 117 for 5 after 14 overs.
Percher probably muttering under his breath. That's why I was trying to get back on strike, because Bala didn't really do much in the 10 deliveries that he did face. On that 10th and fateful one, he picks out Zayn Naqvi. He's never going to drop that. There's another wicket to fall, 5 down for the Mavericks. They're just in danger here of their innings tailing off just a little. I think Jared Wilson, that was still that big wicket, wasn't he? He was fuming with himself when he did get out, and since then they just haven't really been able to revive this batting innings.
Yeah, I think it's been a case that the batters that have gotten set haven't gone on to score 50 plus. I think you saw that with Zayn, who I still think would probably be seething about the circumstance of his dismissal. Wilson again just wasn't judicious enough about his shot selection. And Shiriz is going to finish with figures of 3 for 24 off 4 overs. So a sensational spell of leg spin bowling from the Dutch international. Yeah, 5 down after 14, you've got some concerns. If they can get through the next 3 overs without losing a wicket and going a good clip, then those 5 wickets don't seem to matter so much. But I suppose you're always concerned at this stage. The 6th and the 7th wicket, you're starting to think more about surviving 20 overs more than maximising your scoring.
You have to say Stockholm City have really kept themselves in the game throughout here. Even when, like Malmo were building up ahead of steam, they've picked up wickets at important times. Said Vinny, none of these partnerships and none of the batters have really been able to get away. Zayn Ali was the closest, threatening to make a big score, but of course we still wait for our first half century in this Nordic smash. And well, if one of these batters gets it in this innings, then certainly it will be a flurry in these final 6 overs. It will be Tahir Tara, the bowl from the top end here.
Yeah, we saw him bowling from that end earlier. Thinking of 2, but in the end they settle for 1. The batter out there is Tanzim Tobani. Get his first opportunity. But yeah, someone like Tara, he's pretty experienced at the club level. He'll get the chance to bowl some big names this week. Just after we had the sun, a few minutes ago, had a slight shower, but the thing with this ground, and I have been here quite a few times, the weather just can sweep through really quickly. So I think they will wait for a prolonged shower before they even think about coming off. The other thing is there's a bit of blue sky around as well, so let's just hope it's a passing shower.
It's one of those where you hear the rain before you actually see it. You hear it on our tent roof, and out there it's still very bright. Again, the rain looks like it's stopping already.
That's a length that we haven't seen too much of so far, that York length from the seamers who seem to want to find that middle length, or someone like a Pereira early was looking to bang it in and challenge them short. But I think that hitting that block hole is going to become super important as we get to the end of this innings. Slower ball, good variation, although it will be called a wide. But nice to see Tahir thinking. Seen him before, Pachurka Cricket Club. Who played many times in the European Cricket Series. That one is the quicker one to follow up the slower ball. So boundaries at a premium. Percher finds himself as the kind of set batter now, doesn't he?
And it's that low full toss length, which well, yeah, even just a normal full toss, but when you've got sweepers out there, deep backward square and deep mid wicket and a cow corner, it's not the worst delivery to bowl. It's difficult to get away to clear the rope with these two batters. Still relatively new to the crease. Perchard 14 off 12.
Well bowled again. Tara maybe showing his usefulness as a death bowler here. Perchard takes a tumble. But yeah, he has all the tools, doesn't he, to be effective at the end of the innings. He's been able to find that York length. Be careful sometimes when you just run off the artificial surface here. You know, that looked like just a little bit of slip of the rubber studs. We had Tara there spotting him. He's been really good over this from Tahir. He's shown the slower ball. He's been able to jam the ball into the block hole. And in the end, it's a pretty good result for his team. With 5 overs to go in the first innings, the Malmo Mavs are 124 for 5.
Delicately poised here for the final 5 overs. Highest we've had that projected score is in the 180s. Now it's in the 160s. See, it probably could go either way here. Mavs, they want a partnership, but if Stockholm City pick up another couple of wickets, then they'll be hoping to keep that score below 150.
And if Andrew Leonard was here, our good friend, he would have admonished me, because before that last ball, I missed a Lou Bega. You know what a Lou Bega is?
I do know what a Lou Bega is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was the score. And now it's 1, 2, 4 for 5.
Not so fun.
Not so fun. I did once get a Lou Bega CD for Christmas. And
is there any other songs on it?
No.
Mambo number 1?
No, there's no Mambo number 1.
Or 2 or 3 or 4.
Do you know that track 1 obviously is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Mambo number 5. Track 2 literally starts with 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then the less said about the rest, the better.
Consigned to history.
I wonder what he's up to these days. So I will say that I'm a fan of cricket, but I'm also a big fan of food.
Aren't we all?
I think there's no surprise if you've heard my commentary. Sometimes there's more food chat than cricket. And I'm proud to say that this 16th over is sponsored by DesiBox. Check them out at desibox.co, and they are the official food partner of the Nordic Smash.
I'm hoping they're going to look after us this week as well. We're going to have to roll out of Stockholm.
If they're sponsoring the 16th over, does that mean that all the food's free for this? Get me over there. Perchard tries the reverse and he gets it away. Sneaks past Krishnamurthy. Oh, couldn't quite get down to his right in time, and a bit of innovation meets touch there from Perchard, who catches in 4 in the desibox.co over.
Well, talking of food, that's a tasty shot right there from William Perchard, hasn't really got going so far. He's been slipping and sliding, but that's the first time he's found the rope in style. What a way to...
He actually got a bit of a swing on it. It was less than just a dab. He actually was able to get a bit of bat speed on it, and that's probably what took away from the fielder in the end. Yeah, so big thanks to DesiBox. And of course, first day of the Nordic Smash, really excited to showcase our valued partners. Oh, that could be out. Oh, well. Oh, again, don't know what the umpire sees here. Don't know what you can review, but if I was reviewing it, I'd be saying, sign me up. Thing is, I don't, when the camera shakes, if his bat's in the air. This was a really, really sharp bit of work from Buckhart. I mean, he does get the bat down reasonably quickly. Let's really slow. But yeah, maybe just beat the throwback.
Yeah, I think it probably just gets his bat down in time.
The wicketkeeper in me certainly wanted it. By the way, next ball was smashed away over cover for 4. So, yeah, survives a real tight one. And it's 136 for 5 after 16. Well, plenty of action in that 16th over. If you want food action, visit desibox.co. And we thank them for their support.
You know what? I always want food action.
I actually think that was a good decision. The keeper in me just wants to give everything out, but Tanzim seemed to get the bat back with unnatural speed.
He saved himself with the big swing, didn't he?
Yeah, and then you always got to worry about the bouts of the bat. If you've got the third umpire in play, which I know we don't this particular tournament, but with stumpings, you're still out on a bouncing bat. But yeah, excellent umpiring there in the end, I think. Excellent wicket keeping though from Aritra. He's had a bit of a mixed time of it behind the stump so far. Time to go back to the tall timber with Ishara Pereira ready to bowl. It's funny, with Tara bowling so well last over, even though the plan might have been to bowl Ishara the last two from this end, I'm not so sure I would have made the change. You still could potentially bowl him from the other end.
Is coming in from the other end then. He's going to be bowling the 17th and 19th overs, and the first one, well, it zips through to the keeper, but the wrong side of those stumps, so it'll be a wide ball. We haven't had too many extras so far in this innings, to be fair. That one just miscues, starts on middle stump, but just tails away. Yeah,
I will say that's been a bit of a good point for the Stockholm City bowlers. They haven't given away too many. And Pereira in particular was quite adept at adjusting to the right-hand and left-hand batters early in the innings. But I just thought Tara had a really good over, seemed to be in the zone, you know, had the Yorker going, seemed to be winning the kind of one-on-ones with the two batters at the crease, but they decided to go back to plan A and Ishara, Swedish international. And this one is lifted up. Mid-off was up in the circle, and it's a very, very good strike from Will Purchard. He'll cash in with maximal 6 runs.
Nice clean strike. I don't think he quite gets hold of all of it, but gets it enough to go over that ring, and in fact over the boundary as well. See on replay, yeah, right off the bottom of the bat. Swings it hard enough though.
Had the insurance policy of knowing mid-off was up, and that's just the IQ to have that in the back of your mind. You don't necessarily want to premeditate, but you know that you've got a bit more leeway hitting in that part of the ground. So nice shot by Will, moves to 26. Doesn't really time this next one. So let's see if Tanzim can get on top of the big right armour. Basil is calling Will Purchard William Porterfield, former Irish skipper. It's a big comparison in name only, or tell us what you're seeing there, Basil.
Well, we've got 2 Williams already in the tournament. Porterfield wants to get himself over here. I'm sure one of the teams will find a spot for him.
Any Irish company. Happy just to get off strike here. A different kind of proposition. Pereira, I think he will challenge them with length a bit more than Tara was able to at his pace. But we've already seen that kind of backfire once with the 6 over long off. Just a reminder in the chat, the Nordic Smash robot saying, yeah, subscribe in 1 click to the Nordic Smash YouTube channel. Might be 2 clicks. Oh, maybe not. I'm already subscribed, so I don't know.
It depends where you're clicking from, I guess.
Well, again, challenges him with the short ball. Kind of takes a Shane Warne type spin away from the keeper, but they'll only get a single. Yeah, Pereira's a bit of a... He's an interesting bowler to bowl at this stage, because I wouldn't say he's got the traditional skill set of someone that you would bowl at this time of the innings, but yeah, he's gonna challenge the batters with different types of delivery, and he's quite unpredictable, I think. So that's in his favour. Yes, it goes bounce a Yorker, so that's well bowled. This partnership already worth 30 plus. So another rally. It's been the kind of innings where Malmö seem to have had hardships but found ways to overcome them. In the end, they're looking something 170s here projected, which I think would be a pretty interesting target. Last ball to 17th over from Ishara Pereira. Again, just hurries. Pritchard, who will take one. He'll retain the strike. He's 29, Tanzim. His batting partner. And with 3 overs remaining, it's a 148 for 5.
Yeah, it's worth remembering as well that it was Stockholm City that won the toss, decided to bowl, which is, I suppose, par for the course when you're a new side. You want to get out there, see what the pitch is doing. But to be fair to Malmo, having been put into bat, losing those 2 early wickets as well, I'd say this was a good recovery from them. And if you gave them projected score 160, 170 before the innings, I'm sure they would have more than taken that. And it's not really been a one-man show, has it? It's kind of been contributions here and there. Zayn Ali will probably finish as the top scorer unless William Pritchard goes mad in these final 3.
Yeah, look, remember, they were 34 for 2 after 5. At that stage, less than 7 and over, and really finding it quite hard to get going. First 4 overs went for 21, not even run a ball. But yeah, that big partnership between Wilson and Zayn Ali was the catalyst to get them going. I still think that they'll be kicking themselves to not bat longer and then potentially push for something 200-ish. But interesting that Tarat is going to continue, but he's going to be switched ends. So he's going to bowl from the bottom end for the first time today. But he did bowl very, very well when we last saw him at the top end 3 overs ago.
He's picked up a wicket so far, but his bowling's probably deserved one. He's got an opportunity again now.
Slow ball first up. And you can see Pritchard had committed to the shot, committed to the charge. So again, showing his guile there, the experience to here. And if you speak to the organisers here, they'll tell you that they want to put some of these top Swedish club players that may not be part of the national setup into situations where they're playing against better players. And I think this is a really good example of it with Tahir. Because they always said that now the top level of club cricket is kind of saturated in that yes, it's a good standard of cricket and it's been improving, but you're always playing against the same people at that level. So, yeah, by putting players against different opponents, they can hopefully grow and improve. And Tahir, he's a great guy as well. He's a great ambassador for Swedish cricket. Wow, Pritchard goes not even the reverse sweep anymore. It's the reverse clip. We'll take a single. Again, just the length that was effective there from Tarat. It's a pretty good shot actually to hit it. Putting that shot in ambidextrous weekly. What a game it is these days, modern cricket. I know it always changes every decade or a couple of decades, every generation, but it just seems that the last generation of changes in the game are pretty unprecedented.
Well, you remember the time where, it must have been 10 years ago, when Kevin Peterson started to switch hit and everyone was losing their minds. Well, it's probably 15 years ago now. And now it's just par for the course. I remember seeing footage recently of bowlers pulling up as soon as he changed his stance and moved around. They were like, well, can't do that. Yeah. But now it's like, well, it's more unusual if they stay standing.
It's so skillful. I suppose limited overs cricket has shown batters what they can get away with as well. But also these skills are developed through practice and through repetition. Good running there. Hit it very slowly, still might be able to get 2, and that was good hustle by Tabani to come back. I suppose the other big generational shift would have been through the 60s and 70s as limited overs cricket emerged at the international level. 60 overs at first, 55, 50 over cricket, where there were more of these situations where batters had to throw the bat towards the end of the innings. Slower ball again. Tarat has a grunt slower ball and a grunt quicker ball, and then a non-grunted ball. He's quite clever. Gets that one to jump a bit off the length as well.
I need like a grunt translation book so we know what each grunt means. Because they often go for a grunt slower ball, don't they?
He grunts on all of his slower balls, but only some of his quicker balls.
Yeah, and sometimes they go
if
for
he could develop a non-grunted slower ball, then he'd have the whole set.
You do see that quite a lot, don't you? The fast bowlers grunting on the slower ball as if to say, this is actually my effort ball.
Yeah. Well, Perchard moonlighting as Brian Lara. Now they're going to get a bye. That's very clever running. He wasn't far away from being stumped there, Perchard, but just got it back in time. Don't think there was any bat in that. Maybe there was. So, yeah, maybe just flicked the glove on the way through. Pretty quick work from Buckhart, and then he lost his target. He had nothing to throw at.
Well, Tanzim was already pretty much halfway down the pitch by the time the keeper had it, so it was smart work from him, and he's been running really well. They ran through for that 2 just a few balls ago, and Tanzim, well, only got 13 himself, but he's put in an excellent shift here, being the running partner to William Perchard, who's 32 off 23.
So, in the end, I think they decided that was a run. So 153 for 5 after 18. And yeah, just good heads-up play there, I think. So Perchard will retain the strike. 2 overs to go. They say in T20 cricket it all happens in the 19th. But yeah, party atmosphere. Sun coming out. We've had a bit of everything so far weather-wise. No interruptions. 2 overs to go. Now, I do know that they were talking about 80 minutes per innings, although we have got 92 minutes so far with 2 overs to go. So I think we might be thankful that for all the sunlight that we do get at this time of year in Stockholm with the 3 T20s a day.
Yeah, I suppose we better watch this space for the timings.
Well, I think they might be looking at this stumping.
Yeah, I think they are still looking, because you saw the video umpire signal thrown up by the umpire. It did seem like that he was in, but I think maybe it's just been a case of calling too late for the umpires, when in fact the replay will be coming. So here we go. Here we do see it on the replay, and it's one of those where it goes through to the keeper. He looks in there. I mean, to me, it seems like he's in. Again, reverse angle might enlighten us.
I think that's the best that we'll get. It's the best. And I think he does just get that bat down in time. So, it'll be 153 for 5.
Yeah, comfortably in.
Means that run will count. Hey, Basil, he's already wanting merch. He's saying in the chat. He's a sports memorabilia collector. Well, there's going to be 6 sensational strips to collect from this week.
I did see the caps being given out earlier to one of the teams, and do look very fly in their kits.
Well, that one is hit well. That's a very clean piece of fielding from Taja. Minoff was up in the circle. Got past him. It certainly was. It was pretty straight, wasn't it? But extremely clean hands from the Dutch international. It's frustrating as a batter as well. Getting that close to the boundary. Still, it's 11 balls to go. Not worried about the 5 wickets now, so he can really go after it. And he's bowled him. Excellent bowling from Pereira. Well, he's certainly shown a range of skills in this innings. He goes super full here, and in the end, Matimba gets knocked to the ground. Let's have a look at it again. Follow him a little bit. See, want to keep his legs, keep his feet leg side of the ball. Actually flicked off the pad in the end onto the furniture, and that's the end of what was it? A pretty handy partnership for the Mavericks. They're 154 for 6 with 10 balls remaining.
It's a good partnership in that they hustled, didn't they? They put the fielders under pressure, and despite the fact that he didn't contribute too many himself, it was Tanzim who was the chief runner of the 2. William Perchard has been farming most of the strike, 34 off 25, but Tanzim was a brilliant deputy to him, but he does have to depart. Malmö Mavericks, they've still got 10 balls here to try and boost that score. Certainly be looking get towards 170. Pretty much free swing of the bat here for anyone coming in this lower order for the Mavs. Looks like it will be Ashwin Albert, the wicketkeeper, facing up this third delivery of the 19th.
First one jumps on him. Perchard pretty quick to come in and say, yeah, take the single. But yeah, we have seen some of that pop. Got a leg by in the end, so let's see what it hit. Must have hit maybe the hip or yeah, above the bat. Well, Pereira, I think maybe setting him up for the length ball Yorker, but he won't get another chance yet to face the new batter. What Perchard's tactics are here is looking at this field. He still likes the idea, I think, of going over mid-off if he gets something foolish. Interesting, they've changed the tactics. So fine leg comes up, third comes up. I think now he's thinking flick. I think he's already shown he likes to reverse flick. Mid-off gone back to the boundary. Let's have a look. He stands and delivers, challenges the deep mid wicket. Think of two. Good throw might have him in trouble here. The throw just pulled the keeper away from the stump, so good hustle by the Mavs as they get Perchard back on strike.
You have to say, last 5 or 6 overs, Malmo have been running very well. They haven't found the boundary as much as I'm sure they would have liked. Again, Perchard looking to clear that cow corner rope. Doesn't get hold of it, but does manage to scamper through for 2. Waits to see that Ashwin Albert is steaming back at him. Gets himself back on strike, 36 off 26.
It's been really good from Pereira. I questioned his use at the back of the innings when he first came back, but I've really loved his ability to get the ball up in the block hole, and also, yeah, his unpredictability is a huge weapon because he does have the ability to bowl a good bouncer. He's got the ability to get the ball to jump off a length. What you might call a slot length isn't necessarily as easy to put away when there's a bit of variable bounce and extra bounce. This kind of length, isn't it? Not easy to get on top of for Ashwin. So it'll be the end of the 19th over. We'll go to the last. And the Mavericks are 158 for 6.
Finishes with very impressive figures there as well. 1 for 19 as that one just zips through again. Bit of that variable bounce, the full delivery, but by the time it gets to the wicketkeeper, Aritra Bakat still getting through comfortably at waist height. But the Mavericks, I think they were hoping for 170, 180. They'll need a big over here to get them to that target.
I never judge a pitch or competition until both teams are batted as well, and I seem to think they're around that 160. That was my instincts at the beginning of the innings. That 160 is around about par. Both teams have had their moments in this 19 overs so far. Tara again does get trusted with this last over. Ashwin, on bare minimum, has to get off strike here. How high can they climb? They still want 170s here. Mavericks with a couple of boundaries they can get there.
I hear Tara. Ball the final one. This skiddy seam. Right on the money, straight up. In that block hole, they call for 2 straight away, and it will be thrown to the keeper's end, probably the wrong end. William Perchard always going to beat the ball on that long throw. Again, Mavericks, they're not hitting the boundaries, they're making sure to hustle through. That's another 2 to the collection, so that takes them to 160. 5 balls left, you can see there. Ashwin sets off straight away, pretty much goes for the second without even looking where the ball is. Manages to get home through safely.
Not quite the York, but not far off it. Perchard probably wants 2 again, but this time he's going to have to settle for 1. He doesn't have the strongest arm, but he does cover the ground pretty quickly, attack that one. Ashwin, time for him to try and put down a marker of his own here, really. 161, 4 balls to go. Tara, after being put away first ball of his morning, has recovered to have pretty useful influence on the back end of this innings. Slower ball, checks his shot, does Ashwin. And in the end, it's only a single, so another clever variation from the right armour.
Been an excellent 3 deliveries so far. The length has been spot on from Tahir Tara. It's been a brave length as well. If you miss that slot length by just a half a metre, you're going to be pumped away. He uses everything he's got in his skill set with that slower ball. Unlucky here if he finishes this innings with no wickets to his name.
That's the pace back on this time, and again, probably looking for two. They'll back out of it. So, from Pershard, looks like he won't quite be able to score a half century, but it's still a very useful 41 from him. Talked about the fact that he's really worked hard on his batting, and probably as he takes a more senior role in Jersey cricket, there's opportunities for him to bat higher in the order. Hasn't done much wrong here, and I imagine we'll see him with the ball having some sort of an influence in the second half of this game.
Still only 21, William. A lot of international and domestic cricket still ahead of him, I'm sure.
Slow ball this time, but just knocked over the fielder at backward point, and that will be a very useful boundary. Ashwin was able to carve that one straight over the fielder's head, and so often there's a gap in the outfield behind an infielder. Useful runs coming at the back.
Unfortunate there from Tara. Not too much wrong with the delivery, probably just a touch too much width, especially if you have all the fielders in on the offside. Knowing there, Ashwin, if he gets it over the inner ring, he's going to get a boundary. Pretty quick outfield, despite the rain we had this morning.
Last ball coming up then. It's a good one, might as well run. And it'll be a run out. So nice work by Bakat to prevent the extra run, and the Mavericks will finish 167 for 7 after the 20 overs. Perchard run out for 41 off the last ball, but still a good knock from him. And Tara gets that length right, doesn't he? I think Perchard knew his fate. That throw was on line from the keeper. So looking back at the 20 overs, looking at the scorecards, Sahel Zahid and Defender Singh were the openers, but neither able to make a huge impact. With Zahid out for 13 after Defender Singh went for 5. Zaid Ali, the top scorer, 48 off 29 with 5 maximos and 2 fours, striking at 166. He was also the quickest of the batters as well as the top scorer. Jared Wilson disappointed to hole out for 31, caught and bowled by Shahriz Ahmed. Perchard with a fighting 41 in the second half, and Tabani with a handy 13. Get them all the way to 167. Only 5 extras in the innings was pretty important as well. 3 for 24. Shahriz Ahmed probably the pick of the bowlers with 3 key strikes in addition to only going at a run a ball. Wickets also to Sharapura, Tija Idamanuru, the captain, and Sarath Krishnamurthy with 1 for 26. Shout out as well to Tara, who fought back well and finished with figures of none for 34. We'll take a break. Back in around about 15 minutes time. It'll be 168 the target for Stockholm City in the first ever Nordic Smash T20 match. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll be back after the break with more T20 action in Sweden. You're watching the Nordic Smash T20.
By the way, Sweetie is from Chandigarh. Deepak rocking the party. DJ DC from Chandigarh. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas.
Hello and welcome back to the Botkyrka Cricket Ground here in Stockholm, Sweden, after a bit of a nasty rain break actually, but the skies have brightened, and the good news is we will get a second innings in this match one between Stockholm City and the Malmö Mavericks. Now, a little bit earlier, we saw Malmö being sent in. They scored 167 in their 20 overs. That has been reduced now to 82 off 8 overs, so the target is 83. Just repeating, an 8-over second innings. So, well, it's going to be some crash, bash, wallop, I think, in this second innings. So 83 is the adjusted target, and it means that we have a 2.5 over power play. Each bowler may only bowl 2 overs. That means you can get away with bowling 4 overs. There have been some amendments to T20 playing conditions over the last year or two. But anyway, it's going to be time for Zain Naqvi, who's out there with Musa Ahmed. And it's going to be Devinder Singh who's bowling. And the first one down the leg side. So, not quite the start Devinder would have been hoping for. Wide down the leg side. So basically creates about 10.4 and over, which is the required rate start of the innings. So it's Naqvi on the body, an athletic piece of work from Ashwin Albert behind the stumps, but not able to prevent scrambling through that one run. So yeah, I'm going to say credit to all the players. They were keen as anyone to get out there. We did have some storms on the horizon today, and there's always a chance we'd have an interruption. Hopefully that's it for the day, but it might be just one of those days where the players are on and off the field. Obviously, you've got to try and protect the pitch and the surrounds as much as possible. You can see the adjusted target on your screen, 83 runs in 8 overs. Welcome back to all of our viewers, by the way. Great to have you with us. And I know we are going global here. First ever Nordic Smash. All of our viewers watching in India on Fan Code, to everyone in Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka watching on TapMad. We're on Willow TV in Canada, North America and Europe. And of course on our YouTube channel, Nordic Smash. Vinny Sato here, Mr. Maximo. Tina will be back with me shortly. Musa faces up. Plays it with soft hands, gets a single. Musa, Dutch international. It's very experienced. Bowled pretty well actually earlier. He's in the side for Stockholm City, along with his brother Shariz and Tejan Nidamanuru, the captain. So a bit of a Dutch flavour to Stockholm City. Look at home in orange, wouldn't they? But they're looking fantastic in their black and gold kits. Naqvi gets, looks like a no ball, and he's pumped it behind square. Wow, that's trouble with the capital T. It'll be a no ball, 4 runs and a free hit to come for Zain Naqvi. And in these reduced games, and once you get below 10, then you really don't have too much room at the margins. Maybe a slightly slippery ball there for Devinder, but Naqvi, probably the only thing he'd be disappointed about, he didn't hit it all the way for 6, but still he will be ready to face the free hit. So yeah, 10 and over is kind of the going rate here for Stockholm City. They won't want to fall a long way behind. They've got a strong batting lineup. Mentioned the captain, Tejan Nidamanuru. Waiting in the wings as Naqvi goes aerial. He slams this one into the sight screen. Well, that is straight as a die, maximal. And it's amazing how a cricket game can turn on a moment. And you just feel that Devinder, okay, bowled a wide first ball, but he's getting away with this over. But then that shocker of a chest-high full toss set up the free hit, and well, that Naqvi didn't need a second invitation. Naqvi scored a lot of runs domestically in Italy, and he's one of these guys that is on the fringes of the national setup. Of course, it's a very competitive national team at the moment as far as selections go. We want to impress. Now he's going to lean back, short of a length deep in the crease, and 4 more. Oh, Zain's just a step ahead of Devinder Singh here. He probably thought, after getting driven down the ground, that Devender's probably going to go a bit shorter, and he was sweating on it. And right now, well, Devender's got a good head of hair, but he might be tearing it out the way this first over's going. It's a shocker of a start, really, for the Mavericks. And the rain's come down again. To be honest, right now, if you're a Mavericks supporter, you might want more rain because you only need to lose another 15 minutes or so, and this is probably a washout. Happy to keep this one out. Yeah, the rain has come back. There is some bright areas in the sky, but yeah, it's a very Stockholm kind of a day so far. I've been here several times. But Nakvi, again, he's pretty experienced on these artificial decks, although he hasn't played on this one before. Very versatile players, eh, Nakvi? Can bowl, he can wicket keep even if required. And out, he's going to lean a bat on this, and that'll run away for 4 more. So a magical over to start. That one was a floaty full toss that Zayn was able to lay a bat on. And 22 off the first over, 22 without loss. Remember, each team only play 5 matches. They play 1 a day for 5 days, and then we head into finals day on Saturday. A simple 1v4, 2v3 setup in the semis, but you don't want to be the 5th place team because you're out of here. And really, Amanda goes the journey in that first over. With these short games, do see big momentum swings. Let's see if the Mavericks can come back in the second over. Speaking of coming back, it's Tina Goff back with me after the rain break. Hopefully you stayed dry there, Tina. So it was a bit of a deluge, wasn't it, for a while?
Just about, but it seems to come and go pretty quickly, so that's what we're hoping for here. And well, Zayn Nakvi, he's coming and going pretty quickly as well.
It's a light sprinkle.
Yeah.
Followed by a heavier sprinkle, but I actually think they might have to come off here.
Well, the weather comes from where we see in the distance, isn't it? And it's much lighter. So I think they're maybe just gambling on that. But actually, no, the umpire has now called it, which is a shame, especially for Zayn Nakvi.
Well, it's funny because I think both teams before that over would have been thinking, all right, we're happy to play, but also probably happy if we have to split the points. But after that over, Stockholm City, we'll be seething that the Raiders come back because they were so far ahead in the game. Look, still plenty of cricket to play, so it could change again. But yeah, it's funny. I mean, there's still some mixed opinions about the state of play. But I think it's at the stage where I think you do need to wait for it to get lighter before you can even think about resuming. But still, what a start for Stockholm City. 22 first over. Right now, the players are running back to the sheds.
Yeah, Stockholm City certainly want to see this game come to a conclusion because they're in the box seat here. It's one of these strange ones, isn't it, where it's actually quite light. It's been much darker so far this morning, but it's just the heaviness of the rain. The umpires...
The wetness is real, even if the light meter's looking okay. Yeah.
The wet is wetting, but the umpires are kind of reluctant to come off because they want to get the game on as much as all of us. So they're just lingering on the boundary.
In a professional cricket tournament, you still need to be wary of the surrounds of the pitch and where the bowlers are running in, where the bowlers are running off the pitch as well. Hey, give us a quick chance to say hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for your patience as well. I know that Dave's in there. Dave B, nice to see you. Hello to Chris. And he's got a few DJ requests as well. Vivek asking, is it raining out there? At the moment, it is. Hello to Ian Smullen. And I've got Nick the Brown Bear in there as well. Hello to you guys. And yeah, apologies, I suppose, for the weather, but we do have a better forecast later in the week. And even today, I don't think we've seen the last of our cricket here on day one, but it's just one of those wait-and-see kind of situations. So we'll take a break here. Stockholm City are 22 without loss, 1 over into an 8-over match on resumption. No doubt we will lose more overs. If they lose more than 3 overs, then they'll split the points here in match 1. But we'll take a break. When you sound of him is to Maximo with Tina Goff. And stay tuned to your screens. We'll be back shortly with more Nordic Smash T20.
ये रोप लगा के थोड़ा रुक से बाहर जब तक और है भी नहीं पैक वैसे भी ये सब करते हैं बस क्या हुआ ये हम करते मैंने कहा और गिर भी और है ना थोड़े वैसे लगाते हैं गीले तो हम वैसे होगी अगर हमारा काम खत्म होता तो सही नहीं है यहाँ से करना है।
Hello and welcome back. Thanks again for your patience. What's been a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde couple of hours of weather here in Stockholm. I have some good news for you. We've got some play that's about to get underway, and some other good news is that we haven't had any further reductions. I think they've decided that we're going to try and keep this 8-over match an 8-over match. It was reduced obviously from the 20 that we had in the first innings, and that means that there's no change to the equation from when we last left you. Stockholm City chasing 83 in 8 overs. They've got off to a flyer, haven't they? Zain Nakvi getting after Devendra Singh in the first over. And Stockholm City 22 without loss. Musa Ahmed is the other batter. He's only faced one ball for a single so far. Zain Ali's going to bowl. Again, some issues here with run-ups. So he's going to come off a short run. This one ties up Musa. A leg by to get going. So yeah, the equation a lot easier after that first over. There's two players that know each other really well, again, from the European T10 competition. I'm just hurrying through to Musa. So this will be an interesting one. It's the Zain on Zain action with Zain Ali coming into Zain Nakvi. Both Zains, both very good all-rounders, both Italian-based cricketers. Slow ball from Zain Ali, and Zain Nakvi cuts him away. In fact, it will get through the fielder, and that'll be for Tobani down there. Well, it is a slippery early afternoon here in Stockholm. That's the last thing you need, really, when the first over had gone so badly. Zain Nakvi will take the 4 on the fielding error. You only get 2 outfielders in the power play, and it is basically a 2.5 over power play. Leg side for wide, so it's all unravelled. The first innings had a lot of twists and turns, really, and in the end it was, yeah, I'd say about even Stevens. I thought around about 160s as par. A lot of these players, playing in unfamiliar conditions. I think they'll get better as the week goes on. Will be called wide. So yeah, it's been an interesting morning so far. You just feel that first over could be the decisive blow in this contest. A beautiful cutaway this time in front of point. Nakvi started on a heater. Zain Ali, I mean, these conditions, though, he can't really dig in the feet to the surface with any certainty about the landing. I think it's showing. We've had more than a few rain-affected games over the last few years in European cricket, and one thing I've noticed, it does seem to favour the batters. I think it's harder to catch, harder to field the ground balls, and harder for the bowler to control the slippery ball. The batters, despite being a little bit uncomfortable probably getting wet, I think, yeah, more often than not, we've seen batters dominate these situations, and Nakvi certainly making the most of this abbreviated power play. So this was a change in the ICC regulations just under a year ago, that power plays are now calculated, they're rounded to the nearest ball, not the nearest over. So you'll have a situation here in the next over where the power play will end even though it's not the end of the over. So it's quite an unusual one. But I suppose it is fair. Oh, thick edge, that's going to fly away for 4. Musa, not necessarily convincing, but it's effective. All the momentum now with Stockholm City. Not a bad ball by Zain Ali. But it'll be another boundary. Next match is due to start in 25 minutes, depending on what happens here. Maybe a slight delay, I think, to the first ball. That match should be the Uppsala Tigers versus Stockholm United. The other Stockholm team will get a run for the first time. Looking forward to that. Slower ball this time from Zain Ali. Nice change up. See them really jumped on the start here. End of the second over, and it's 38 without loss. He's out here, Mr. Maximo. Once again, Tina Goff joins me in the commentary box.
Sun's trying to come out once again. Certainly shining on Stockholm City so far, as they're making light work of this reduced target as it stands. That equation now, 45 runs required.
Hey, in the break, I was doing what everyone does at work, and I was scrolling my social media, and I spotted some shots from Stump High. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
That was pretty cool. Some of those shots, and of course we are pretty excited to have Stump High on board here in the first ever Nordic Smash, and it's also the first time in this part of the world that they've ever used this stump camera technology, which you normally would only see in an international setup. So yeah, there's been some really good shots from that so far. I especially love the shudder of the stumps being hit. Do you remember when Stump Cam first came out in international cricket about 35 years ago now, 35, and they used to have a really hollow stump to fit the camera in, and there was 2 or 3 years where the stumps would just shatter. And they were, well, that's the end of Stump Camp for the night. Yeah, it's come a long way, and yeah, super big thank you to Stump High for jumping on board. Sun's out. Well, it's not getting any brighter for the fielding side though. It's up another boundary, and well, there are just a couple of balls left in this power play. Stockholm City have certainly made the most of it. Ashpreet comes on and goes to the boundary just as quickly.
Again, just the wrong line. If that wasn't dismissed off the middle of the bat of Nakvi, it probably would have been a wide, but he decides to cash in, and what's pretty much free runs. They're free flowing at the moment. Stockholm City, Musa Ahmed, we know how destructive he can be. He's happy to just watch from the non-striker's end so far.
Fraction short and pulled away, and it's a runaway bullet train. These innings at the moment, isn't it? Nakvi to 36, back-to-back boundaries. And I think that what has been communicated is this will be the last ball of the power play coming up. It seems that they've really been able to do some damage in Stockholm City.
And to be fair, even if it was out of the power play, a lot of these balls are finding those gaps anyway. Just not found the right line, have the Mavericks with their bowling, and when you're in a reduced overs game, you have no time at all to find your lines. Well, blink and you miss it. It's like Stockholm City are ramping to victory here, and well, that one's been absolutely smashed right on top of the nets for a big Maximo. Zain Nakvi, he's motoring along here. Stockholm City bring up their 50 with that 6.
I'd love to know the strategy for trying to get that cricket ball off the roof of the nets, because there's nobody in that part of the crowd. And brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership as well for Stockholm City. It looks like they're going to romp to victory, I suppose, because this is a shortened game. Not really that long enough to have too many twists and turns. It's hard to imagine there's any way back now for the Malmö Mavericks. Bowlers must be feeling like the pitch is twice as long at the moment. I just think that they don't feel particularly confident with their landing. I think that Nakvi, like a shark that smells blood in the water, he feels that he can be dominant here. Long on, long off, go back.
Nice
The end of the power play has arrived, but it seems a little bit too late for Malmö. Jared Wilson hasn't been out there too long, but I bet he's got a headache. Of course, each of these teams will play 5 matches. Each team plays once a day, 6 teams. It's 3 matches a day in this Nordic Smash. Hello to Dave, good to have you with us. And hello to Vivek. Seems like an Ashwin fan. Ashwin's behind the stumps for the Mavericks. This will get away, probably not to the boundary. In fact, So it'll just be a single, but not even a run of ball required at the moment. So, again, line not quite right there. She did pretty well. Ash wouldn't even get a finger on that. Otherwise, that was going away for 5 wides, and then it'll just be 2 wides. Where else could we put cameras? I've seen ref cam in the Football World Cup.
Yeah, they've tested that a bit recently.
Oh, geez. Well, that's some rank full toss, but it might bring a wicket. Fielder sets under it, and he's going to take it and back to his position just as quickly. It was high-ish, but I felt it dipped to the waist. Remember, it has to be above the waist to be a no ball. I don't know if they want to check this one out. I mean, it's actually higher in the replay than I thought. They're coming together to decide this is no ball. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when I see a pull shot off a full toss, I'm already thinking no ball. I think with the replay, I'm more convinced it's a no ball. I mean, look, I tend to give those to the batters. But I mean, they've got a decision to make. I think it's a no ball, but it's really up to the officials to decide. But we can see here, it looks numbers high to me. I think Zayn thinks it's a no ball. If we had the regulations we play under sometimes that's waist high or higher, it's definitely a no ball. I still think it's above the waist, but wait and see what the umpires say. It has been called. Yeah, and I think everyone had been thinking about that. So things not getting any better. It'll go down as a single in the end for Zayn Naqvi. And I suppose the only thing for the Mavericks here is at least the pain might be short. So it also means it's a free hit now, and Musa Ahmed will get to potentially cash it in. 26 required.
Just nothing has gone the way of the Mavericks in this bowling innings. The one time where they thought they might get a wicket, it was a nice pair of hands out in the deep. Not going to count. And to add insult to that one will be the free hit coming up. Zayn Naqvi's probably a bit annoyed that he's not facing the free hit himself. That would be one of my Tina law changes, by the way.
Oh, yeah? Well, you think that he who dealt it should
deal henceforth.
So how would you do that? Would you just swap them back?
Yeah, swap them back.
Really?
I know the scorers would hate it, but the run counts, so that would be a single. But Zayn Naqvi's risked his life.
Make free hits personal, is what you're saying.
If you're the one that's had the full bunger at your head, I feel like you should have the reward of the free hit, no?
Yeah. No, well, actually, it was a rule that got brought in right at the end of my career, and I faced 3 no balls, got singles off all 3. Keeps down a little bit, actually, on Naqvi. First one he's missed in a while. Will be the end of the over. So 58 without loss after 3, with 25 required off the last 5 overs of this game. At the moment, doesn't look like it'll go the distance.
No balls are very mysterious things. No balls, free hits. There's several, I feel like, psychological phenomena going on. So there's the no ball free hit amnesia, which as soon as there's a free hit called, the next ball's a wicket, everyone forgets and celebrates the wicket.
Yeah, true, yeah.
I
thought you meant that batters forget how to bat.
Well, that's the second bit, the free hit amnesia, which is, this is a free hit, so I'm going to absolutely smack it, and then you don't.
Yeah.
I think both of those, it's a psychological phenomenon, I think, a free hit.
You know, free hits were brought into 50-over cricket to liven things up a bit during the middle 2 hours, where everyone seemed happy to take one as a bat, and everyone seemed happy to give one as a fielding side. Wilson comes on, tries to hurry up Musa with the short one, but Musa is waiting on it. Maximal 6 runs. This could come quickly now. Musa, he certainly had no problems dealing with that one. Beautifully hooked away for 6. But I would actually argue that in 20-over cricket and 10-over cricket, maybe, especially in 10-over cricket, maybe it's not required, because batters are always going after the bowling. They don't need the extra incentive, but people seem to like it. I think batters love the feeling of being invincible. I'd go another phenomenon. I've seen a lot of run-outs on free hits, where sometimes I think batters will just feel like they should be scoring off it, so they will hit it straight to the field and run anyway. Yeah, like so I've seen that happen a few times as well. Anyway, Wilson batted well, looked set for a big score before he mistimed the ball of Shahriz Ahmed. Clever bit of bowling that led to his dismissal. See, Jared Wilson's just off a short run here. I think that will be something that bowlers will have to deal with, and I often say, you know, adapt or die as a cricketer. Well, that's maybe a bit extreme, but yeah, bowlers, I think they are going to have to explore bowling off a shorter run here. I think that the artificial surface is pretty short. It's something that we've seen in European cricket a fair bit over the years, where, you know, we don't really want to be calling games off just because the run-up's not quite there. You can't have a 20-metre run-up, but, you know, off 5, 6, 8 metres, maybe you can still produce. Wilson does produce here. That'll be the one for the over. It really took off. Pretty pacey stuff from the Maverick skipper.
I thought the right leg umpire had signalled a wide, but maybe overruled by his senior partner there.
Maybe it was too fast for the human eye to see. Oh, this next one is in towards the body and lifted away. And that's gone all the way as well. Maximo and 50 for Zain Naqvi. A 17-ball half-century is the first ever in Nordic Smash T20 history.
He's got there in some style as well. Jared Wilson, well, thought he might have gone for the full delivery, having pulled the bumper on the previous occasion, maybe just stuck in his hand a little, and Zain Naqvi not going to need a second invitation for that one, just pivots it away. It was 50 runs. While we were a few runs short of that 50 in the first innings, another Zain Ali almost got there. Zain Naqvi goes all the way with that Maximo. Now just 12 runs needed, and well, you wouldn't put it past Zain Naqvi doing it in a couple of hits. There's only one ball left in this over.
Yeah, true. Good on Jared for bowling himself here. As the captain, I would have been tempted to swerve, having to bring myself into the action, given the conditions and the state of the game. But right now, it's time to break out the sunscreen. We got sun, but we got rain at the same time. We used to call that a monkey's wedding.
Who's we? Australians?
Yeah, it was my
commentators.
Family. Yeah, monkey's wedding. Rain in the sunshine. Right now, it's Stockholm City that are potentially bathing in a glorious first-up victory, 71 without loss after 4. Just 12 runs required to polish off game 1.
It's been comprehensive in the end from Stockholm City. We were talking in that first innings about the batting firepower that they do possess, and well, as it stands, we'll only see 2 of them, and really only Zain Naqvi has shown us all that he can do. Musa Ahmed happy to play the supporting role here, 13 off 8, but if you look at some of the players still to come who we haven't seen yet, Samath Shetty, he's carded at 3, of course. The captain, Teja, he's carded at 4. And you've got the likes of Amitoj Singh, Shahriz Ahmed, all know how to swing the bat. So Stockholm City, of course, it's far too early to call any kind of favourites in this 6-team tournament, but they will be happy with their morning's work so far. Of course, every team only plays once every day.
Yeah.
So it's a good opportunity to get early points on the board.
Yeah, definitely. Zain Ali switches to the top end and digs his first one in. I suppose one thing you would say, you know you're not going to have any weak teams here. It's a little bit undisciplined with the throw, creating an overthrow there from the Mavericks. But yeah, it's going to be a week of fine margins, isn't it? The team is set up, or the competition's fundamentally set up so that it's even. So each team's got their stars and yeah, some of the best emerging talent in Europe to complement them. So I suppose margins matter as well when there's only 5 games. There's quite a high chance that net run rate comes into play. Musa just runs this down to short third. A bit of Disney on ice from Albert behind the stumps. But yeah, next game coming up, Uppsala Tigers versus Stockholm United. It's listed to start in about 12 minutes, but I feel like we might be running a little bit late, as you can understand. Looking forward to getting the 11s out for that as well. The other thing is, at the end of this over, regardless of whether they pass the target or not, we'll have an official game. Because it'll be the minimum 5 overs that constitutes a match. Zain Ali, they're pretty close to scoring the first 50 of the tournament, but Zain Akfi, that has done it. Right now, he's in jeopardy, ball's in the air, fielder comes in, can't quite get there. Good effort. The rain comes back again. It's going to be one of those stay tuned days, I think, for all the viewers. But let's know how you're enjoying the Nordic Smash so far. Well done to everyone to essentially get a second innings of this game on, although it hasn't been the full 20 overs. Good effort from Tobani out there. Musa, he's pretty happy to use the pace here. That'll run away for 4. So just 5 runs required now for Stockholm City to win the first ever Nordic Smash Clash.
Well, you will say, even though Stockholm City have made the most of this rain delay, probably on points they deserve the win here. Malmo Mavericks had their part to play in that opening innings, but they never really got on top of it. They never felt in control with the bat.
They ended up neutralising every threat, didn't they, in that first innings? So it looked like it might be a 200-plus score. I think right now both teams are pretty happy to pack up and head for the safety of the sauna at the hotel and spend the rest of the day there. Oh, and then check out the competition. I mean, obviously, broadcasting all around the world, but in particular, catch it on our YouTube channel, Nordic Smash T20. It's on fan code, TapMad, and Willow TV, depending on where you're watching around the world. 3 runs to win. That's hit pretty hard, but straight at long on, so the game will go further.
And the rain's getting harder as well. Well, so much so that the teams warming up for the next game are running for cover.
Well, that's 5 overs, and so I think Moose is pretty keen to get out of there. I think they're going to come off. So yeah, they were only 2 runs short of the target, but I don't think you need to necessarily be a PhD of mathematics to know that Stockholm City were well ahead on the Duckworth-Lewis. So that will be the end of match number 1, and it finishes fittingly in a downpour, and probably the heaviest rain we've had today. We're well protected and we're thankful for that. We will take a break. We'll be back shortly. Keep an eye on the screen. The next match between the Tigers and Stockholm United is coming up. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff. We'll see you when the sun comes back. It'll be time to play here on the opening day of this Nordic Smash T20.
for things to get sorted out. The next game is going to be played between Uppsala Tigers and Stockholm United. Right. So tune in for the next game as well.
We can arrange all of our kids in the band and everything.
Darshan, Darshan, you have been called. Shadab, the captains of both teams, Shadab and Darshan. Mohammed and Shadab. then if you are hungry and looking out for authentic Indian food, we have the kitchen to the left of the pavilion. We would like to thank our sponsors, AC Box, The Kitchen and Chai White for arranging refreshments.
फोन आपने दिए थे अभी गिवन फोन
All players are requested to go to their dugout.
Uppsala and Stockholm United can go to their dugout. Both teams have to go to their dugout right now. Uppsala United, Uppsala United, Uppsala Tigers, come on guys, everybody on the dugout. Stockholm United guys, please come outside, go to the dugout.
The next game is underway between Uppsala Tigers and Stockholm United. So Stockholm United has won the toss and have decided to field first. So the first innings, Uppsala Tigers will be batting. afterwards the conditions become better. Would like to extend a thanks to Fajaji from Boat Shilpa Indian Association. He has been quite cooperative in helping us with the logistics and arrangements here. Would like to extend a thanks to the entire crew of Nordic Smash. All players are requested to go to the dugout. Stockholm United and Uppsala Tigers. Stockholm United has won the toss and have elected to field first. नाम और नंबर बता दो जल्दी जल्दी Welcome to the first edition of Nordic match. All over the world, representing the respective teams. We have Sweden, Netherlands, India, Pakistan, Italy, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, United Kingdom, Scotland, Australia, quite international cricket tournament, all happening in
ska torka lint då. Glad att du har tältet.
Hello and welcome back. It's match number 2 and it's the Uppsala Tigers that have been sent in by Stockholm United, and it's going to be runs to start. Wide down the leg side, +1. Really sad to hear Mr. Maximo. Tina Goff with me once again. Now this game has been reduced because of that shower that swept us away, swept away match 1 after the minimum 5 overs. So this currently is a 15-over affair. So yeah, I suppose becomes a little bit more frenetic, and yeah, looking forward to seeing 2 new teams to the competition. Karambir Singh is going to be opening the batting along with his captain Mohammad Chaudhry for Uppsala Tigers. Ankit drops a little bit short. This is hit. Fielder comes around, tough one in these conditions. He's dropped it. He's actually dropped it 2 or 3 times. He did everything right there, and well, I think that's Zahid down there who made a good fist of that. Really tough conditions though. Gave himself an opportunity, but that's a big moment early in this contest.
It's a bit of a baptism of fire for both of these sides here. 15 overs, of course, but it's pretty slippy out there. Got whiplash from the amount of times we've been in, out, shaking it all about. But it does clear very quickly here as well, doesn't it? It was absolutely bucketing it down for a good half an hour, and well, not much to be seen of that now. Fingers crossed that was it for the weather.
Yeah, you'd hope so. I mean, the bowlers are having to take care. Most of them operating for reduced run. The seamers here. Oh, an uppercut this time. Do have deep third in place. Okay, so we got a 15-over contest, and that means we have a 4.5-over power play. Remember, it's 30% of the balls in the innings, and yeah, in 2026. The power plays are rounded to the closest ball. And welcome back to all of our viewers as well. Whether you're watching on Fan Code or on our other various platforms, TapMad Willow TV, of course, Nordic Smash T20 YouTube channel. Good to have you back, and you can join the live chat as well. So you can see here conditions not easy for either team. It's funny, I think most teams probably do want to bowl first just so they're chasing and they know what their target is, but I do actually think in these conditions the batters quite often are a bit more dominant, with the bowlers not able to control the slippery ball, with the fielders not able to grab the ball so easily. We already saw a chance go down, so maybe it's a good toss to lose for the Uppsala Tigers. Extra bounce here as the sun comes out finally. Like I said, it's been a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde day, but hopefully we have a clear run here for match 2.
You got to say well done to all the volunteers here, the ground staff as well. Been quick with the covers, doing what they can. Most of it is in the lap of the gods here. At least the wind sweeping through means it. The rain is going quickly with it. Well, quickly is the first over as well. 7 runs coming off it.
Yeah, so a mixed bag in that first over. So interesting to see if they want to go seam up again, or I think here the spinners sometimes just by virtue of having a limited run up sometimes have an advantage. I don't think any of the bowlers enjoy gripping the ball.
It looks like we'll be continuing with a bit of spin. At least a short run up from the other end as well.
Yeah, I think it'll be seam up here once again.
Up in the air, and there's a fielder out there, but he won't reach it. In fact, gives up the chase. That will be a boundary to start the second over. There's a little insight into the commentary tent there as well, which has been blown here, there, and everywhere in the last couple of hours. That was nicely played there by Mohammed Chowdhury. A bit too much width on offer there from Anuri.
Yeah, well put away though. Mentioned there's a little bit of variable bounce here that's caught some batters unawares. Yeah, well put away.
Of course, we haven't been blessed with the best weather today, so it's still not clear what a decent score after 20 overs will be. Of course, this game will just be the 15. This goes to a similar area this time. Readjustment in the field means that that one can be cut off there. Probably thinking about 160, 170 in a full 20 over game where you're not so impacted by the weather conditions. I suppose 15 overs, sometimes it's one of those where you're not quite sure whether to go from the start or whether to still play it a bit more like a T20 innings. That one gets good lift on it. It zips through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. Yeah. But I'd say still in every team we've got quite a lot of experienced European 10-over cricketers, and I think that might be a bit of an advantage that they hold.
That's crunched through the covers. There'll be no stopping that one. Well, in fact, there will be a stop in that one because the water stops it.
Wow. I mean, I took
looked away
for play. This was, I was almost going to call it Steve Waugh-esque 1989, but it's run into an unexpected contour in the Earth's surface and somehow has stopped. So I don't know how many they ran there. Is that 2?
Well, that puts any flat Earth theories to bed because that one definitely went up along the curve of the Earth. Both of us looked away, looked back as that one will run through for 4. I say that one with a bit more confidence. That one does go. You can see, though, the outfield is quite short. It was being cut this morning by the big mower as well. We just had so much rain in the last couple of hours. It has slowed up incredibly.
I still can't believe that didn't go for 4. That was one of the best shots I've ever seen off the back foot. But aren't the cricket gods funny? This one was just a genuine edge, really. It ends up finding its way to the deep third fence, and with the pace of the bowler, a bit of a wry smile there from Karen Beer saying, I don't think that was as good a shot, but it'll be a better result.
Well, the average of those 2 balls is probably fair, which is a 4 and a couple of runs. A good comeback there from Anuri. That one beats the outside edge.
Hasn't been a good performance from everyone here around the ground as well, just to try and get this ground as ready for play as possible. End of the second over, 18 without loss. And 2 new teams to the competition. It's the opening day. There's 3 matches every day, which means you'll get to see all 6 teams every day. And only the top 4 teams of the 6 will make the semis on Super Saturday of action.
Yeah, and it is just a classic semi-final format. So 6 teams, top 4 go through. First place plays 4th place, 2nd and 3rd match up before the big final on Saturday afternoon. So it's all a bit of a scrap to get those top 4 places. That one's dug in short and lifted away. And that will skip away for a 1 bounce 4. See a bit of the moisture on the lens there. We have had to contend with a lot of heavy rain this morning. But the only thing raining at the moment is boundaries. It's a great start here from the Tigers. It's Mohammed who finds the boundary once more. It's just sitting up nicely now, whereas it was maybe skipping through earlier in the day. Now, just sitting up for the batters. Remember, Stockholm United won the toss on this occasion, decided to bowl.
Just feel it could be another one of those frustrating innings that might not get the 15 overs in.
Bounces down the track, slaps it, not with too much conviction, but they will jog through for 2.
I think that was a bit of a wake-up call, that ball pulled up at deep cover point. You do need to run everything out here. You can't take anything for granted.
Well, it was something that the 2 teams in the first game actually did very well when they realised that the field was maybe not as quick as they would have hoped for. And they started running the singles hard, and you imagine this is going to be a similar game. And, well, something we were complimenting Stockholm City on, in particular in that first game, was the lack of extras. And we've already seen a few wayward deliveries from their Stockholm neighbours, Stockholm United. That one just drifting down leg side, going even further. Back to live. That one's just knocked away for a single through backward point. Yeah, hopefully the weather holds for the rest of the day. We do sit in a position here where we see the weather coming in, so we always have about a 2-minute warning before the next downpour. But now it looks okay, but we'll keep a close eye on it. The good news is the weather for the rest of the week does look significantly better. Crunched away. Fielder out there, just going to watch it sail over the rope for a boundary. It's 6 of the big ones as Uppsala Tigers continue their excellent start here. Partnership building nicely between Karen Beer and Mohammed. This time it's Karen who gets in on the boundary action. This is turning into quite an expensive over here from Ankit. A couple of wides, a couple of boundaries as well.
A bit of the soft lens of a romantic thriller, doesn't it, as well, with some of the moisture around. But,
I'm not sure about romantic, but thriller would certainly be good in this one.
It was like a dream sequence, you know, when the
it's very
kind of
Twin Peaks vibes,
yeah.
isn't it?
So that one maybe was a bit of a change of pace for Ankit, but yeah, did well to beat the bat. This one goes under the blade, I think, of Karanbir.
It's almost like the game is happening in heaven.
That's what I'm looking for. Playing on a cloud.
Well, the clouds are lifting here. Uppsala Tigers off to a solid start here again. It's a quick single taken. Good communication between Karanbir and Mohammed Chowdhury. Mohammed Chowdhury, of course, the captain of Uppsala Tigers. Didn't call correctly on the toss, so that's why his side were put into bat by Stockholm United. Uppsala Tigers, in fact, a team owned and managed by UK Bangla Tigers, so they have that Tiger connection. And that's what Mohammed Chowdhury is the CEO of UK Bangla Tigers, so put himself in as captain and, well, justifying it so far. 14 off 7, a solid start for these two. 33 off 3 overs as we go into the 4th. It will be Anurit Singh to continue. It'll just be a case here for the Stockholm United players of getting to grips with the conditions early on. It's not easy when there's been rain around to find your run-up. Also have your confidence to land on that front foot. You can see maybe that's why some of the bowlers bowling off a shorter run-up than they might be used to. The AstroTurf here in Stockholm is quite long, so it does allow you to have that run-up without having to go from the turf to the Astro, which always causes problems. I know it did for me. Again, there you see that infamous Stockholm lift. A few zip through, and this one got big. I know we're trying to rattle through this over. Remember, it is a reduced game. 15 overs per side as it stands. Let's hope that we don't have any more delays. And they just scamper through for a single, so Stockholm United trying to halt the momentum that Uppsala have gained in the first couple of overs. These two out there looking quite comfortable, Karanbir and Mohammed. Karanbir Singh, of course, is someone that fans of European cricket will be familiar with. Plays his cricket mainly over in Austria, played actually over 50 times for his country, over 2,000 runs.
Seems to get better and better as well.
Yeah.
Like a fine wine, Karanbir. He's the first guy ever to hit back-to-back hundreds in ECS cricket back in, I'm going to say, 2023. Change of pace, just misses the mark. Anurit trying something there. Can't be too easy to form those variations with a bit of a slippery ball. Yeah, but Karanbir is just an imposing kind of a top order batter. Likes to stamp his authority early. But yeah, I think if anything, the pitch, because it's had that moisture, it's a bit more variable than we saw earlier in the day. It'll be the end of the over. It didn't take off, and to be honest, Chowdhury a little bit lucky to survive into the 4th over. It's 37 without loss. 3 more balls in the power play. I still can't get used to that.
It's one of those laws where, well, you know, if I had a direct line to the lawmakers.
I don't mind it because I can understand that they're trying to be fair, but I also think that, you know, people think the power play is a big advantage for the batters, and it is, but also there are certain advantages to the bowling team of having the fielders up as well, and we've seen a lot of catches pop to fielders. So I think the net difference isn't as big as some people think, but I can understand that. For example, here, you know, it's about half an over difference. So whether you make it a 4-over power play or a 5-over power play can make a big difference. So split the difference. Here we go with the 5th over.
That one's cracked hard, and, well, there are two fielders there, pretty straight, but both of them watch it go straight through the middle of them. You can hear that crack of the bat. It's another boundary to the name of Karambir Singh, who, well, fun fact, so his high score for Austria, 128 not out. He actually holds the world record for the most runs in a calendar year in T20 Is.
Is that right?
Yeah. 1,488. I mean, I know associate nations, especially European nations, they probably play more games than, say, the big boys, but still, most people would dream of scoring 1,400 international runs, let alone in 1 year.
Yeah, I don't think I scored that many in my whole career. I think they were jealous of my batting because they typically didn't want me to bat. Well, I think it might have been because they
Haters
didn't want me to show up with so-called recognised batters. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if that's
my story,
if that's the story, we'll go along with it. Karambir. It's taken no time at all to settle into this new tournament. One miscued, but it will be a single as this partnership ticks towards the 50 mark. It's Sarul who's bowling this over for Stockholm United. Karambir Singh, I'm sure, will feature with the ball as well. Taking almost 40 international wickets. His best is 4 for 42, so he's a dual threat, Karambir. You can probably wicket keep as well, to be honest, if you threw him the gloves. There's a few adjustments in the field. I think they've probably realised that they're now out of the power play after those 4.3 overs. So they have now pushed back deep mid-wicket, along with long on, long off, and deep covers. One of the quirks of the game, and I mean, cricket is full of quirks, but the power play is now over. Sarul making use of his boundary riders. Just have someone out at deep square leg as well, so all 5 sitting on that rope, and it doesn't surprise me given that Karambir and Mohammad Chowdhury both going well here. And, well, you can have all 10 on the rope if you want. Nothing's going to stop that as that one goes for a big 6 into the rafters. You can see there's Jared from the previous game watching in the, as we call them, the bleachers. He'll, of course, be slightly disappointed that his side this morning started the tournament with a defeat. They were defeated by the Stockholm City side, also maybe defeated a little by the rain, but of course every team is playing every day, so they'll come back tomorrow. The men in red hoping to get a win on the board.
We're about on the Blues here. Weather's been giving us the lose so far. Karambir faces up.
Takes a little pace off that. Does Sarul. Finishes with the dot ball. That will be the end of the over as well. So 49 on the board, just one shy of that 50 opening partnership. Uppsala Tigers going along nicely here. 5 overs gone, so a third of the way through the innings. Remember, it's a reduced overs game, 15 overs aside. On that occasion, they decline the single as Zaid scampers around to do the fielding. Looks like we'll have a change of bowling here as well, as the run-up is being marked out there. Looks like it's Jakarta who will be bowling this 6th over, and, well, Stockholm United really need a wicket here. They need to break this opening partnership. Test one of those new batters coming out who, well, maybe will take a bit of time to get used to these conditions. Certainly Karambir and Mohammad Chowdhury have settled into their work here. You'd imagine the rate they're going, looking towards that 150. Projected score 147, but 150 plus is surely in their sights. This platform that they've set up so far. Left arm around from Jakarta, and surely they'll go for 2 here, and they do jog through. Stockholm United taking a little bit of pace off the ball here, trying to do anything to break this opening partnership. Uppsala Tigers do have a bit of power in their ranks as well. Interesting to see who they will use. Did post a very large squad, I think 18 players, 16 players allowed in their squad. They've got some firepower. Chad Potgieter, of course. Fans of European cricket will know him from Portugal. Got the likes of Arman Randawa, who was in the squad. Doesn't look like he's in the team on this occasion. They do have international experience to call upon as well. Aspreet Singh's in there. He's featured almost 30 times for Italy, so there is a lot of talent on show, a lot of European talent in this Nordic smash. And while that one's been not quite smashed off the middle of the bat, and there's a chance for a wicket, and the 50 partnership will not be reached on this occasion as it's 49 and out, and it's Karambir, big wicket to fall as he holds out. Uncharacteristic really from him. He doesn't quite get a hold of it. It's a comfortable catch on the long on boundary in the end. He falls for 28 off 19. Stockholm United do pick up their very first wicket of the tournament, and it's a big one as well, as the Uppsala Tigers opening partnership is finally broken.
Yeah, change of pace, change of luck, wasn't it? As Sarul was able to get the false shot. He did a lot right there, Karambir. I like the way he used his feet, kind of kept his shape, but 1 or 2 centimetres makes all the difference in cricket. It wasn't quite out of the sweet spot, and a pretty nice catch taken down there. So I think the 50 did come up just before the wicket. It'll be 51 for 1, and the new batter coming out is the Chad Potgieter. I'm looking forward to seeing if he can perform. He's a South African-based cricketer that qualifies for Portugal and was in great form in the European Cricket Series earlier. He actually scored a 9-ball 50, which is pretty fast.
Yep, well, he hits a hard ball, as they say. He's featured 9 times for Portugal now. High score 52
You don't
not
want to
out.
be known as hitting a soft ball.
No, soft balls, never good.
No, he comes out hard and ready to play. Left arm spinner comes back.
Well, it was a bit quicker there, the wicketkeeper side. It could have been one of those dreaded leg side stumpings. Chad just walked straight past that one. Don't think he was expecting it to zip past his leg stump. Watch this one again. Yeah, it's a strange one because Zaid is up to the stumps, but he's a good metre back from the actual base of the stumps. Missed opportunity on that occasion.
It's like a force field pushed him back. There is a bit of a technique thing to your footwork down leg side. It was a nice take nonetheless.
I mean, Chad's a big guy. Maybe he has his own centre of gravity that stops Zaid coming into it.
The centrifugal force. But yeah, getting down the leg side, it's important that you also, you always want to have the stumps within reach. That's pretty fundamental, but cause a lot of keepers trouble, those balls down the leg side.
Well, to be fair to him, it is quite an unpredictable bounce, as we've been saying. So you want to get low, stay low for that one that zips through equally. You don't want it flying over your head. On that occasion, just dabbed into the offside for a single. Chad gets himself back on strike. Good over so far from Shadab, including that all-important wicket, but he has just lost his line a touch, 2 wides this over so far. Just wants to get out of it now. 55 for 1. 1 ball left of the 6th. Textbook forward defensive there from Chad, who nicks the strike as well. So it is the end of the 6th, 56 for 1. Uppsala Tigers, solid start. Did just lose that first wicket. That promising opening partnership broken. Karambir Singh, dangerous player who Stockholm United will be happy to see the back of. Of course, as we were saying earlier, Uppsala Tigers do have a wealth of batting experience themselves. Got the likes of Hamid Mahmood as well, domestic player here in Sweden, who featured for Sweden in the last few days in the Viking Cup.
Yeah.
Which Sweden won in the end, kind of a bit of a turn up for the books, because Finland went unbeaten.
But it was a close game when they played earlier in the tournament, and Finland snuck across the line by 1 wicket in the end. So it was tight. In fact, in that Viking Cup, you ended up having the top 2 teams playing the final. The second team beat the first team. And then the bronze match, the previously winless Austria were able to get the win to get third. So yeah.
And it's T20 eyes as well, so every win matters.
Every game carries points and consequences.
Points mean prizes.
Anyway, here is Khalid Zahid, who is going to bowl. Now, because he's very experienced. The first one, a bit of an unlucky one. It's Yorker. It's jammed off the bottom of the bat. And that'll be 4. So Zahid, he's a guy we have seen playing for the Swedish national team. The Chad, well, right off Chad's big toe, and he'll take the runs. slight patter of rain comes across the Bochirka cricket ground once again.
Yeah, we always hear it before we can see it, but this time it does look like it's just sweeping through. Chad advances.
He's got a real, strenuous action in his delivery stride. He loads up, there's a lot of shoulder.
It's very Trebuchet-esque, isn't it?
It's a very good slow ball, though. Watch out for it.
Bowled well so far, despite that one going through for a 4. And well, Chad is somewhat riding his luck here, as that's the second of the over that races behind the wicketkeeper for 4 runs. I suppose he won't mind which way the runs come. It's like frustration here for Khalid Zahid, who's bowled 3 good deliveries so far. Has gone for 8 runs. Not much more he could have done about that one, apart from have a backstop in.
Yeah, well, both edges being used to find boundaries in this over, and I suppose the shorter the game gets, the more the luck factor comes into play. Khalid's had none of it so far.
He starts to get a bit heavier, and Chad keeps on using every single part of his bat that he paid for this time. Again off the edge, looks to get through for a second. In the end, sends Karanbir back. Was it Karanbir that got out in the end? I think maybe we just double check that. Karanbir then. Looks like it is
still out there.
Karanbir's out there, so it was.
Chaudhry is the man that had to go.
I suppose it's good news for Uppsala of the 2. Karanbir, of course, so many international runs.
The old James Bond about this. I mean, it's nice of the rain to drip around the centre of the men's at least. And again, well done to our production team. They've done a great job so far. Day 1 of this Nordic Smash, of course. It's a great job during the Viking Cup during the week as well.
Full toss, which Karanbir there misses out on that occasion. So it was Mohammad Chaudhry that fell just a few overs ago. That opening partnership worth 49 before the skipper had to depart. Karanbir Singh then still out there. We can use for Uppsala as we get to the end of the 7th. 66 for 1. Remember, this is a 15-over reduced game because of the rain, and well, the rain has come and gone once more, so it's again dry. A test of nerve and resolve for the umpires. They probably know the pitch more than most. Sticking out there when the rain does sweep in. Looks like it'll be Jakarti to bowl once more, bowling with his cap on as well. Maybe he doesn't want to get his hair wet. Left arm around. And it's certainly Karanbir on strike now. He's 30 off 21. Chad 11 off 7, 8 of which came off the edge of his bat, minimum. Chad, who of course proven himself to be destructive for Portugal. Not quite got going just yet, but the runs are on the board. 67 of them so far. Edging towards halfway through in this inning. So that projected score was a touch higher when those opening 2 batters were steaming along, but Stockholm have done well to drag it back. Chad looking to send that one back to Denmark. Doesn't quite get hold of it. And well, I suppose for him, it's also about just getting used to these conditions. Probably not used to this kind of Scandinavian summer. Again, puts his back into that, plus everything else, doesn't get anything on it. Still manages to burgle 2 runs, scampers through for the second. Well run between these two.
It wasn't a great chase, was it? And it must have been a little bit of bat on that. I didn't see it myself, but Chad's in an edging mood. But he's just loping after this ball, and I think I'll take the opportunity to say, yeah, even the Chad saying, I think I can get back for 2 and push the field up. Good running.
One's lofted up, and well, Chad's eyes lit up on that occasion. This first one, he's really hit at the meat of the bat, and it goes all the way for 6 runs. I think that's the one that the Portuguese international was waiting for. Been a couple of streaky shots so far from him, but he's not going to miss out on that one. Just tossed up there from Jakarti. He doesn't miss out on this occasion as the
Rain's
rain
in.
sweeps
I had
in
a
once more.
Bad feeling about this. There's 2 balls to go in the over. If this doesn't let up, I think we might see him come off.
I will say it's good that the umpires are in black rather than white, otherwise we might have a wet t-shirt competition going on.
I know since the... Well, that could be overthrows and... Well, only be one of them in the end. Oh, since the... That's why Test cricket doesn't survive this kind of an onslaught, since the wet t-shirt incident of 1984 created quite a fuss and big boost to the popularity of the game at the time, but...
Especially among the female audience.
Yeah, well, just saying. Well, yeah, last ball the over, and it's wet.
Could be the last ball before we might come off, and Chad also decides that it's probably a bad time to give away your wicket, so he lunges forward. Solid defensive.
Yeah, but...
77 for 1 off 8.
Is this one of those... Are you... I mean, unfortunately for me, I wasn't Steve Smith and didn't have 8 or 10 cricket bats, but this is one where I'd be looking to keep mine in the bag, my good one, and use anything else.
Yeah, use a bit of balsa wood.
Bats don't like this kind of weather. You see all sorts of strategies, hugging it to your body, putting it inside your shirt.
Yeah.
You got any... I mean, you've played in England a lot. Any wet batting strategies you'd like to share?
I think I'll go for the up the shirt method.
Controversial.
Oh, you got to keep it dry. It's also cold, that's the problem. I think a lot of these guys who are maybe playing in Southern Europe need to warm their fingers up in the field. It's wet and it's cold. I think it's a fair call for now for the umpires to stay out there.
Yeah.
This consistent rain, but if you look again at the clouds in the distance, you're hoping it kind of turns on and off as like a tap, which is exactly what's just happened.
You're hoping their bark is worse than their bite, to mix my metaphors. And Chad sent one out of here. That was a good strike. Now he's got something a bit different. Zahid, who's a slippery customer in slippery conditions.
Cut away with a plum there from Chad. Just too much width on offer. In fact, the fielder does the umpiring for the man in black. Puts his 2 arms up in the air, so 6 runs. So Chad, having edged a couple, is finding the middle of the bat here.
Fast hands here. It was a challenge kind of delivery. He's hoping to beat the bat. In the end, if there is bat on it, it's probably going to fly. And number 4 gets 4.
Well, it was signalled 4 by one of the fielders. The fielder closer to it signalled 6. That's been absolutely crunched straight down the ground, and Chad has taken a bit of time to warm up, but he looks like he's right in the mood now. Uppercut 6 followed by a violent 4 down the ground.
And these are handy runs, because who knows if this game's going to stay 15 overs or not. I mean, that's one. That might have been the best catch in the history of the game if that had stuck. I think you got to preserve your digits here, and you've got a long week ahead. You don't want to be, even if it is your left hand and it's mostly there for show. I think he made a smart decision to get out of the way of that one.
Khalid had about a split second to decide if he wants to live the rest of his life with 3 fingers on his left
As someone
hand.
that has several bent fingers that don't work properly,
Is it worth it?
yeah, depends. But probably not. Definitely not on day 1 of the tournament. The line between bravery and stupidity isn't always clearly delineated. We'll say that.
Yeah, and it's cut away. They do have a fielder out there on the deep. This is a good over so far for the Tigers. That's 6 and 4 coming off the bat of Chad.
I'll change pace there.
1 left of the 9th. The rain continues to fall. I'll say it's still bright enough. It will be the end of the over as they jog through for a single. So 91 on the board, the end of the 9th. Nice partnership building between these two. 33 apiece. Karambir been out there a while now, and well, he caused the early flurry of runs. Has taken a bit of a backseat as Chad has come in. He's a dangerous customer as well. Someone you want there and you want set towards the back end of the innings. All eyes on the umpires again, but I think we will carry on here. Again, it just eases off the rain.
Yeah, it's funny rain, isn't it? It's quite heavy, but then there's periods it stops for a second, and I don't think it's been heavy enough for long enough to pull them off. But all of this, don't forget, is also affecting the centre wicket area, and particularly the run-offs and the run-ups.
Looks like it will be spin then from the top end. I feel like we need to name the ends for our own sanity.
The thing is, they've both got a bit in common, don't they?
Yeah.
You got the nets end and you've got the
dugout end.
Yeah.
We'll try and be a bit more imaginative. That one's left alone.
I suppose I'm so used to us bowling from one end here. We've been here for ECS T10 cricket that
there's two ends.
For me, this is just the other end. The end that we don't normally have ECS cricket from.
The non-bowling end.
Yeah, the batting end.
That goes after it. There's an appeal from the wicketkeeper, a belated one from the bowler.
Yeah, he appealed 3 times to 2 different umpires, but he never got a yes. He wants some sort of review. So this will be interesting. The thing is, I don't think you can... Yeah, well, the thing is, there's nothing... I don't think he's hit it. And even if he did, there's no way that replay is going to show it, because there's no deflection. So I think they're going to... So you see this one here, I think he's missed it. But even if he hit it, I don't think it's the kind of thing you can overturn in the absence of a SNCO technology, or if you saw a clear deflection. There certainly was no clear deflection, and I think the Chad will survive. Good bowling though from Dasun.
I mean, the wicketkeeper also had the opportunity to stump him there, because Chad had his bat and head in the air. He was too busy appealing, was the wicketkeeper, to actually take the stumping, which would have been more conclusive. Yeah,
I don't know how quickly he could have taken the stumps, but yeah, I think I like the fact that they're looking to see if the technology can assist, but I think with a court behind decision and LBW decision, it's going to be pretty tough to it would have to be a pretty blatant error to be changed.
You could see the look on Chad's face. He was pretty convinced he didn't hit it. And this one, he did hit, and it will be taken on the 45. And well, got to say, Chad, he lived dangerously at the start, a couple of edges for 4. Then he suddenly found his mojo, and his mojo has been lost once more. This time he goes for the big swing, no doubt about the edge on that one. And it's taken by the fielder at 45. So Chad does have to depart for an entertaining innings. Disappointed though that he doesn't push on as Uppsala lose their second 91 for 2 halfway through the 10th.
Just got beaten by the angle again, didn't he? It's not really a lot of turn from Gunatilaka, but yeah, cricket's a funny game. You actually get penalised for getting closer to the ball. He missed one the ball before, it survives, but that time sticking outside edge balloons for a simple catch, and it's 91 for 2. New batter coming out is Owen Palmer, who will be doing the keeping as well for the Uppsala Tigers. And yeah, I mean, Owen's an interesting case as well. English-based player, and he'll be hoping that this leads to more opportunities for him in franchise cricket. I'm looking forward to seeing him with the gloves as well. Heard good things.
He's only 20 years old, from Kent, so it's a brilliant opportunity for him on the big stage against internationals. Show us what he can do. Tries to heave that one. Doesn't get hold of it. They might go for 2 here if they push on. That's exactly what they do. Comfortable 2 in the end. Well run. As it's Danushka bowling this over, who picks up a wicket on just his 3rd delivery in the competition. Big wicket as well. It's not too bad having your first wicket in the Nordic Smash, being an international player.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone's a big scalp here.
Slow ball. That sits up. Well, it might sit up and it might be a wicket. Should be taken and is. And what was in fact a pretty rank delivery was asking to be hit out the ground. Instead, it gets completely miscued up in the air. And it's 2 wickets in the over for Danushka. And Uppsala Tigers lose their 3rd, 94 for 3. And on this occasion, it was Karambir Singh, who has been a little starved of the strike in the last 4 or 5 overs. Remember, he opened with the skipper Mohammad Chowdhury. He now does have to depart for 35 off 25.
He will be absolutely kicking himself with that dismissal. I think his eyes lit up. I think he might have blinked twice while the ball was in flight because it was too short. He was asking for it. I actually think he just tried to hit it too hard. I think he really went for power, and that edge ballooned for a simple catch to the short fine leg fielder. So that's Ankit Rajput there. I think that takes the catch, and it'll be 94 for 3. And 10 overs down, so 94 for 3 off 10. 5 overs to go in this innings. The rain has eased off, almost come to a complete stop. So yeah, fingers crossed we can get through the 15 overs, 5 to go.
That was a brilliant over then for Stockholm United and Danushka in particular. 2 wickets coming off it, breaking that partnership and then getting the opening batter out as well. So 2 pretty fresh batters to the crease now.
Chakati, another spin attack here. New batter is Chintaka Rajapaksa. He's not facing at the moment. This is Owen Palmer on strike. But last time I was here, he basically won the trophy for Albies Army in 3 overs. I'll tell you more about that in a second.
And goes for big sweep, half-hearted appeal. No review used on this occasion.
Smart.
Is it 2 reviews per side? What's the
Depends how you're feeling.
vibes-based
Yeah.
reviews?
I love vibes-based reviews. So Rajapaksa came out in the midst of a bit of a batting collapse in the final for Albies Army against Hudinga in a huge game. It was basically to decide who was still in the line for the national championship, and they would end up playing the non-Stockholm winner for what seemed like a spot at the UCL at the time. And he came out and just bossed it for 3 overs, and he, after 3 or 4 quick wickets, was able to get them across the line with a brilliant 50. And a huge rivalry between those teams as well. The other thing that's quite funny to me, knowing Swedish cricket, and of course Swedish cricket, we haven't had a chance to talk about it in depth because it's been such an on and off kind of day, but around 70 teams, and there's some really huge rivalries in Swedish cricket. But the nature of this franchise setup is, so, friends become enemies, enemies become friends, frenemies, I don't know what they do. But yeah, fascinating to see different, well, that's the first, it's call the Guinness people, that's the most delays I've ever seen on one ball. I actually think he lost his run.
So I started dancing at the crease there. Oh, he's done it again.
Oof.
Well, I think Owen Palmer was saying, well, anything you can do, I can do better.
How can you train for this?
Don't see this in Kent. Third time lucky.
He's got the old round armour. So we've seen 3 to 6 variations in one delivery there from Shadab as the throw comes whistling in. Wide of the mark. It's come into fashion, the old round arm. I still think it's interesting because it's different, but I don't think it's particularly hard to play because it might not bounce as much, but you can see that from the delivery. I think it's just about trying to stay unpredictable as a bowler.
More conventional on that occasion. It's hit down the ground, and it will be 4 runs. Much needed for Owen Palmer, who looked like he was getting a little irritated there by Jakati's antics at the bowler's end.
The funny thing is, I think about 50% of his antics were planned, and I think he psyched himself out more than anything. This was a good shot because he knew that the long off was a little bit wide, and straight was safe. He's able to pick the gap between the 2 straight fielders and gets the result. Nice shot. End of the over. So it'll be 102 for 3 after 11. 4 overs to go.
And they'll be looking towards that 140. If these 2 can build a partnership. Attacker's only faced the 1 delivery so far. We'll continue with spin from the non-bowler's end. It'll be Kamran the ball. Fielder out there, should be taken and will be. So it's a short-lived cameo there for Chintaka, just his 2nd delivery, and he's out of here. Decent enough shot, just doesn't quite get the distance on it. long off, comfortably takes that one. So Uppsala do lose their 4th wicket, 90, well, it's 102 for 4 at the start of the 12th over. Just waiting for the scoreboard to catch up. It will be Shahriar Butt, the new batter for the Tigers.
Yeah, Sherry Butt is a Belgian international and very experienced player. Was playing last week. He seems to be everywhere as well. It's great to see franchise cricket popping up, and I think going forward, I'd love to see, at the moment there's I suppose, different people in different countries with different visions, but I think actually, to coin a phrase, they're probably stronger together with the franchise competition to try and layer them into, ideally a summer of franchise cricket in the not too distant future.
Some kind of network of European cricket.
Yeah, something like that. But no, all seriousness, I think it's great. Players love it. There's obviously an appetite for it. It can only be beneficial to their cricket, and then to have the non-European players sprinkled in is just a benefit for everyone as a whole. It's win-win.
It kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier, that it's great to have these domestic setups, but when you get to the very top, you end up playing the same players time and time again. So someone like Chad from Portugal will have never played or rarely played against Butt from Belgium or Jasprit Singh from Italy. This one goes up in the air, should just land safe, and does. Scamper through for 2. You bring the best of the best together in tournaments like this, and you have some excellent cricket on show.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the players really enjoy the social experience of playing with different players as well, and travelling and seeing different places. And, I can only see this growing and growing and growing.
Good over so far from Shadab. A handful of singles from it, and he will escape without conceding a boundary.
Hello to Wayne, who's popped in, just catching up on the chat. Of course, been pretty busy here, I'll tell you what. Nice shot by Owen down the ground. Has to settle for a single.
Spin has been used well here by Stockholm United as they go through for a quick single here, and quick 2 slides on his backside into the safety of the crease at the striker's end. That will be the end of the over, just catching up on the score, so we'll get that to you as soon as we can. I think it is now correct. 3 overs left.
Yeah, 108 for 4. A few people asking about, can someone clean the camera off? Well, that's not a job I think anyone's going to undertake in these conditions right now, because you have to climb the tower, which is a bit slippery at the moment.
I think the issue is that the water's got inside the camera as well.
That can happen.
It was so heavy that it's not just a case of the old wipe across the front.
There's a bit of the Bugs Bunny, that's all, folks, about this as well, or the James Bond lens, you might call it.
We'll have Bond walking across the screen, firing at us at any moment.
All right, 3 overs to go. Shouldn't run out of wickets here. They might as well give it the old kitchen sink. As first ball worked away any single. This is Ankit who is bowling.
Good line there from Ankit, just cramps up Owen for room. Big levers, so you don't want to hit into that hitting arc. That one's been struck away nice into the covers. It will slow up on this wet outfield, but they've been running well, these two. In fact, Owen's keen to push for the 3rd. Will just be a 2. Sherry, as we were saying, players here with a wealth of experience. He's played over 50 times for Belgium.
Different surface though as well. I mean, he's been playing on turf cricket last week, and so he has to go back. He has played a lot on artificial surfaces. He's certainly a very experienced player. He's also played in the Netherlands in the club setup there.
Good scoop, bit of innovation there from Owen. Doesn't pay off.
I don't mind the idea there. I mean, 3rd was up in the circle. Just need to get something on that runs away for an easy boundary. Certainly got the ball he wanted, didn't he? But yeah, unfortunately for Owen, he couldn't put it away.
This time he tries to advance down the pitch, and you see him just getting a touch impatient here. He knows he's got to put his foot on the gas here with Just over 2 overs left. He's going at a runner ball 12. Almost a runner ball.
Cami in the chat asking, why are they running on the pitch, the batters? Well, I think that's sometimes the safest place to run on artificial surfaces, especially when there's a bit of rain around, because it tends to be the edges of the pitch that are the most slippery. But yeah, it is important that they don't run into each other. That's true.
Well, we saw William Purchard in the first game. His knee went one way and the rest of his body went the other. Luckily, he escaped with any kind of injury, but I think you probably choose the better of the two evils, and running on the AstroTurf is probably better than setting off on the Astro and going across to the turf.
Typically, as the striker, you run on the side of the pitch that the bowler bowled the ball from, and then obviously you got the non-striker on the other side of the pitch. But then the problem is sometimes you can get really used to that being one way, and then if the bowler changes as the striker, you forget. Then you remember sometimes when there's a collision. But we've seen that even happen at the highest levels, sometimes with disastrous consequences. It was Mark Waugh and Matthew Elliott incident in the late 90s. Against the West Indies.
2 overs to go then, 112 for 4. Just slowed up a bit here, have the Uppsala Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, look, 120s I think is about par, which is where they might end up here.
They were on for something towards 150 with the start put on by skipper Mohammed Chowdhury and his opening partner. Of course, was Karambir Singh. He went on to get 30 odd. Both of them back in the hut now. And these two, well, they're pretty much going at a runner ball, which is why it has slowed up. Probably yet to see what a true par score is here, because we haven't had a full 20 over game to completion. This one is a 15 over 1. And well, Owen Palmer had given up the chase there. He was halfway down the pitch. Expected to look round to see his bails being dislodged, but it was a sloppy piece of keeping there from Zaid. Took his eyes off it.
There's a bit of seam there that took it to the keeper's left, but it's a classic case of misjudgment. It's one of those ones. I often say there's two types of stumping. They all fall into one of two categories. Stumpings you have to rush, and stumpings you don't. And the ones that you don't have to rush, like that, it's really just about taking the ball cleanly. He might have spent it before he got a little bit. But yeah, quick ball surprising the batter and the keeper there.
Fine Palmer decides to stay in the safety of his crease, just knocks it away. Good over so far from Danushka, who's put in an excellent shift so far. 3 wickets to his name, so 3 of the 4 have come off his bowling. He's given away just a handful of runs, 11 runs so far. This occasion, Owen has to content himself with just a single, and this time tries to slow it down. There's Danushka.
I mean, Danushka is such an experienced player. It's kind of indicative of what we're seeing. His guy has played 8 tests, 47 ODIs for Sri Lanka. He's been around the scene. He's now mid-30s and able to give back a little bit. I think he'll be an interesting one to watch with the bat as well. And probably wasn't a recognised batter at the full international level, but I think he can do some damage. 2 ODI hundreds to his name.
I'll say that was recognised enough.
Yeah, I mean, look, I used to open the batting, so that's handy, but you never know how they're going to use these resources at this level, but yeah, it's great to have him in the competition.
I suppose it's always difficult to judge as well if you're primarily a bowler, but you come to a competition where maybe it's a slightly lower standard to what you've previously faced. Do you then classify yourself as a batter?
Yeah, I mean, look, to me, he did play as a specialised batter. Last played for Sri Lanka in late 2022, so it's not that long ago. So he's one guy they might open with him, you would think. Again, we're still watching the squads come together and kind of, they'll have plan A and various other plans, depending on how they go, I think, early in the week.
More than handy with the ball so far, as that one, well, might pick him up another wicket, and I think that's been dropped. It was a bit of a misjudgment there in the deep. He thought the ball would basically just nestle in his hands, but it died on him last moment. Should have been taken. It would have been the 4th wicket to go to the name of Danushka. In the end, it's shelled there. You can see in the deep a rueful smile on the fielder's face. Probably wasn't a ball that deserved a wicket, in all honesty. Danushka, bit of a half tracker. He finishes nonetheless with mighty impressive figures of 3 for 18, and as we were saying, probably see him feature with the bat as well. Just the one over to come then in this reduced overs game, 121 for 4. The sun is trying to come out once more, so hopefully we'll get this full game in, or what remains of a full game, 15 overs. Sherry out there, 10 off 8. Owen Palmer, runner ball 15, so they haven't really put their foot down in the last couple of overs, but that's been because Stockholm United have tied them down with their tight bowling. That one, though, has been flicked away. Will it have the distance on it? Yes, it will, and then some. Finally then does find the rope. The experience of Sherry Butt as the rain starts to fall again, but...
Yeah, but it's sunny rain,
sunny
so this
rain.
is okay, this type of rain.
We'll take the sunny
confident.
rain.
Look, it's a really good bit of timing. I felt that Sherry was ticking and was probably due to get one in the middle. And it was timing more than anything, wasn't it? That's one of the longer boundaries to that whitish deep mid-wicket position. So again, just giving him some length to work with, Anna Reid. That was the mistake there. I think you've got to look to jam it up in the block hole now.
Hit away into the offside. It will land short as they scamper through for 2, and in the end it's well run. The throw that comes in is not very accurate.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing as well that's being tested here. I wouldn't say these are huge boundaries by professional T20 standards. Probably a bit bigger than the boundaries that we're used to in the T10 European competition, but yeah, got to fire those throws in. And it's fine to bounce it in, actually. It'll skid nicely off the surface and it won't take too much pace off the ball. But again, I mean, this one probably was always going to be 2, but I think some of the accuracy of the throws, say, hasn't quite been there. I suppose you can understand it with the conditions, but certainly something that the fielding coaches will be working on during the week. I'll have some chats about that, I'm sure.
Low full toss. Doesn't quite get given the treatment. It will land short of the fielders there, long on and long off. Well, I have to say the running's been pretty decent for the fielding being quite sloppy. They have been put under pressure by the batters who are always looking for that 2. Be able to see it on the screen behind that graphic.
That brings up the 30 partnership. Always good to know.
The lesser spotted 30. They do run through for 2.
133. They've got a nice little kick along in this last over, haven't they? 2 to come.
A bit hard. Into the covers. This time they will be happy to take just the 1. Owen will be on strike for the final ball of the innings.
Yeah, hopefully we don't have any mid-innings interruption like we did in game 1. Here's the last ball.
And it's the last laugh there for Anna Reid, who picks up a wicket. Textbook Yorker there as Owen Palmer falls on the final delivery. It's a final wicket there for Stockholm United. So 5 wickets down. There are the stumps on the floor. 134 for 5. Then the Uppsala Tigers finish on, which you'd say probably just about par. They maybe would have wanted a few more runs, having started off so quickly in the power play, but then Stockholm United pulled it back in the middle overs.
I think just needed to dial that Yorker in a little bit earlier in the over. I think back to basics. I think you don't necessarily want to bowl that challenge slot kind of length in that last over. Got the result off the last ball. So they will finish 134 for 5 off the 15 overs, and the target will be 135 as it stands. Looking at the scorecard, we'll currently be seeing top scorers with 35 off 26 opening the batting, and the Chad Potkita with 33 off 19, also a handy contribution. Sherry Butt kicked late for 23 not out. Captain Chowdhury opened for 18 earlier in the innings. Bowling wise, well, I think that Dasan, he bowled really, really well. Gunatilaka, the former Sri Lankan international, 3 for 18 off his 3 overs. Wickets also for Anurit Singh and Shadab Jakarti, the left-arm spinner. We will take a break and we'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. The target will be 135 in 15 overs. Pray for it to stay dry, and hopefully this does stay a 15-over game. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Max Smoke with Tina Goff, and we'll see you after the half-time break here. You're watching match 2 in Sweden of the Nordic Smash T20.
se om det går. Ja, det är gött. Det är ju paus. Väldigt mycket paus.
En av lagledarna från det laget kommer förbi och bara upper lens, not good. Vi bara, nej, vi vet. Det är lugnt. Det är inte om ni bestämmer.
400 000 andra i vinden.
Hello and welcome back as we get ready for the second innings here in this 15-over clash. It's match number 2 in the Nordic Smash. And although it is a T20 competition, this one has been reduced to 15 overs thanks to, well, no thanks to, the rain which delayed the start of this contest. Uppsala Tigers in their first hit out of the competition, 134 for 5 off 15 overs. Good news is it's brightened up a fair bit in the break, so Stockholm United should get the full 15 overs, weather permitting, chasing 135 for victory, and that is exactly a figure of 9 and over required. Getting ready for a start. It's going to be Jaspreet Singh to open up, and for Stockholm United, they want to make the most of the power play, which is 4.5 overs with just 2 outfielders allowed. So yeah, it's been an unpredictable day weather-wise here in Stockholm. An historic day as well, with the 6-team franchise competition Nordic Smash getting underway, and we do get to see all 6 teams every day. Just a few running repairs around the ground and to get ready for the start of the chase. And it's Cameron that's out there, the left-hander. First one, a bit like the first ball of the first innings, gets away for a wide, plus they're able to scramble a run. Back for more fun is my commentary partner, Tina Goff, with me, winning sounding Mr. Maximo. Jasperic's numbers there. Economy about 8 and over. Seems about the going rate, I think, in this competition. But Tina, welcome back. And I think a very interesting and probably evenly poised match at the halfway break.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that have to get off to a good start here. Stockholm United in their run chase. Kind of saw that, albeit in different circumstances, in that first game where Stockholm City absolutely came flying out the traps. It was as well in a rain-reduced game, but Nakvi really took the chase to Malmo Mavericks. On that occasion, they only needed 80-odd because of the rain. Here, it's 133 now needed. And again, it's one of those chases where you've got enough time, but if you have a couple of low overs and suddenly you're behind the rate, they want to start positively as that one bounces straight into the hands of mid-off, and well, it's a direct hit, flashes in, and the umpire's finger has been raised. We'll have a look at that one on the replay because I think it was quite tight. The umpire certainly confidently raised his finger of doom. He is also calling for the review, so we'll take a look at this on the replay.
Yeah, I mean, direct hits normally, if you think they are, they are. That certainly was the umpire's instinct, so I think it would be extraordinary if the technology was to show us something else. Have a look at it here, and this is the far end. Yeah, I mean, we'll have a look, but this one again, because we're trying to see when the ball hits the wickets where he is, but again, we might not get a better look than this. So I don't think there'd be anything to suggest that he has made it. And,
I think at that point you have to go with the umpire's call, and he certainly put his finger up very confidently. Don't know if he was swayed by the fact it was that direct hit.
Yeah, again, it's going to be one of those situations again where they just have to stick with the umpire's call, when they're not going to get anything that is going to conclusively prove the umpire wrong. So that's a very good piece of fielding that will create the first wicket and an early strike for Uppsala Tigers. Actually, listen.
This might be the angle then if we can pick this up.
Yeah, he's just out. That's a very good decision. He's just out. And now where he's going to have to go. Very good decision live. I think in the end the picture shows how tight it was. But the umpire gets it spot on. So always has to tell his story walking.
It will be the first wicket to fall thanks to an outstanding piece of fielding there. Mid-off, pick up and throw. It was actually a very favourable bounce into his hands. It's one of those where he went across to field it, was expecting to kind of take the ball off the pitch, but in the end it bumped up into his hands at about waist height, and he was able to throw it in directly. Brilliant piece of fielding, and the first wicket falls. Stockholm United 2 for 1. Unfortunate, I guess, for those opening batters. There wasn't too much they did wrong. It was just a lucky bounce into the hands of mid-off and a direct hit, which was, as we saw on that replay, great footage as well, just a matter of centimetres.
Not easy conditions to field either.
No.
There was a clean pick up and throw. I suppose he did have 3 stumps to aim at, didn't he? Yeah, so well done. Well, the officials, they're getting that spot on, but well done the on-field umpire. I know this isn't going for 4, judging by earlier when the ball was hitting that part of the field. That was absolutely smashed along the turf. It didn't quite go. This one will win 2 runs. So was the Chad. Chases that one down.
So it's the wicketkeeper, Zabi Zahid, who has joined Danushka out in the middle. Danushka, of course, was the star with the ball in the first innings. Picked up 3 wickets. Could have been actually a lot more. And he's got a chase on his hands now, the left-handed Sri Lankan international. So that one whistles past his shoulders.
We thought we'd see him opening. He's a guy with international centuries to his name, and could be a real explosive package. No ball called there. So no ball. Must have been an overstepping, or judging by the looking down at the front line, I guess it was a front foot no ball. There's Owen Palmer just getting his eye in.
It was a nice piece of carry there through to Palmer. There was nothing wrong with the height on the delivery, so
No, it had to be a front footer. Well, anything I could think it might have been is too many outside the circle. I doubt it. So free hit here. Kunadilika swings away to the leg side. Doesn't quite get all of it. Wasn't particularly interested in running the first one hard. It probably cost him a run in the end.
Something they've got to do here, Stockholm United, all three teams that have batted so far today, really push that first one hard. And well, pretty much, unless the ball's already in the fielder's hands, you can always get that second run. You can see here, though, on this occasion, slightly lackluster running there from Cameron. Flies through again, and Owen Palmer misses out on that occasion. Finishes with a dot ball, could have been a wicket. It's an eventful over nonetheless. As Uppsala Tigers try to wrestle the momentum here. That one would have been a spectacular grab really from Owen Palmer. Didn't have much time to react at all. Stuck out his right glove. One of those where it either sticks or it doesn't on this occasion. Luckily for Stockholm United it didn't. But could have been 2 wickets in the over. Ends up being 1, but still an excellent start for the Tigers. 6 for 1. Stockholm United then needing 129 runs in the remaining 14 overs. Imagine here for United, Danushka is the key wicket. He's the key man if they want to chase down these runs. He needs to be there to lead the chase. To the second over we go then. It will be a bit of spin by the looks of it to the left-handed Kamran on strike. The bowling will be done by Lamar Momand here. As the wind just picks up, which is often a precursor to a bit of rain here, but it's dry for now. Let's keep our fingers crossed. In fact, it will be a bit of seam, and it will be a wicket straight up. Left arm over, left arm straight into the stumps, and Lamar, well, first ever ball on the Nordic smash, and he picks up a wicket. It's an important one as well, as it's the second wicket to fall for Stockholm United. They look in trouble here, 6 for 2.
Yeah, it's his home ground, Lamar Momand. He's left arm fast medium and can move the ball. He's got a slippery bouncer. That one actually goes bat to body and then back onto the stumps. That's a really, really handy bit of bowling to get a very good player. So that'll be the first one for the series, and he'll be hoping it's not the last. It's 6 for 2. So yeah, this is what this tournament's all about, giving opportunities to young players that have excelled at the domestic level. Momand's a guy. It's funny, last time we were here for the European Cricket Series about 12 months ago, seemed to be struggling a little bit for control, and there's a fine line between unpredictability and lack of control, I suppose, in short form cricket, and he was even sometimes struggling to make the 11 in his club side, but at his best, he's a proven performer, even at international level for the Swedish national team, and he gets the result first up.
This is just the start that the Tigers would have wanted, posting probably around an average score, but knowing that the game could almost be won and lost, especially a shortened over game in this power play. And they've done everything possible here. It's only just been the 7 balls bowled so far in this run chase. 6 for 2. Stockholm United needs someone here to step up and be a hero, and well, Danushka, all eyes were on him to be that. He did it with the ball, wasn't able to do it with the bat, as he departs, having not really troubled the scorers apart from troubling them with wearing a different jumper with a different number on. Will now be 2 right-handers at the crease, as the new batter here is Sarul. Lamar then coming in again, left arm over. That one's lifted in the air. It's going to be safe because all the fielders on the offside are inside the ring. Safe enough shot as Chad races away after it and they scamper through for 2.
Yeah, it's a pretty good shot actually for a start. Just trusting, hitting through the line. I think with Moman, he's quite unpredictable in that some will swing, some won't. Hard to tell between the two until it's probably too close to change a shot. That one didn't really move in the air.
That one's a much better shot on this occasion. Well, we're not sure in that area if it's always going to go for a 4, but that one did skip away off the surface, and the first one was mistimed. That one was straight off the middle of the bat. There's a bit too much width on offer there from Lamar. Sarrell says thank you very much. Carves it away for 4 runs.
Really nice shot. Again, aerial, wasn't it? Bounces off the Inca Pyramid. Just imagining that on Sunday, or on Saturday, I should say. Hopefully sunshine and jam-packed with cricket lovers, of course, when we get to the weekend.
Literally full to the rafters. That's what the hope is. Got one of the camera crew on there for now, getting a good vantage point. Straightens up on this occasion, Lamar. Remember, 15 overs in this slightly delayed and definitely reduced game. Had a bit of rain around all day if you're just joining us. Dry for now. That one is absolutely smashed over the covers and pings into the net. There's some players warming up for the next game. They've had a ball come in to try and join the session. That was right off the meat of the bat. First one was a warm-up. Second one was the what is their first act, and that was the crowning glory of that occasion.
And look, one thing I will say is they've still got plenty of time. Those 2 wickets going down, the first handful of balls really. So they're just hoping for a partnership. You shouldn't run out of wickets in a 15-over game. You might, but you shouldn't. He certainly has started brightly, Sarrell.
Mark coming in for his final delivery of the over, and well, gets lucky on that occasion. Sarrell will be a dot ball. So he started with a wicket, finishes with a dot ball. A couple of boundaries in between for Momand. As he will say, importantly, he picked up a wicket. Ockham United 18 for 2 off 2 overs, so 117 runs required to get their tournament up and running with a win. Remember, this is the second of 3 games coming your way today. The final game of today sees Västerås United against Gothenburg Phoenix. So by the end of the day, we'll have seen all 6 teams in action, which will in fact be the case every single day. No rest days for any of these sides. They just play 1 T20 each every single day between now and Friday before semi-finals and the big final on Saturday. Into the 3rd over then will be Jaspreet Singh to continue. Went for just the 6 in his first over. Big divers put in on the rope there. I think the ball won in the end, despite the efforts there of Anas Sahid. Has that been signalled? Yeah, it did go for 4. Has been written as 4 in the scorebook.
Nice shot, and
yeah,
getting through even with a slightly longer boundary, unintentionally. Still goes the journey, despite the best efforts of Anas Sahid.
He was unlucky there because he got his hand to it, and I think it deflected off his own body. The umpire's just coming together. I don't know if they just wanted to check.
Check the ball, maybe?
The ball or the boundary? I think they're trying to go on the trust of the player.
I mean, all I can think is that maybe he didn't realise it was 4, but we did.
4 is written in the book. Or it shall be. As Zabi Zahid knocks that one for, well, I would say just a single, but in fact he's been given the hurry up by Sarrell at the other end. Owen Palmer, the wicket keeper for Uppsala, just slightly frustrated with the lack of urgency in the field there, which allows Ockham United to scamper through for 2 here. You can see really to start off with, looked like they would just go for the 1. In the end though, it was the fielding coming in off the boundary that allowed them to come through for 2.
I've got a Zabi Saeed story for you as well.
Tell me.
In the European Cricket Series, he was playing for Nashka, and he generally liked to be number 10, but his brother took number 10. So rather than have another number, he made his number a lion, like a lion's head. They weren't the lions. He made his number a lion, huge lion on his back. So in all of our sheets and everything, you had all the numbers, and I just remember him, who just lion.
You have to pay the printer extra for that.
I don't know, but he just said, well, at least this way there won't be any confusion about whose shirt's whose.
I mean, you could have just taken another number, but okay. That one.
Yeah, he's wearing 0 lately, I've noticed, which is, you know, if you had to pick a digit that looked the most like a lion's head, it's probably 0.
This is a lion's head drawn by a 3-year-old.
You can still draw the ears on and the mane. He's a good all-rounder. So he's a heat. Doesn't quite deal with the bounce there from Jasprit.
This time slightly fuller, and it gets given the treatment. 1 bounce away for 4 runs. Remember, still in the power play here. Stockholm United trying to make use of that with the fielders inside the ring. You imagine as soon as that power play is lifted, Uppsala are going to defend that boundary with their lives, like tournament points depended on it.
Yeah, every team wants to get the jump, don't they? I'm a little bit nervous, although we don't have any rain at the moment, but we've, from our position to the right of screen as you watch it right there, we see what's coming, and it could be another downpour potentially, if those clouds are anything to go by, but hopefully not yet. Just break to finish the 3rd.
Takes a touch of pace off it. Owen Palmer slips in that slightly muddy area, which of course has had the wicket keepers trampling all over it and the bowlers. We do get to the end of the over, 3 down, 28 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets.
Looking for a run there. Maybe there was one, but they decided it wasn't worth the risk, as Owen Palmer was pretty quickly trying to make the ground. So yeah, I mean, they are back on the rate, aren't they? 9 and over was the asking rate at the start of the innings, and that's what they're going at essentially after 3 overs. Zabi Zahid knows this ground very, very well. Hoping to make a bit of an impression here, given a fair bit of responsibility in the number 4 position, or number 3 position actually.
I suppose if you know the ground well here as well, you just take one look over your shoulder and realise that maybe there's a bit of weather coming in, and if they can just get ahead of that DLS as well, just want to always stay ahead of it, because well, what I've learned in my 5 hours at this ground so far is that the rain comes and it comes quickly.
Yeah, you're not wrong there.
A few adjustments then in the field. 28 for 2. Well, the next game is due to start at 4 p.m. local time, so in just over an hour. So we're trying to run quite a tight ship here despite the rain.
Overs, 48 minutes. And that should give us 15 minutes to line up for the next game.
Leisurely.
Yeah.
It's always the way, isn't it? First day, just got to settle in, find our rhythm.
We've done many, many tournaments together, and obviously it's something I've done full time for the last 5 or 6 years. And day one of any new venture or new tournament is always going to throw up a few curveballs, and I think they've been dealt with pretty well so far. But it's just one of those things that I think tomorrow you'll see things running a bit more efficiently, let's say. Anyway, he's over number 4. It's a good start from Paksha, who beats the bat. Maybe a little bit of a way seam there on Surrell. So started well.
A little bit of drift towards the end. You can see the way Owen Palmer has to take a sidestep to his right to stop that one as the pitter-patter of rain comes back. So that one's knocked in the air. Chance for a catch, or is it a chance for a 6? It has gone all the way. There was a fielder out there. Well, I thought there was a fielder out there. It was, in fact, 2 spectators, and both spectators plus a third there say it was a 6. I was wondering why the fielder was so lackluster in his efforts, but it was, in fact, just some fans patrolling the rope.
No, and the fans helping out the umpire with signal there. Nice shot. Launches this one. And It just carries the rope. Don't have the triangle, the Toblerone. Are they giving us money? Do we just call it the triangle?
The foam cushion. Well, this isn't an action replay. It's the same shot again. This time the chase is on and it won't go all the way. Jaspreet Singh is able to cut that one off. They run just the two, and I think Jaspreet Singh is told to stay right where you are because it's landed there twice. The 30 partnership is up.
Raise the bat.
Just 40 deliveries, so they're going at a good rate here. Stockholm United.
It's the 30 partnership being noteworthy is something that you probably would suit the first test, England versus New Zealand.
Come on.
Can I just say,
no.
In my totally unrelated, in my backyard cricket as a kid,
okay.
It was very tough to make runs. So there was a rule that you must raise your bat after scoring your quarter century 25. I'd like to see it brought in.
I'm going to say it's very under 12s quick cricket vibes. This one comes our way, and Vinny puts in a good pat of the ball to protect the equipment. It's the first one that we've had come say hello in the 10, and there he is, Mr. Maximo. Don't put your back out. On camera, smile for the camera as that one was fielded admirably there. We've got about 6 or 7 screens here that need protection. And, well, what would you call that? A forward pat?
Yeah, well, look, we might be on a different channel, but it is important that rule 1 is respected, and that was heading straight for the equipment. Rule one is protect the equipment, if you're not familiar with our work, and I passed the test. Yeah, having to hop it on, to field it on one hop, but that would have been one less laptop available to me.
Vinny is the epitome of sporting excellence there, up and down, doing the fielding. I mean, the good thing here, sitting in this position, is that it's coming straight down the barrel.
The good news there was it wasn't so high that we lost it.
Yeah.
So we could always see it.
One's carved away, calls of catching, well, almost a one-hander there from Karambir Singh. He does manage to cut it off just before the rope. You can see there the rope is quite difficult to see. They scamper through for 2.
The thing there is Karambir, he didn't feel confident getting off his feet, did he?
No.
So he ended up kind of going one hand. These are the kinds of things that at the next level you'd expect everyone on the field to be getting off their feet and trying to dive at that. I know it's not easy. I mean, dives you have to plan kind of 2 or 3 steps out. Anyway, into the over, it's 43 for 4. 43 for 2 after 4.
Partnership ticking along nicely. The 30 has been reached, and they need to keep on going here. 92.
Yeah, so there was a rule in my backyard cricket with my brothers and my friends when I was little that at 25 you raised your bat. We used a sawn-off hockey stick actually, so it was because the bat would be too easy. And each bowler / fielder, or each of the fielding team, by the rules, had to clap a minimum of 3 times. Of course, without a crowd, it's pretty. You had to acknowledge, and they had to clap a minimum of 3 times. Minimum. It's hard to get a 4th clap out of them. We also had some obscure rules, such as if you dropped the bat, even accidentally at any time, that was a form of dismissal. It was a good way to get someone out that it was cruising. Yeah, so even if you dropped it accidentally, that was a mode of dismissal. Oh, that's trouble with the capital T. That's going to be a no ball and 6. It's the first 7 up. Maximo, and the 50 comes up in auspicious circumstances for Stockholm United, who now get the jump in this chase.
Just need 1 over here for Stockholm United. 1 big over, and you'd say they're very much ahead of this. And well, Anas, it's a good shot.
It's the last thing you expect.
New bowler, you probably don't know what to expect, especially if you're Sarul Kanwar, who takes that one almost literally on the chin, but deposits it into the parallel pitch where I think that's Vasteras United warming up for the final game, and they're almost a fielder down before a ball's even been bowled. Free hit then coming up. It's a low full toss. Won't quite have the full distance on it. Can they cut it off? There's air. And, well, the slide is put in. Slip and slide there from Sherry Butt. Scamper through for 2, so an expensive opening ball there from Anas Zahid. Yeah, just not quite found his length.
Be happy next one to go for a boundary off the freebie. Maybe a few nerves there for the youngster, but still can't redeem himself.
taking his time to compose himself at the top of the mark here. And well, doesn't help too much as that one's carved away once more. This time at least the line and length was better. But certainly Stockholm United looking to attack here, and well, the 30 partnership is something, a 50 partnership is certainly worth celebrating, especially given the fact it was 6 for 2 when these two came together at the crease. They've moved their side long nicely, 56 for 2 now, with Sarul doing the majority of the damage, 37 off just 13 deliveries from him.
Yeah, looking forward to that last clash of the day. It should be a pretty good one. Västerås United and the Gothenburg Phoenix, or Edinburgh Phoenix. Right now, it's the one-man show. Then it's Sarul who launches into another drive all the way over Karma Maximal. Stockholm United, we're hoping that the Stockholm teams go back to back, and right now in the box seat.
This is the exact kind of over that Stockholm United needed, just to push their chase forward. It wasn't the worst delivery in the world from Anas Zahid, probably just guilty of being in the slot, and that's not where you want to be against a batter with the power of Sarul Kanwar. He moves to 43 after 14 deliveries, looking to be just the second half century of the day so far. We've had 2 innings go into the 40s, and looking to power his side, their first win, their very first game here on the Nordic Smash. Getting a little dark here again. If we had floodlights, they'd certainly be put on. Certainly Stockholm United will be happy, because if it gets to 3 balls, they'll certainly be ahead of the run rate. Nicely played. Goes forward, pushes it, gets a single, and Jerry Butt takes a tumble. Apart from putting his legs together, there was not too much else he could do about that one. One more ball coming, and that's a nice piece of invention there from Sarul, who ramps it. Don't think it'll have the distance. In fact, it will just caress the rope, so it will be a 4 to end the 5th over. It's all going Stockholm United's way at the moment, as the DJ's woken up from his siesta, and it's 68 for 2 after 5.
Feature of famine on the tunes, isn't it, as well? When it's been on, it's been loud. Oh, I just love watching new things be born, and I've really enjoyed our day here in Stockholm. First ever Nordic Smash T20, hopefully the first of many editions. But right now, I think Stockholm United are enjoying it a little bit more than the Uppsala Tigers. They've been tamed here in the first 5 overs, 68 for 2. And of course, during that over, we saw the end of the power play halfway through the over. So Hamid Mahmood might be bowling now. And yeah, it's partnership blossoming, particularly with the work of Sarul, who's moved to 48 off just 16 balls, striking at 300. Quick hello to everyone who's watching this in the chat as well. Great to have you with us. I know we've got people watching from all around the world. 5 overs does mean we're going to get a result in this game, as we'll get the spin of Mahmood. There's Owen Palmer.
Hamid Mahmood is, of course, someone we saw in the Viking Cup the last couple of days. Played for Sweden on Friday. Got 17 wickets for Sweden. Played in 20 T20Is, so plenty of experience in Sweden and internationally for his country. As the rain starts to, well, the rain stops, the wind starts. All manner of weather going on here in Stockholm, as that one, well, a bit of a rank full toss, gets away with it though.
Maybe waist high, maybe not above the waist. Won't be a ball he'll be hanging on the mantelpiece.
A better delivery. Just ease forward for a single, and Stockholm United they've almost got this run chase down to a runner ball. They're happy to just knock it around for now. The conditions aren't exactly easy for the fielding side. See there, Hamid Mahmood having to dry the ball every time it rolls along that turf. The fielder out there, so it should just be cut off for a 1. They're looking for a 2, but it will just be the single. But really, Uppsala Tigers can't let this game drift away from them. They need to get a breakthrough from somewhere. Ideally, they need to get out Sarul Kanwa, who's moved to just 1 shy of his half century, 49 off just 17 deliveries. Zabi Said happy to support him.
Just can't take a trick at the moment. Jasprit Singh fielding that ball. Quite like his choice of number. Jasprit, number 93. Can you think of any other Jasprits that wear number 93 in world cricket?
You can guess.
If you guess Jasprit Bumrah, you are right.
Points for me. I mean, test numbers, they came in originally, wasn't it for a special occasion? Was it for some kind of charity game, or was it for the Red for Ruth Foundation where they brought in the red numbers?
Well, it was the Ashes in 2019, I think, when they were first brought in, just as standard. And a good 25 years after they were first brought in for one-day internationals. So just going down the leg side with the arm of Hamid. These two would know each other really well from the domestic game here. That'll be the end of the 6th over, 72 for 2. It's hard to imagine cricket without numbers now. It's become such a part of the game that when the fans like it, I think spectators like it. No one hits him in line, but I think it's going down the leg side. A real hint of turn there from Hamid. So quite interesting that test match cricket, being the traditional form of the game, it was a bit slow to adopt it. And I think there'll still be some people that kind of like the simplicity of everyone basically wearing the same outfit. But try explain that to a non-cricket person, that you've got both teams wearing the same colour.
Yeah.
In test match, they'll say, well,
with no numbers.
With no numbers. But I think it's nice. You can pick out the players from further away. And sometimes there's some stories behind the numbers chosen as well.
Route 66.
Yeah, Route 66 is a good one. But even, of course, I think the cap numbers, or the number in which you debuted for your country, is also a really significant one. There's a great story. I'm going to try and work out who it was. An Australian cricketer. Oh, ramp clock, as this one will go to the fine leg boundary. Beautifully executed. As Sarul's brought up his 50 in style, and he's not finished yet.
An excellent innings so far from the Stockholm United man. Shown power and shows a bit of elegance here as well. Gets nice and low, readjusts at the last moment because it's maybe just a touch fuller than he would have wanted. He gets hold of all of it. Gets to that vacant fine leg boundary. 54 off just 19 deliveries for him. Stockholm United comfortable in this run chase. Even if the rain came down now, they'd be well ahead. 59 needed in 53. It's Shintaka bowling here. I'm back on, having gone for 15 in his over so far. As that one's absolutely cracked. You could hear that off the bat. Despite fielders being out long on and long off, absolutely nothing they could do about that one. The DJ likes it as well. Sarul Kanwa is leading his side to victory here.
Yeah, that's a really good shot on the up on a pitch with, I suppose, slightly unpredictable bounce. But he held his shape beautifully there, Sarul. And took on the fielder and won. Okay, so the player I'm thinking of, probably in the news for the wrong reason recently, but it was Michael Slater. So it all comes down to when 2 or more people debut in the same test, how you assign their numbers.
Uppercut. That's another brilliant shot. And that will be triple boundaries, 4-6-4. Sarul Kanwa moving into the 60s, and Stockholm United going along at quite a pace here. I assume it would be alphabetical, but...
Yeah, well, there's been different conventions during history, and sometimes it was done in listed batting order, or actual batting order, or alphabetically. Now, here's where it gets a little bit complicated in the Michael Slater, Brendan Julian situation. They both debuted in the first test of the 1993 Ashes in England, and they were numbers 356 and 357. So believing that it was in batting order, Michael Slater obviously is the opener. thought he was 3.56.
Up in the air. Chance for a catch. Who wants it? The bowler's after it. And I think it's going to land safely to the blame of no one, to be honest. There was 4 people close to it. All of them put their pedal to the metal. None of them got close to it.
This would be a good shot of it, just to show everyone coming in. It's almost a Bermuda Pentagon, isn't it? With 5 fielders, and probably was the bowler. It was the only one that might have gotten there, but he's in his follow through. He has to turn around quickly. Rajapaksha couldn't quite find it. He gets the right of reply, though, to Zahid.
Zahid has all the answers, as that one is a flat 6. Fielder there at backward square was interested for all of 2 seconds before Jasprit Singh realised he'll just be doing the fielding the wrong side of the boundary. And Zahid, on this occasion, getting in on the boundary action. This over's gone for 21 already, and it's an expensive one for Chintaka with 1 ball left to face.
I mean, Zahid, he was sweating on that, wasn't he? With the pace of Chintaka, disappears for 6. And yeah, last time was Chintaka dishing out this kind of treatment. Last time I saw him on this ground, but right now he's copying a bit of it. This over's gone magical, 20 plus.
Decent response though, as he gets that one through to Owen Palmer, who's also been more of a bystander in the last couple of overs. Well, with the end of the over though, 93 for 2, Stockholm well in control here.
Sarul Kanwar, obviously a very experienced cricketer as well. I've seen him opening the batting more often than not in professional cricket. But you know, in his late 30s now, it's nice to see him on the circuit. He's a guy that has played IPL cricket. You know, he's a guy who's been around that setup. Has played in the Champions League T20 for Mumbai Indians and MI franchises, and I just think it's a really handy player to have in your lineup. Anyway, so going back to the Michael Slater story, here's where, so he thought he was 3.56, technically should have been 3.57, but he got a tattoo, 3.56.
Did he get it on the day of the test match? Could he not have
Well,
waited?
this is kind of before it got into vogue, I think, because they didn't always plaster them everywhere back in the 90s.
It was just, yeah, that was your number. It's that one. Well, he's got the number of the bowler here. As Hamid comes back on to bowl. He gets smashed for a straight 6 on the first delivery. Stockholm United romping home here. Now just 36 needed.
He'd also picked up, he got a personalised number plate on his car, MS356.
I would feel sorry for him, but I just don't.
And so, actually, I don't think the ACB, now Cricket Australia, listed him that way. And then 8 years later, they reviewed how numbers get done. Said, actually, you're not 356, you're 357. But then they made an executive decision to let him keep the number.
You don't want to get on the wrong side of Michael Slater, famously.
Well, let's just say he's been in the news for the wrong reasons, but he's trying to turn his life around. Did a lot of cricket commentary. I could send anyone south.
Slippery slope. Comes around the wicket then, does Hamid. Left arm spin bowler. But really, Uppsala Tigers need a bit of a miracle here. Sarul Kanwar sitting pretty, 72 off 24. Zahid in a good shift of his own, 20 off 16. Less than a run a ball required here for Stockholm United to register their first win of this Nordic smash. $100 up with those 2 singles as well, 101 for 2. 7.4 overs, so pretty much halfway in this 15-over game, but you'd imagine Stockholm United are in a hurry here. Get this win over the line.
For bold. Let's slow that one up a little bit, but completely in control of the game, aren't they, right now? And look, with, what's that, about 30-something to get. He's 27 off a ton. Might run out of time, might run out of runs required, but geez, he's batted so well, probably deserves 100.
Probably could have been a single there. Decided Sarul Kanwar at this point. Well, A, there's no point going for risks, and B, turning down the single means he's on strike for the next over. So 102 for 2 at the end of the 8th. The music's pumping. Stockholm United are feeling the beat at the moment. They look like they'll be notching up their first win. As for Uppsala Tigers, well, you have to feel a bit sorry for them again. It's been a weather-affected game. They started off so positively with Mohammed Chowdhury and Karambir Singh putting on a 50 partnership or 49-run partnership before that one was broken, and they never really recovered the momentum of that early partnership and ended, well, possibly about 10-20 runs short of where they would have liked to have been in this 15-over game. They've come across Saurabh Kanwar in blistering form. Sure, he'll want to stay there till the end, though. There, with 44 on his back, he'll be facing up this 9th over. Looks like it will be bowled by Javid on for his first bowl of the game, first bowl of the tournament. Need him to do something significant here. Do the Tigers, if they want any chance of getting themselves back into this game, need something special to happen quickly.
Yeah, it's hard to see a road back, isn't it? Need a big collapse. 33 or 42. It's only 4.7 and over required. Javid Sundingsley gets the ball here for the first time. He's a guy we have seen for Sweden in the national team the last couple of years. Right now, he gets squared driven nicely by Cyril, who's red hot right now. Moves to walking stick 77 and a boundary to start the over, as the partnership is now worth 100 between these two.
I think they call that a triple 30 partnership, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the 30 partnership is where it's at, but...
Jeez, he's looked in good touch, hasn't he? Storming around us, we've got Sunshine back. Slower ball this time, and down the leg side it will be called wide. Nice variation, nice thinking by Javid, but just didn't quite bowl it with the right line. Would you like me to take you through some of the potential players we might see on the field in match number 3?
Please do.
First time I feel like we've had pause to look ahead. It's been that kind of day, but Westeros United can watch out. Like I said, I don't know if all these players will be available for game 1, but if you're looking at the squads, looking at players like Will Basisto, who's going to lead the side. That's nicely played once again. He just sees the ball so early to Surrell as he moves into the 80s. Sensational batting. But also looking at players like, I'll pick out Gian Piero Mead from Italy as well, who's listed. Yeah. And Kesrick Williams is in that squad as well. I'm not so sure he's here for day 1. Saif Ul Hassan, also one to watch. Or maybe Kesrick is here. Well, watch out, because this one's coming our way. That's gone all the way. Maximo. Now, some of these cars that are parked in front of the clubhouse, they might want to rethink that strategy, because right now there's a few big bombs disappearing, and Surrell, who said he doesn't have enough runs to get the ton, he's 87 not out with 18 runs required. He's 13 runs away from the first ever Nordic smash 100. Can he do it?
If I were him, I'd be having a nice friendly word with Zabi Zahid at the other end, saying, give me the strike and I'll see us home, and if I happen to get 100 at the same time, that'll be a nice happy coincidence. He's certainly leaving nothing to the imagination.
Call here.
No.
He's got someone that gets someone close to the target. Hey, looking at the Phoenix as well from Gothenburg, or Edinburgh, as they say in Swedish. I'll typically go with the anglicised version. Darshan Lakhani is one to watch for them. Jack Hogarth from Scotland. Also watch out for Scott Steele, who's a guy from the county cricket setup in England. And I've got to mention one guy who's a fan favourite. That's Isanullah Wafa, who is a Swedish domestic player here who's gone a bit viral. He was our first ever cross-handed bandit, and he bats with his hands the other way around on the bat. But he is a gun. And just speaking to some of the Phoenix players, you know, they've got some big names playing for them. A lot of them were saying, we want to see this guy live because we don't believe it. Nice bit of glove work down the leg side to make the block there from Palmer. But seeing is believing. I'm looking forward to that. Watch out also for Patient Charambira, who's former Zimbabwe A player who plays cricket in the Netherlands these days. And actually, you might have heard him on the mic during the Viking Cup during the week. He's got a promotion to on-field. A promotion that I hope I never receive, judging by what my body's telling me lately.
And, well, the way that Owen Palmer's gone down there as well, I think that...
Palmer's also got the look of someone that hasn't played in rubbers for a while. I mean, he's not the only one. End of the over. And after 9, it's 122 for 2.
That's the kind of fall where if you're 40 plus, you don't recover from that. So, you know, just a word of warning.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I've retired from keeping back now, because I realised if you keep up, you don't have to run to the stumps all the time.
See if we've got this one on replay.
Do we have it?
Here we go. Oh, tracking the wrong side.
That wasn't where the danger was. 13 runs to win. And Sarul is 12 runs away from a ton. He is on strike, though.
He's practicing the exact shot, or I suppose that's at the wrong end. Xavi Zahid. I think Sarul doesn't want to see him practicing those shots. He wants to see him practicing the little one to scamper through to the other end. Sarul on the verge here of creating a little bit of history, both for his side and for his personal records. And there's just going to be a single. That one goes out to the deep.
So he's 89 now. So Zabi might be time to be a good team man. And just get the single, keep the dream of the 100 alive.
Well, he decides to get himself out instead, as that one is completely mishit. And Xavi Zahid didn't look like he was trying to go for the single, to be honest. It looked like he was trying to hit that one into the neighbouring field. Instead, he finds the safe hands of Sherry Butt there, lurking at mid-wicket. No celebrations to speak of here from the Uppsala Tigers. They know this game is gone. It's a wicket for Hamid, who's been slaving away so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's a positive at least. I think he's bowled okay. I think he's not alone in struggling a little bit, I think, with gripping the ball in these conditions. But this is European cricket. I mean, European cricketers are hardy. I think some of the global stars that have come in are learning a thing or two about, you know, what the nuances of the game are in Europe. Typically, you will play through a bit more rain and obviously the artificial pitch. And so I think the difference in European cricket is you modify your strategy to the conditions and don't, you know, you still want to play. So things like cutting down your run, not expecting a 20-metre or 25-metre uninterrupted run-up. You've got to adapt. Anyway, new batter coming to the crease is Jakarti.
Left-hander. Maybe just has the task of getting the single here to get Sarul on strike, and well, gets one through to the keeper. It's probably not enough to create an exciting finish here for the Uppsala Tigers, and I suppose for Sarul Kanwar, he doesn't mind either if there's a couple of dots here to get himself back on strike for the next over. There will be at least a single here, probably a 2 as Chad chases after it. And I think, in fact, Sarul was quite reluctant to relinquish the strike there.
Yeah, but
in the end, jogs through for a 2.
Jakarti saying, hey, runs and runs, and I don't have any of them yet, so I'll take everything I can get. Of course, technically there's 10 runs to win, but you might end up on even up to 5 above the target if you finish with a 6, so you still potentially can get the 3 figures.
You'll have one ball to face here at the end of the 10th over.
He's a professional, seasoned guy. He's taking one here. Even if I gifted him a 6, he's saying, give me the 1. That's me trying to put myself in the head of someone much more experienced at the higher level of the game. But let's see. Last for the over. Well,
he goes for...
I know nothing. I want to say that. He does go for glory. He's kind of caught between 2 worlds there, wasn't he? He didn't really go after it. So Sarul's going to go for 89. Hummy gets a double strike late, but file him under C for consolation. And it's 126 for 4. Well held out there in the deep.
Still a match-winning knock there from Sarul Kanwar, but a bit of a tame finish there. Went for almost the big hit, but realised the last minute probably was better to go for a 1. Ends up getting neither. Just finds the hands of the fielder there at deep mid-wicket. Nonetheless, though, brilliant innings from Kanwar, which has almost got his side over the line. 126 for 4. Just the 9 runs needed. I suppose for Uppsala Tigers, it's a bit of a confidence booster that they are able to pick up a few wickets here. Take that into their game tomorrow, but staring very much down the barrel of a defeat here. Into the 10th then. 9 required. It's a matter of time as the rain has come and gone once more. It's not looking particularly bright in the distance.
You can never settle into wet or dry, can you?
It's really the moist territory.
Yeah. Well, in the brief periods of direct sunlight we've had, it's been absolutely magical. But anyway, 10 overs to go. Now there's all the subplots have kind of dissolved, haven't they? And it's just a formality, I think, for United to get these last 9 runs. Again, for net run rate purposes, and I just do think net run rate's going to play a part this week with the team so evenly matched. They want to get these as soon as possible. Is getting a bowl in the 11th. New batter not facing at the moment is Anurit Singh.
I guess as things stand, we'll be aiming for a on-time start for the final game, 4 o'clock.
Hopefully 20 overs aside. That'd be something. But yeah, some big stars on both sides to watch out for.
The Tigers have probably bowled the best that they've bowled in these last 2 or 3 overs when the game has almost been gone. Suddenly they've found their lines. Maybe just ruining the fact that had they got Sarul Kanwar out a touch earlier, they might have been looking at a different result entirely. As it is, though, it's just about taking the small wins into tomorrow. One will go through for a single, so just 8 runs now required. Stockholm United can finish it off in this over if they go hard. As Anurit is the new batter, joining Shadab out there in the middle. Sent long on and long off to the rope. They otherwise have deep mid-wicket. Fine leg out on the boundary. I suppose for Stockholm United they can just do it in singles here.
Yeah, I was going to say this might be T20 cricket. Fast and the Furious, as they say, but this is more of a Sunday afternoon leisurely compilation of the remaining runs, isn't it, at the moment? A nice position to be, though, for Stockholm United.
Sun trying to come out. It's shining down on United as they walk their way to victory, barring something very strange happening. Still, though, a good over there from Karen Beer, the Austrian with a wealth of international experience. Got some runs in that first innings. In fact, he was the top scorer for the Uppsala Tigers, but the fact that that top score was 35 is really the tail of the tape. No one for the Tigers pushed on to get that big score, which might have got them closer towards that 140, 150 that would have been more of a defendable target. As it was, though, they were undone by the one big innings of Sarul Kanwar. He finished on 89 off just 32 deliveries, striking at almost 280. In fact, apart from him, it's only Zabi Zahid who's got out of single digits, but no one really else has had to contribute that much. Jasprit Singh comes back on here, try and at least get a wicket in his column. On for 16 runs so far, with just the 7 runs required now for Stockholm United. Very delicate adjustments happening in the field, given that this game is all but gone.
7 to win then.
There will be a couple of them at least. The chase is on here for Anas Zahid. And the ball wins it on this occasion. Delicately played by Anurit there.
So delicate. It was cut so late it almost never came. And I think it actually ends up going to the leg side. Look, I mean, again, call the Guinness people. That may be the latest cut in history. I don't even understand how that's gone there, but it has, and it will be 4. And it takes us to just 3 runs for victory for United.
Good Yorker, though. Probably not been employed as much as it should have been. We saw it at the very final delivery of the previous innings, used to destructive effect.
Still trying to make sense of that late cut, because he had his bat at a slightly above horizontal. It actually ended up bouncing to the leg side.
Which I don't think he did consciously.
No, I don't think he did, but just trying to work out the geometrics of how that possibly would
very late
go
swing
down as a leg side shot, a leg side cut.
Put that on your wagon wheel.
Yeah, put that on your CV.
Still 3 to win.
Jeez, you know, it's funny. There hasn't been a huge intent from these two to get it over and done with. You just wonder if this costs them a bit the net run rate stakes. It's early days. The other thing is, although the top 4 will qualify for semis, let's be conscious that rain's already been a factor. You'd want to finish in the top 2 to be a home team for those semis. this one could be it and will be it. It'll be 4 down the ground. It'll be game, set, match, and United get the win over the Uppsala Tigers, taming them with a pretty professional chase, and they end up winning this game with 19 balls to spare. Really, with Sarul Kanwar, the Indian veteran who did the heavy lifting. Had some help. Zabi Zahid, I think, was pretty important. But for the Tigers, they just kind of always chasing leather, figuratively and literally, I think, in that innings. And it turns out they weren't able to defend that 9 and over target. Looking at the scorecard, Sarul Kanwar with 89 of just 32 balls. He struck at 278, striking 8 fours and 7 sixes. Apart from that, Zabi Zahid was handy with 23, but no one else even had to make double figures. Bowling-wise, well, it was a tough old task, wasn't it? But I think Hamid Mahmood did bowl particularly well. Got a double strike in there, 2 for 17 off 3. The other wicket went to Lamar Momar Durley, but really, after losing their openers, Always Ahmed run out for a duck, and Gunatilaka is season pro for just 3. That partnership between Zahid and Kanwar really making the difference as they put on 117 to set up the victory. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 25 minutes with match number 3. The Västerås United on the park against the Gothenburg Phoenix. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff, and we'll see you the other side of this break live from Sweden. You're watching the Nordic Smash T20.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome back to the final game of the day in this first day of action, T20 Nordic Smash, and it's the final two teams to take to the stage, and it's Västerås United against Gothenburg Phoenix, with the news from the toss being that Gothenburg Phoenix have won it and they've decided to bat. So the first of the three toss winners today to actually decide to have a bat first. Well, they might have seen the carnage raining down in that previous innings, where of course it was Stockholm United who took home the win after an outstanding innings from the one batter who took them home almost single-handedly, and that was Saru Kanwar, finishing on 89 off just 32 deliveries. Didn't quite stay not out. He was caught by Karambir Singh late in the piece, but he got his side to within a couple of runs of victory, and then it was almost a stroll home, a procession in the end for Stockholm United to pick up their first win of the tournament. But here we go into the final game of the day, and it will again, for the second game of three, start with a wide. It looks like Williams here opening the bowling for Västerås. Of course, Kesrick Williams, a well-known figure in international cricket. That one he does get to straighten through to the hands of Jean-Pierre Mead, another familiar name to everyone who follows cricket across the continent. JP Mead, Italian international. A real international flair here for Västerås, who are looking to open up their tournament with a win. Kesrick Williams, a real character. He's not shy by any means, and he's tinkering around with his field early doors here. And clubbed into the offside. Probably would have had enough time to get through to the single. That fielding done there by William Basisto. Another familiar name to those of you who follow cricket across the world. Of course, the experienced campaigner from Australia leading his side here. What might be slightly unfamiliar conditions to him, as the rain has been swooping around all day. It is mercifully dry at the moment, as that one's called a wide. There's just a bit too much width on offer there from Kesrick Williams, who's only really bowling from a couple of paces again. Someone who's probably used to more warmer climates over in the West Indies. Hopefully he's got his hand warmers in his pockets, because it's probably about 13 degrees here, as that one does have some heat on it though. It's clubbed away. There's a bit of a stand and deliver there from the batter, and in the end it does just roll away for 4 runs. Probably not as convincing a boundary as he thought when it came off the middle of his bat. It is the first boundary of the innings for Gothenburg Phoenix. They look to rise to their first win on day one of Nordic Smash, which has been a brilliant day so far. I suppose a mixed day in terms of weather, but hats off to all the locals, the volunteers, the organisers who've done everything to get these 3 games on. And well, you have to say, a couple of days ago the forecast looked absolutely horrendous for today, so the fact that they've even got to a stage where we're going to hopefully, and let's not count our chickens too early, hopefully get 3 results in, is a testament to their hard work. And while the forecast does look better for the rest of the week, so here's hoping that there's blue skies metaphorically and literally ahead, although the rain to start again here. We always get the pre-warning of the pitter-patter on our gazebo roof. Certainly still bright enough to carry on, as Williams does get that one to cramp up the batter for room. We're just getting up to speed with the scorecard here. It's been that 1 boundary so far. We'll make that 2, as that's carved away. It's an elegant shot there, right off the middle of the bat. There was a fielder at point. He was feeling very ambitious. He could have put in the big Superman dive, but in fact, Saiful Hassan there at point decided, okay, I'd rather keep all my digits intact. It's a long old tournament. Remember, going all the way through to finals day on Saturday. 2 boundaries so far already in this opening over, plus a couple of wides and a couple of singles. It's been a productive one so far for the Phoenix, and it will end with just the single. The score on the board after the first over is 12. Reminder then that Phoenix back themselves here, back their batting ability, and have decided to have a bat. Both of these teams do have exciting players in their ranks. It's only day one, and I know that the squads will change a little based on availability throughout the week. That's why squads of 18 have been named. But Gothenburg Phoenix have the likes of Patient Charumbia, who we've seen many times on our screens before. Experienced campaigner from Zimbabwe. Scott Steele, 27-year-old Englishman, has played county cricket for Durham and Leicestershire. And over on the Västerås United side, the aforementioned wicketkeeper JP Mead. He's played almost 40 T20Is for Italy, plenty of experience there. Ezric Williams, who of course bowled that first over. Just the small case of 146 T20 wickets to his name. Plenty of experience, plenty of star quality throughout these teams. Well, all 6 teams have shown that so far. It'll be Abe Tipnis to bowl a bit of left arm spin in this second over as the rain does continue to fall here. The left armer, 25-year-old, trying to use that left arm around angle. And again, we're just watching that rain rumble over the hill in the background, and it fortunately is looking a little ominous. Fortunately, despite how much you put into planning these tournaments, one thing you can't control is the weather. But we're carrying on for now. The umpires have to give a big shout out to them. We've done a brilliant job all day. Of course, the teams themselves only have to play one game. The umpires got to stand out there for 3, and it is getting pretty heavy now. We'll carry on for the time being. Big appeal. I think the angle's always going to play against the left arm around action. And well, maybe this is a case of it getting just a touch too heavy. Whereas the umpire at square leg is rooted to the ground for now. I don't know if he's just frozen solid, but yeah, they have called it. Has got just a touch too heavy. Just as we've got the scoreboard up and running, we're going to have to come off for a little delay again. 13 is on the board for the Phoenix. We'll see if they rise again. You can see there the rain is coming down just a touch heavier. So we will have another delay in proceedings. It's been a frustrating day so far here in Stockholm, but fingers crossed it will be another passing shower. We've had plenty of them today so far, and they have passed pretty quickly. So watch this space as we'll take a quick break and hopefully come back for Game 3 as Västerås United have just got up and running against Gothenburg Phoenix, who are 13 for no loss. Catch you in a bit.
Okay, today plus 1, 2 buzz and 2 minus 84 equals 84 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus 4 equals today, which is
Cincinnati gang. Little bitch tell the gang, cause she tell the name. This money on my head, what is that to me? I put 100 guns on him, he put a rap on me. We from two different worlds, but it's a match to me. The bend it over, only time she turn her back on me.
Bend that ass over, let that coochie breathe. Shake that ass, bitch. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Shake that ass and drink. Now shake that ass for me. Bend that ass over, let that coochie breathe. Shake that ass, bitch. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Shake that ass and drink. Now shake that ass for me.
And we gotta do it something like. And we gotta do it something like. And we gotta do it something like.
How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Hit money in the clutch, I see on my top, you're even a stick is gay. Hugging my brothers and say that I love them, but I don't swing that way. The man them celebrate Eid, the trap still running on Christmas Day. Somebody told Doja Cat, that I'm gonna indulge in that. If I play tracks, you see the bulge in that, see the motion clap. When I'm throwing it back, just feeling on standing on doing me once, I'm grabbing a drum at the Trojan back. Post the location after we're gone, I sometimes let them know where we're at. I don't know about you, but I value my life. Cause imagine like that, and I aim it 100 ends, yeah. There's so much things I ain't done yet, like rocking a flight attendant. I don't party, but I got cardi there, so आओ दुनिया दा कम बदनाम Yeah. Så nu ser jag bilden. Good.
Show mercy on it.
आओ दुनिया दा कम बदनाम करे ओए जब जो भी करे शरेआम करे ते मेरे बेड ते आराम करे सोनिए पैसा डिगे बैंका च अलार्म करे सोनिए आओ जी क्लास जीटी रोड जाम करे सोनिए सड़कां ते घूमे सुबह शाम करे सोनिए लगा जथों जनता सलाम करे सोनिए टीज करे रन्ना ना कलाम करे सोनिए हार्ड वर्क लगता हराम करे सोनिए नोली ने शट ना गराम करे सोनिए मैनू सब नालों महंगा मेरा दाम करे सोनिए
Fuck them, I don't know them, need one.
ना किसे तो जेड़े काम करे सोनिए बड़े बड़े खासा नू भी आम करे सोनिए मथे ते नसीब मेरा जाम करे सोनिए कदे कदे खावा मैनू काम करे सोनिए रोल मॉडल डट रब राम करे सोनिए रकड़ ब्रेक जिमें टाम करे सोनिए राते मेरे वीक ना अंजाम करे सोनिए मैनू इंस्पायर मेरी माम करे एज वोट ए आवाम करे सोनिए प्राउड बैक होम मूसा जाम करे सोनिए तू हुन वड्डे ताम जाम करे सोनिए गोली चली वांगू साउंड नाम करे सोनिए
Fuck them, I don't know them, need one. Hunter. Fuck them, I don't know them, need one. Hunter. Fuck them, I don't know them, need one. Hunter. Fuck them, I don't know them, need one. Hunter. Fuck them, I don't know them, need one. Hunter. Fuck them, I don't know them, need one. Hunter. In my German car, drop a big pack for my young gunner. In the trap, I make mad stacks of one number.
Bang,
getting this over. So the game will shortly resume.
Hello and welcome back. We do have play getting underway in match 3 of this Nordic Smash T20. And do have some game news updates for you. Had a pretty heavy shower there. All the crew working very, very hard to get the players back on the park. And the news is now that this is a 10 over a side match. The interruption coming after 1.3 overs means there's just 8.5 overs to go in this phase of the game. That'll be the end of the first innings. There will also be a DLS adjustment to this score. I don't think it'll be a huge adjustment, probably a few runs added due to the fact that for an over and a half, they thought they were playing a 20 over game, and it has now been reduced to a 10 over game. Good news is, don't worry, if you need 10 over cricket commentary experience, you've come to the right place. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Join me once again is Tina Goff as Tipnis bowling his left arm orthodox. And look, I suppose this is one of those occasions, very European cricket. The players are going to have to adapt, Tina. The main areas of concern are the run-ups for the faster bowlers, and particularly the run-offs, so the area just around the pitch. But I think, you know, smart captain here can adapt his bowls to the situation. Probably going to rely heavily on spin, if possible, through this 10 overs.
Yeah, I suppose the one thing is we haven't seen too many bowlers with a long run-up that takes them off that pitch. And, well, if there were any, they certainly won't be going off that pitch anymore, because that's just asking for trouble. Once you're on the AstroTurf, you're at least on, well, slightly firmer footing. You know what you're getting yourself into. So I think it'll be a lot of shorter run-ups, spin bowlers in these remaining 8 overs for Västerås United. But,
you know, obviously everyone very keen to get on the field, and a credit to the players as well. They've got the right attitude here. And to try and press their case, I suppose, especially a lot of these emerging cricketers and European-based cricketers who get this opportunity to play in a franchise setup. So it's the second over finished. It was a pretty long over. It contained a pretty heavy storm at 16 without loss after 2. Saad Gilani is going to bowl over number 3. Now, this is the last over of the power play. It is a 3 over power play because we're in a 10 over game now, and 2 overs per bowl. If that sounds familiar, yes. Myself, Finny, and Tina have done many, many T10 matches. It's probably definitely is the format that we know the best, but we've played a lot of T20 and actually covered a few hundred T20 internationals as well. I think we'll be able to adjust as Gilani gets up in the block hole there and dug out. This is Pratik, who plays a nice looking shot. I wonder if they want to make a conscious effort to attack this phase of the game, particularly with the last over the power play. I think with the outfield slowing a bit with the downpour, this will probably be the easiest over to find the boundary. Tell that to Gilani. Half a shout from him as it swings past the outside edge of Scott Steele. He's also an interesting character, Scott Steele. He spent time with Durham and Leicestershire. Also qualifies to play for Scotland, so it's something that he's given some thought to. Been around that setup, but right now it could be in trouble because this up's in the air to the left and taken. And it's the captain, Will Basisto, that takes it. Very sure hands in difficult conditions. A man that grew up in Perth where rain is just a pipe dream, but he takes a nice catch running to his left, gets Steele for 7, and the first wicket falls 17 for 1.
He makes that catch look relatively easy, but it skewed off the side of Steele's bat. It wasn't the most straightforward of chances, always tough running back over your shoulder. Manages to line it up relatively quickly and safely pouches it. So the first wicket to fall, Gothenburg Phoenix. It's never easy as a batting side to start playing one game, go off, and then come back on playing an entirely different game.
Yeah, exactly.
Scott Steele then has to depart. I'm sure we'll see much more of him.
I know a lot of people are fascinated with Duckworth Lewis. Fascinated being another word for don't understand it. But as far as the wickets lost in this innings, now, assuming there's no more rain interruptions, it's only wickets lost before the break that really affect what that adjustment will be. So, I mean, they can go 8 or 9 down in the 10 overs. That's not a problem because at this stage they're thinking they are playing a 10 over game. It'll only be relevant if it was reduced further. So he really can swing the bat here. Nice looking cover drive. This will test the outfield. I feel like it might just push up. It's a long chase. Yeah, not easy for the batters to turn in these conditions. On another day, that's probably 3 or even 4 if it rolls across the rope. But this time they'll have to settle for 2. It's nice to see Darshan Lakhani out there, the captain for Gothenburg Phoenix. Gothenburg in the Skåne region. The Swedish pronunciation, and I know that you have a little bit of Swedish in you, Tina, it's Göteborg, which doesn't sound a lot like the way we would say it as English speakers. But it's a beautiful part of the country. Spent a fair bit of time there. Well, Lakhani certainly makes his intentions clear, and he might have caused a run out, and he has. Well, there you go. Well, I don't think Pratik got there 4-1-1 from Darshan, who's the only thing quicker with this swing was his call. He was very keen to get down the other end, and unfortunately, Pratik suffered the consequences. Run out for 7, and it's 19 for 2.
All over the shop there. So you take a look at that on replay, and well, he kind of just sold himself down the river, didn't he, there? His back goes halfway into the ground.
I mean, I think he's clearly out. I think he called on field, and I don't think he even got the bat down. It's the Italian international, Gianpiero Mead, who was pretty quick to whip the glove off and just picked it up with his innard hand. And direct hits don't get much easier than that. So I think that's a bit of a case of almost panic. You know, we've seen so much turnover cricket. It is more time than you think.
Yeah.
And really a bit wasteful when Pratik had played some nice strokes, but he ends up getting run out.
He's only really got himself to blame. It was his call, and he called it. And he carried on running, batless, back to the dugout. It's like panic stations here from Phoenix, which is not necessarily helpful with 7 overs to go, but an excellent over there from Ali G in the house. 19 for 2 at the end of 3. Both of the openers back in the shed with those 2 wickets to fall in that over. That one just nips in nicely.
So this is Cameron Ahmadzai, who's come out number 4, and I think he's an ideal man for the situation. He's a French international. He's won the ECL with his club Dreux back in 2023. He's forced his way into the national setup in France, and he has played an ECS here, so he does have experience at this ground where he played in the 2025 edition for Hudinger. And yeah, I just think he really suits the T10 format, which is what this has turned into. And he actually, you know, for Dreux, he'd often bat 6 or 7. He's forced his way up the order, I think, just on the back of... He's a very good hit on both sides of the wicket. So, yeah, watch out for him. Right now, he's not facing. It's Darshan, who probably feeling he has a bit of making up to do, facing up to Abe. Cracks this one through the leg side, and the fielder won't quite get there. And again, not particularly easy for any of the players underfoot, as it's Saka. And has to watch it fly over the rope for 4. And pressure relieving boundary there for Västerås United. For the Phoenix, I should say. Interesting to see if he wants to go a bit slower now, Abe. It's interesting here. The instinct is kind of darted in. I mean, you're a left-arm spinner, Tina. I'll be interested to get your thoughts about how you might approach this and how your tactics might change. Doesn't quite get this one out of the middle. We'll have to settle for a single. After you get hit for a boundary as a left-arm spinner, I know it doesn't happen that often, but
never.
Do your tactics change, and what's your kind of go-to instincts, if you don't mind sharing it?
My instinct is to go quicker, and I've got to fight all my instincts. So I think what you have to do is slow it down, because the batter thinks you're going to go quicker, because it's one of those where you then bowl it in anger.
Yeah.
And then they just line you up and usually hit you even further. You've got to go for that one that's just slightly dragged back a bit, so they feel like they can just play the same shot, but then they're slightly early on it, hopefully either missing it or miscuing it.
You're always playing it. We saw it happen with the Jared Wilson dismissal earlier. Batters start to believe their own hype when they're getting on a run, and to just, I suppose, make them play that one shot too many, and that one loose shot that might result in a wicket. Darshan advances, hits this one well. It's going to fly over the boundary. Maximal! Well, Manoj, he's a guy we have seen plenty of times in European cricket. It's nice to see him with 10 straight fingers. Maybe shouldn't be attempting catches in these conditions if he wants to keep it that way. But that's another good strike from the captain, Darshan. Maximal, 6 runs.
Suddenly Gothenburg just putting together a nice little partnership after those 2 wickets fell in the previous over. 2 boundaries in this over so far. First 4 deliveries from Abe. Surveying his field.
It's a good strike there. Made into half volley, didn't he? With that fast footwork. This one is fast from Abe, who just go for the single. There's Bazisto, the captain. Vestros United, big responsibility for him as well. Unfamiliar conditions, but certainly a format he's very familiar with. The T20, former Australian under-19 captain, Western Australian representative. This one muscle down the ground, again, just a single. So I kind of think with the slightly slower outfield, but then again, it's countered by the fact it's probably more difficult to field and chase balls down. Tend to think something in the kind of 85, 90 off the 10 overs would be a good effort. We'll probably get a bit of a bump from the DLS.
Yeah.
So maybe, set them something in the 90s and hope for the best. Right now, we're 4 overs in, and Gothenburg Phoenix, 33 for 2. I'm looking forward to seeing Ahmed Sai as well. He's a burly, fast medium bowler. He's got kind of that, how to say it, that kind of street cricket streak, but with a bit more technique, and particularly his ability to hit through and over the offside. And he's fearless. And speaking of, he's not someone I want to run into late at night, although he's a bit of a gentle giant, Cameron Ahmed Sai. But yeah, he just absolutely loves the short format, and I think he's going to love this opportunity to test himself against some professional cricketers as well.
Well, he's got a fair few caps for France, 14 of them. High score of 56. In fact, he played against Sweden last month, so he might know a few of these players.
Yeah, well, like I said, he was in the European Cricket Series last year for Hidinga as their kind of wild card player. They were allowed, I think it was 1 or 2 players from outside Sweden in that tournament. And you can see that he likes to hit the ball. This one is going many a mile. Ahmed Sai goes large. What a bomb. Maximal, 6 runs. How would you describe that in a word, Tina?
I've lost all words.
It was a violent strike.
Yeah, I'd say I was going to go violent. Brutal.
Well, blunt force trauma.
Or BTF? No? What is it?
I see
BFT?
the batter's gone back to the correct side as well now for the left arm around the wicket. He got a better look at the offside to where he was the ball before.
I think you are allowed to, as long as the umpire agrees.
That was a strategy, though. Because then why would you change after 1 ball? Again, Lakani obviously didn't get the memo to run on the pitch, which I know the Vestros United guys were told. It was suggested to them that maybe you're better running on the artificial surface. Nice hands there from Mead behind the stumps. Followed his progress, haven't we, with the Italian national team? And exciting times in European cricket. Of course, a lot of people from the, maybe call it mainstream cricket world, when they think European cricket, they think Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland. But we know there's a whole tapestry of countries that are also developing very quickly, including Sweden, that we're in at the moment. And there's some great rivalries in European cricket as well. I mentioned Ahmed Sai was just playing against Sweden for France not too long ago. In the air and straight through the fingertips of Sami Khalil. That wasn't an easy one in these conditions. Ibrahim Khalil did get the hands there. Probably saved the boundary, Tina, but wasn't able to hold on to the chance.
One of those split-second ones again where you question your sanity going for it.
Might be an important save. You never know. I think would love to have the wicket of the skipper. A big swing and a miss to finish the over. So, all right, there was the big maximo in the over, but not too much other damage. 8 offered. Halfway through, this truncated first innings of match 3. The Phoenix are 41 for 2.
Well, the projected score is up in the 80s, and certainly they'd want to get 80 as a minimum here. 41 at the halfway stage. Two batters who've certainly seen enough of the ball here to try and accelerate. Pitch has dried out pretty quickly. There's not too many demons in it now, apart from any of those water demons that might have been splashing around the last couple of overs. Phoenix here trying to build a score that they feel like they'd be able to defend. I suppose for Västerås, it'll be difficult for them as well. They'll face the similar conditions you'd imagine when they chase in about half an hour's time. It will be now the captain who brings himself on, Will Basisto, who we've spoken about previously. Australian with bags of experience.
Hey, just I want to say that I had a great conversation with all the Stumpire people. The fact that we got Stumpire for the first time in this region. Basisto gives himself a bowl, and he might have a wicket first up. Oh, just dipping on the field at the last moment. Kobe Herft out there. Again, not easy conditions. And just burst through the fingertips. So another life for Lakani.
Just dipped on him last minute, didn't it? It was right in front of us. We saw it go into the hands and back out, but just died on him. One step forward, he would have had a more comfortable catch. Not easy in these cold conditions. The rain is falling again, albeit quite light compared to some of the deluges we've had today.
Yeah, I wouldn't classify this as rain going by the day we've had. It's a little pitter-patter.
Almost sounds like a polite golf clap on top of the tent.
It does. I've got to say, it's been a bit of a task, as we know all too well, with all the electronics and all the equipment required to broadcast a tournament like this. Obviously, we want this stuff to be good for 6 days, not just the first days. Basisto optimistic with the zinc cream. Running in bowling is brisk off spin. That's in the air, and it's going to slice away from the field. In fact, that will go all the way. Maximal! And again, what an opportunity for someone like Cameron Ahmedzai to come up against someone that has a pretty good CV in the game. Try and make a name for himself. And that was a really good shot. Just the way he hit it, it faded away to the left of that long off-fielder. Ended up going all the way.
We've seen some brutal hitting today, haven't we? Bits of invention as well. A couple of scoops in those earlier games, but when it has hit the rope, it's often been clattered away. That was much the case there from Kamran, as Will decides to change his angle. Right arm around then to the right-handed bat. 3 balls left in the 6th.
Clever bowling. Just pulled the length back a little bit. I think Ahmedzai shaped up to go down the ground, but then just didn't have the fullness that he wanted. Ended up losing his shape. Good experienced stuff from Basisto. Kamran rarely takes 2 dots in a row. I don't think he wants to here either. Maybe he'll have to. That's excellent bowling from Basisto. Good comeback. And we know in these shorter games as well, little things matter, little moments matter even more. They're magnified, aren't they? In this ultra short format. Again, Ahmedzai itchy to hit the ball out of the ground. He's got one more crack at the Australian. 22 yards away. That's clever bowling again. Took the drive away and almost took his wicket away as Ahmedzai has to hustle. Direct hit would have been gone. And he will take one. He will retain the strike. Good comeback from Basisto there. And he goes for 10 in the over. And after 6, 51 for 2. 4 overs remaining in this first innings.
Decent over there from the Västerås skipper. After the previous 2 overs kind of went the way of Gothenburg Phoenix, they built up a decent partnership, these two. Remember that when we came back after the rain delay, they lost 2 wickets in the space of just a couple of deliveries. But they're building nicely here.
Yeah, Remember, it's 2 over maximum per bowler once you get to 10 overs or less. Even if it was to go less than 10, bowlers are entitled to 2 overs, which I don't mind that as an adjustment for T20 cricket. I think for T10 cricket, you can't have that built in. If you go less than 5, you can only have 1 over per bowler. But I like it because, I mean, typically in these shorter games, say you got a 5 over game, you generally only see the top order of the batters.
Yeah.
You're more likely to only see the top order. So I don't mind only the top 3, let's say, bowlers, whatever you think you are your top 3 to bowl more than a fifth of the innings. Anyway, I'm looking forward to this because it's going to be Keswick Williams, West Indian international, to bowl for the first time in the tournament. It's a long way from the Caribbean right now. He's going to be coming in off a bit of a short run to bowl the 7th over around the wicket as Ahmedzai launches him first up over cover, and that's going to go the journey. Maximo! Well, looks like maybe Cameron's writing his notebook in French. What a start.
That was as sweet as you like. Didn't try to overhit it on that occasion. Cameron sometimes throws the kitchen sink at it. This time, though, nice and balanced. And
this is what I mean about him, though.
Yeah.
There's nothing untechnical about that shot. He goes with the angle that Williams created by going right arm around the wicket. And there was an economy of movement in that stroke as well from Cameron Ahmedzai. And, well, might be time to get out the pen and paper, because Keswick will get an immediate reply, as it's going to be 6 and out for Ahmedzai. Still an entertaining cameo from him, but he's going to have to go, and it's 57 for 3.
Keswick's left his pen in his pocket because he's too busy warming up his fingers here.
Well, if he gets out the notebook, I think that Ahmedzai might be getting out the tape measure for that elevated cover drive, but that's exactly the kind of storylines we're going to see here this week in the Nordic Smash T20. Some of the top European performers test themselves against some of these full internationals from full member nations. You can see the inside edge, and as well as he judged the last one, he misjudged the next one. But still, I think does his role pretty well through the middle overs of this first innings.
Good comeback from Keswick, having been hit for that monster 6. He went for a few runs in that first over that he bowled before the rain delay. And the rain came, and with it, the transformation of this game into a 10-over smash, which, of course, a lot of these players will be more than used to. As Baljit comes out.
Baljit, another Italian international who we've seen leading Italy at the ECC before, the Euros of Cricket and T10 cricket. He doesn't look it, but he's I suppose, he's older than he looks. And so, yeah, probably not really in contention for T20 cricket these days. He's 42 years old. Like I said, needs to know what his skincare routine is, but he's also very, very competent batter, part-time bowler as well. Again, he's quite a technical player, Baljit Singh. We've seen him playing a lot domestically in Italy as well. And like I said, he's also very, very used to playing the ultra-short format, the 10-over format. I think for Williams, it's interesting. There's a lot of his normal weapons are kind of taken away from with these conditions. But again, he's professional. He's just trying to find a way. Change pace that time, and a nice one beats Lakhani.
It's a bit of a pride thing as well, isn't it? When you're used to being a West Indian fast bowler, steaming in almost, beating people for pace. When you're now on this AstroTurf, you've got to beat them for pace in the other direction. And that was a nice slow ball. Just rolled his fingers down it. That one, though, will be too wide. Tries the same trick again. Almost paid off. It was the right delivery, just the wrong line. Going across the right hand. Well, you can maybe consider himself a touch unlucky there. Checking where he actually passed the batter. A wide given. No full toss. Worked away into the leg side. The call was too early on. And, well, there's a bit of confusion here. Yes, no, maybe. Chance for a run out. And Keswick Williams makes no mistake as the ball is bowled to him there by the wicketkeeper, JP Mead. Bit of a horrible mix-up. The second probably was on if they went straight away. That hesitation in the middle, though, was fatal, and Phoenix lose their 4th.
Well, this is kind of what happens again when you've got players playing together that haven't run together much. They know that it's time to be a bit more aggressive with the running. I don't know if Mead has thought about taking up softball as a career, softball pitching, because that was a pretty good underarm bullet back to Keswick, who had plenty of time to break the bails. So it'll be 1 and a wicket. And the Phoenix now 60 for 4 in the 7th over.
Partnership broken then, which was a handy one. Remember, they lost 2 wickets early on. It was 19 for 2 towards the end of the 3rd over, and that partnership boosted them up to 57 before Kamran had to depart. Darshan's still there on 16 off 9. Just clarification here from the umpires about who should be on strike. Our calculation says 2 balls left in this 7th over. Darshan will be on strike. That ill-fated single. Looks like they're going to try going for 2 again. This time only a direct hit would come between Phoenix and a second run, and they do manage to scamper home. Well, that kind of shows the benefit and the need for clear and open communication. That time 2 was called very early on. You can see here on the replay. No hesitation there from Pawan Kumar, new batter. Bit of running down the middle of the pitch. Given the amount of rain that's fallen today, it's probably the least of our worries. Do get to the end of the 7th then, 61 for 4. Gothenburg Phoenix. Remember, this is a rain-reduced game, so 10 overs aside. Gothenburg Phoenix got about 10 balls in to their batting innings before the heavens opened, not for the first time today. So that will be a DLS adjustment on their total. We'll do the calculations at the halfway stage and make sure that when Västerås come to their run chase, they know exactly what's required. And by our calculations, it will be about 5 runs added to the total. Shouldn't be too many for Västerås to concern themselves with for now, though. They want to keep a lid on this batting innings. And Will Basisto, having kept it relatively tight, going for just 10 runs in his first over, keeps himself on for another. Right arm around to the right-handed Pawan Kumar. Carves his first ball into the covers for a single. Will Basisto's had an interesting career. 32 years of age now, but he captained Australia under-19s back in the World Cup in 2012. Player of the tournament in that event as well. Didn't quite worked for him on the biggest of stages. But of course, with all the franchise tournaments happening across the world now, plenty of opportunities for players to show exactly what they're about. And well, a bit of a slip and slide out there in the deep by Syed Galani. Of course, immediately looks down and blames the ground. As it looked, well, to my eye, just like he ran straight past that one. Maybe a touch of a left turn on the bounce, but Galani makes amends. Swedish international, 3 T20Is under his belt. Again, this is a decent start from Basisto. Any over, especially in this T10 format, that starts without a boundary, he's considered a success. It will be big appeal, and not only is it appeal, but it is a wicket. Some brilliant glove work there from JP Mead. Quick as he liked to whip off those bails, and Darshan too busy wondering how he didn't make contact with that one to remember to put his bat down. We'll have to have a look at this one on the replay. Well, assuming that he was batting outside of his crease, he certainly didn't get his bat down in time. Take another look there. A bit lazy, just, you can see, putting his left boot back almost as an afterthought, and well, JP Mead was much quicker. Yeah, there you have it. Oh, he gives a shake of the head to the umpire. It's a tight call. I think it's a fair call from the man in black there. He had a perfect view of it and raised his finger confidently. Well, even if he wants to disagree with it, you've got to say that was sloppy there from the batter. Knowing, of course, that he was out of his crease, but new batter comes in. It might be 2-2 here, and it will be straight down the throat of Abe Tipnis on that long on boundary. So it's 2-2 here for Västerås United, and Gothenburg Phoenix, their innings is threatening to fall away here. It's the skipper, William Basisto, who picks up his 3rd wicket. 2nd wicket, looking to pick up his 3rd. Would of course be the first hat-trick in this Nordic blast. Again, Darshan Lakhani, the skipper of Gothenburg Phoenix, will just be kicking himself to get out in such a sloppy manner on that stumping. And Yatath Singh Chauhan, new batter, comes in. Don't really blame him for going after it. First ball almost gets enough of it, a metre more, and it would have been a 6. As it is, he comes and goes. Suddenly, new batter, Jack Hogarth, finds himself facing a hat-trick ball. Phoenix 64 for 6 here, 2 balls left of the 8th. Hogarth, 27-year-old Scotsman, looking to not only rebuild this innings, but also fight off this hat-trick ball from Will Basisto. He's just tinkering with the field. Sent out deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and deep covers. Excellent over so far from Basisto. Of course, those two wickets, but prior to that, only giving away 3 runs. I was just double checking the carnage of those wickets. How many balls left? So it's 2 balls left. This is definitely a hat-trick ball as the thunder rumbles dramatically. Here we go. It's hit away calmly by Jack Hogarth, who says pressure, what pressure? Gets himself off strike and tries to just calm things down here. As Gothenburg Phoenix just lost their way in the last couple of balls here. Say though, it's been a brilliant over from William Basisto, leading from the front for Västerås United. The cloud circle here. Never looking ominous, but it is dry for now. An excellent over comes to an end for the Västerås United skipper. Just the 4 runs coming off it. More significantly though, 2 wickets. Gothenburg Phoenix at the end of the 8th, 65 for 6. What you say for them, even if they at least get into the 80s, that would be something that they could defend, as there's a crack of thunder in the distance. The storm is certainly heading our way. Thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but there was a flash of lightning, followed very shortly by a crack of thunder. Got a lot of electrics around us, so keep an eye on that one. Strangely enough, it's one of the few occasions today it's actually been dry. 2 overs left. We're hoping to at least get to the end of this innings before the heavens may or may not open once more. But the umpires will continue while it's dry. And Ali G back into the attack. I'm not sure if you're picking that up on the effects mic, but it's another big clap of thunder. Hogarth then on strike for this 9th over. They say it all happens in the 9th, and Phoenix need something to happen here, even just to gain a bit of momentum going into the bowling innings. Very dark all of a sudden here, as that one is a dark end for Pawan Kumar as he holds out to mid-off. It's a simple catch in the end. Mid-on, in fact, is the one who takes it, and Gothenburg Phoenix have lost 3 wickets in the space of about 5 deliveries. Haven't scored a boundary in at least the last 2 overs. As the rain comes here, and well, I have a feeling that we'll be going off sooner rather than later, just because the cloud and the storm is closing in. And in fact, they're already running for cover. It hasn't actually started yet, but it will be mere moments away. It's an oncoming storm. And we'll just take a break while the heavens open once more, and hopefully we'll be back very soon for some more coverage here on this T20 Nordic Smash.
then just find a partner, just get up and find a partner like that, hit on the shoulder, just in your hemis, with the other.
Boy, stay warm in here, boys. Come on. Towel.
Hello and welcome back. Thanks for your patience. It's getting late in the day, but we are back to finish things off in what's been a pretty complicated match 3 so far. Started as a 20-over game, then went to a 10-over game. We are now down to a 6-over game with Västerås United requiring 55 off 6 overs. That was the DLS adjusted target. It's gone to the auditors and everyone came up with the right number. Player who's got the big number 99 who's backs out there. Will Brasisto opening the batting for Västerås United. He's out there with Kobe Herft. And just waiting for some final adjustments as the DLS target will be put into the system. I want to say a warm welcome back to everyone who's watching in the chat. Thanks for sticking with us. It has been quite a complicated day with the rain delays, and we kind of expected it as well, didn't we, that we would have some of these interruptions given the forecast. It's great that we are back, and Johnny Heasom is with us. Yeah, it looks like a man aptly named with Patient Chambira to get us going with the new ball. You can see it's still not completely dry, but it's, I mean, how wet is wet when it comes down to it when you're here in Sweden on opening day? So yeah, 6-over game, 1.5 over power play. So the first 11 balls are power play balls. And bowlers now are able to bowl 2 overs. So potentially here you might see only 3 bowlers who are bowling. Mini sound here, Mr. Maximo Tinagoff joins us back. And yeah, Tina, you watch the end of that innings. The wicket's tumbling towards the end, and they may feel that they left a few runs on the table, the Phoenix, in the end, finishing on 67 for 7. Anyway, let's get started with the second innings. And Zisto, who works away for a single first up. So how do you see this? A 6-over smash to finish the first day in Sweden.
First of all, I'm happy to still be alive after that thunderstorm.
Well, that's a positive.
I was in between fearing for my life, enjoying the kind of poetic thunderstorm as the wickets were tumbling. The rain started to fall. Carnage ensued. Glad to get what should hopefully be, don't speak too soon, 3 games in out of 3 today, which seemed unlikely at many parts of today.
Well, the survival was the main name of the game, wasn't it? And we had all sorts of different angles of rain during the day as well. Again, most of the electronics seem to have survived. So look, comes down to this. So the target is 55, so don't worry about what you see on the screen there, because it's now a 6-over game. So, yeah, you're looking at basically 9 and over. That's what you're looking at here. And yeah, we'll keep an eye on that as the game goes. We'll catch up. We'll play catch up with the scoring, because it's more important that we get through these 6 overs. As Kobe has played some nice shots so far. Well, clean pick up and throw. This would have been out. I'm glad I'm not backing this up. Luckily, it's a 2-man job in the end. Oh, a bit of sneaky fielding there from Pawan Kumar, who basically was a textbook fake fielding. Well, I suppose he did field it. I don't know if we got this on the camera, but where do you sit on this morally?
I think he tried to field it. It was more of just a classic nutmeg.
Yeah, in the end, it would have been out. And this one, again, tough condition. I mean, quite often, I've had the pleasure now of watching a fair few international cricketers and test cricketers play the format. And sometimes I do this thing where I wink at them and say, this is the real cricket. Because if you want to test, this is right up the European cricket. It's a tough environment at times. Slowest of slow balls there, but leaned on beautifully and lofted away. And I wonder if that's gone all the way, or perhaps just short. I think it has gone all the way. Maximo! That was a sweet strike there from the Westeros United skipper.
I think seeing Ross Taylor in February against pretty quick young Afghani bowlers in darkness was quite an interesting introduction for him to the T10 format.
That was Kobe Herft, by the way. That did strike that one. I mean, Basisto is the kind of shot I might have expected from the former Australian under-19s captain, but Kobe really tight technique there. That was one of those slow balls that's probably too slow. I think if you did pick it originally, you would pick it halfway down, and yeah, patient. Survived through the first 5 balls for just 5, but ends up going for 11 in the over. So it's 11 for the no loss, I should say, after 1 over. And yeah, I suppose with that Maximo last ball, they win the over. Essentially 9 and over the asking rate.
That's pretty much what they want to do, isn't it? Try and find one boundary in the over. And we've seen actually throughout the day so far that we've had some decent batting and running in between the wickets. Not afraid to go for those 2s. It's not always been the case.
I actually would say it's been a pretty good balance between bat and ball today. I know there's been a lot of talk recently about scores getting out of control and what can be done. I think you know what you're going to get when you see T20 cricket. I mean, people want to see 4 sixes and wickets. That's essentially what most people want to see. And we've had plenty of all those things today. Here's Cameron Ahmedzai over 2. Again, nice chance for him to prove himself in the franchise setup. So yeah, 55 is the target. And it's a 6-over game. Awkward second bounce there, handcuffs the keeper. And it will be a bye. Yeah, sometimes I've got different words for different types of bowlers. I'd say that he's kind of a muscle merchant. Is Cameron Ahmedzai. That one signalled a bye by the umpire. Does change the strike. And Kobe Herft, who heaved a 6 down the ground, gets the strike back. Steps across and might have taken a little something down the leg side. Not sure if it brushed the glove, or maybe the thigh pad. It's an interesting replay. I think it might have just taken some of the thigh pad. I know that Cameron Ahmedzai was getting ready to appeal, but wasn't taken cleanly behind the stumps. Heavy length there from Ahmedzai. Top ball. Well, we've had everything else today. Could we get a tie? Potentially a super over to finish the day. The days do get long at this stage of the year in Stockholm. Could our day get longer? Let's see.
Well, it hasn't really turned to daylight all day with the cloud around us, so I don't think it'd make much difference, to be honest. That one's flicked away nicely and over the outstretched hand there of Yatath Chauhan. It does go all the way as well.
Shows this outfield still held up pretty well in most places. Little drop kick shot there. You can see what he's trying to do here. Herft, he wants to get across his stumps. He feels comfortable kind of using the pace of Cameron Ahmadzai. There was one that may have brushed something earlier in the over. That time, brushes the bat and just climbs over the fielder in the circle. Forces a field change as well as fine leg goes back.
One bet left of the second. I think, well, it's not only a field change, it's also the end of the power play.
It is the end of the power play, yeah, you're right. Very astute of you. So now you take the, it really should have been a 10.8 ball power play, but I don't think they can change it in the middle of the ball, so it gets rounded up to 11. That's 30% of the balls available. So 36 balls available in this innings.
Maybe one of the fielders can dash out of the ring during the ball.
You can have 3.5 outfielders.
You can't go on the road, but you can go outside of the ring.
Maybe. We are getting pretty technical now. Ahmadzai, 4 steps, gets driven. Does go to one of those outfielders. And that's Waffa there. Now he's a really interesting cricketer. He's a wet bandit in the field, as in he's pretty good in tough conditions. He's also a batter who bats with his hands the other way around. Unfortunately, didn't see him with the bat so far in the abbreviated first innings. Right now, it's the end of the second over, and Westeros United are 18 without loss. 9-0.
That's exactly what they need. On target, these two, and I suppose in these very shortened games, chasing is a bit of an advantage. You know exactly what you need, and especially when wickets don't really come into it. You've got the license here, but they're actually playing quite sensibly, these two.
Well, they need 9s, and you just got to assume you're not going to have any more interruptions. If they go at 9s, they're in good shape. Now, this will be interesting. The leg spinner, Jack Hogarth, is going to bowl. And what must feel like a piece of soap in his hands right now. Jack is from Scotland, so he's got that in his favour. He would have grown up with rain. He's a player we know pretty well from the circuits. Played a lot for Scotland A, plays cricket for Forfarshire. We've seen the European Cricket League before, but this is a real test for any leg spinner. He's a bustler as a wrist spinner, Hogarth. Decides to premeditate the reverse there, and I'm not sure if there's any bat on this. Wait for the umpire. He says, yeah, there was a little touch on it.
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah, bit of a deflection.
Yeah, and that's why the keeper is...
Must have been a very thin edge, but you're right. It seemed like it might have just taken a splinter. Well, this could be a chance here. Throw to the bowler's end. Can't gather it. And it was always going to be tough. It's going to be wide for the line of the delivery, plus they'll scramble an extra one. A risky one, though, for Westeros United. It's a 6-over scramble in the light rain that closes out day one. One thing that you will get, especially day one of a new tournament, any new tournament, doesn't matter what the level is, you get everything thrown at you. It's been one of those days. Again, likes the reverse here. And quick work from Herft, who backs up well. They get through for a single.
Yeah, they're running well, these two. Just accumulating runs, just pretty much waiting for that one ball that they can hit to the rope, which is enough in this run chase. 9 and over needed.
Just want to clarify, the target is 55 and 6 overs. That's going to test the fielder, deep the wicket. And it's Scott Steele does well to his right, keeps it to 1. Every ball's an event at the moment. So yeah, on the screen I know it says a 10-over match, but it's not a 10-over match anymore. It's a 6-over match, and the target is 55. So the current equation is 32 runs in 21 balls. Again, likes the reverse, and this one he does get pretty well. It'll run down the hill for 4. So yeah, Bazisto showing his skills here. Likes that reverse to Hogarth. He backs himself to get bat on ball. There's no outfield in that part of the field, and a valuable 4 runs for Westeros.
That's exactly that boundary ball they're waiting for. Third time lucky on the reverse. I suppose when you've got a leg spinner as well, who's going to struggle to grip it in these conditions, just want to throw him off.
He's actually bowled pretty well, I think, given the conditions, but it's a relentless form of the game. The 6-over smash. Well, hit one hopper to cover, and well, almost run out at both ends. The old double play. Both batters are kept honest. Wow, this is great TV. You have stuck around, of course. We're almost 10 hours into the broadcast today, and you've seen a bit of everything. You might still see a close finish here. Last ball of the over for Hogarth. Keeps a little bit low. It's hit well, hit square of the wicket, and that will run away for 4. He's a bit slower in that part of the outfield, but gets enough on it, so it'll be the end of the over. And it goes for 13 in the end. And Vestros United are 32 without loss after 3.
These two are using the width of the crease very smartly, manipulating the ball. The 30-run partnership's up and 18 deliveries right on target.
Just the start they would have wanted as well. But I will say, remember, this game isn't finalised until we get through 5 overs, and it hasn't stopped raining at the moment. It's still raining. But I'm sure it could get to a point where as an umpire, you have to just call it on merit, don't you? You have to say, okay, I think now it is too heavy. This game could still turn in these really short games we've seen. We've even seen 3-over games before that we've done. It just takes 1 over to turn a game around. So we're halfway through the 6-over reply. 32 without loss means they need 23 runs off the last 3 overs.
I will say, if you're a Vestros batter waiting to come in, not exactly a tempting proposition. I think they're more than happy to see their skipper and Kobe do the work. If they can get a wicket here,
even they're contemplating Kesrick as a pinch hitter. I wonder who they'll go with in the end. As singles at the moment, good enough, but still a little bit over a runner ball required. Just need a boundaryless over here from somewhere, don't you? Pawan Kumar taking up the attack here in the 4th. This one does let go, and more troubles behind the stumps. This will be a wide plus the 1, so you would imagine that the extras come into play a bit more than earlier. See what he's going for there, trying to find the tram line, but keeper couldn't quite find the handle. I wonder what Will Basisto's thinking here. It's not.
Why am I here?
Well, he knows why he's here, spreading the game. He's giving back, but I bet he didn't expect to get this wet. I liked Kobe as well here. I like his technique. You can see he's well put together. It's an interesting grip the way he loads up, almost a kind of playing to slice. Oh, he's knocked over. That could be a game changer from Pawan. This one maybe just slides on a little bit quicker than Herf thought. Goes for a bright 20, but a potential flashpoint here in the second innings. Late in the day in Stockholm, it's 34 for 1.
That is that wicket that could prove to be the turning point for Phoenix as they look to rise from the ashes. I don't think any ashes would be actually smouldering anymore. It'll just be a pile of mush at this point.
I'm sure there'll be traditions that are born out of today, but the ashes probably aren't one of them, because I don't think anything's burning right now, except potentially the desire of both teams to start their campaign with a win. A new batter coming out there is Abe Titmus. 2 balls left in the over. Nice comeback there. I like the innings from Kobe. You can't tell too much, I suppose, in a 6-over game. It's going to be a long week, 6 days of cricket. And a chance for Pawan to bowl to the left-hander.
You do have to say a massive shout out to everyone who's got all the cricket on today as well. The desire to get these games on has been relentless. in what has been very trying conditions. I know, of course, a lot of hard work has been put into getting this tournament on. And the one thing you can't do here is legislate for the wet weather. I mean, maybe you can in Scandinavia. They're used to a bit of wet weather, but this has been something else today. So it's been a monumental effort from everyone involved in what has still been an action-packed first day of this Nordic Smash. And what?
It's so action-packed. Hey, let's say hello to everyone in the chat. It's great to have you with us as well. It's been a pretty entertaining game. Hello to Charles watching from California.
But it's a bit sunnier there.
Let us know what the weather's like.
Yeah.
Oh,
or don't. It'll make me
we
sad.
haven't had too much time for random questions, which you generally do in the last innings of a T20 day. We've had random weather instead. But yeah, we might catch some of the World Cup action tonight. Yeah, so I think just clarifying, there was that wide delivery. Just a reminder that looks like we have gotten the equation right now. 21 of 14. Sneaks through the Yorker. And I think keeper, Ashwin, it's a bit like trying to catch a bar of soap at the moment behind the stumps as well. I don't think they make all wicket-keeping gloves to Swedish conditions.
A bit of extra Velcro needed, I think. I want a bit of late swing after it passed the stumps as well. Well bowled.
Does get bad on this, and it'll set a bit of a task for the fielders. Probably just pulls up. But up 8 will open his account with 2. Yeah, so the throws in, I mean, it is tough to field in these conditions, but I think you're looking to probably bounce throw to the keeper's end if possible, if you square at the wicket. We've already seen when they throw to the bowler's end, it's a tough task.
Yeah, I mean, usually when it's a bit wet, you always talk about keeping the ball up because you want to keep it dry, but I think there's no chance of this here. You just want to get the ball in as quickly as possible. Get it back into the keeper's gloves, back to the bowler. Want to keep the pressure on as well.
I like his lengths here. He's gone full, and it just kind of reduces the options available, I think, to these batters. Patient Chandra. Have to wipe that ball ferociously to get it as dry as possible, but geez, what a good over that was. So 2 overs remaining. It's 35 for 1, so 20 runs required off the last 2 overs. Dare I say it, we got a thriller. And we're 1 over away from this game being legal. Once again, barely. So, again, important everyone gets the score right in such a tight contest.
The rain is still falling, but I think at this point the umpires are just going to grit their teeth and get through it. It's not any heavier than it has been the rest of the...
This could be the first time we see a batter call for a snorkel. Anyway, who's in the box seat here? So we got... There we go, 38's the scores. That's the confirmed score. So 17 required off the last 2 overs. First one won't leave the infield. So we've got 16 off 11. Count it down. 11 balls to go. Unless, of course, we go to a super over. And the good thing is that we won't run out of light here in Stockholm. If we're playing at midnight, we're playing at midnight. So in Iceland, they have the volcanic ashes as one of their tournaments. There's one we could cover. They're Nordic as well. And they're heat. Tomorrow, we'll get into the age-old debate. Where is Scandinavia and what constitutes Nordic? They're not the same.
Oh my
Do
goodness.
your own research, people.
Oof. I'll get Googling tonight.
Got him! The Yorker does it again. Slipped through beautifully by Lakani. And that'll be the end of Will Basisto. It was a slippery piece of bowling. Plays all over the top of it. And that'll be the end of the Vestros United skipper. And we talked about it, didn't we? You know, 1 over can completely change a game when it's such a short match. And, well, you said it. I think the dugout, even though it's not necessarily the most comfortable place in Sweden right now, I'm thinking maybe one of those saunas would be a nice place to be. I think it's probably more uncomfortable heading out to the middle. And Gianpiero Mead, the Italian keeper bat, is going to have that task. We'll say all the players have been wonderful. They've just got on with the job. I mean, I think they all know it's not easy conditions, but they're all here for the right reasons, and they want to win a cricket match. But Lakhani, well, smiling like a Cheshire cat after he slips the Yorker through the Australian.
It's the third or fourth time we've seen that Yorker right on the money today. I think Persisto just got bogged down the last couple of deliveries, hasn't had much of the strike, and he does get it. It's one pinpoint on his middle stump.
All right, equation, 16 required. 10 balls left in the day. It's pretty close to a 50-50, I think. Essentially got a brand new batter on strike, and Abe only faced 4 balls himself. I think he'll be trying to repeat that delivery. Control C, Control V for Darshan. Can the Phoenix rise late in the day? Well, Mead hits this one beautifully, and it'll test the outfield. Chases on. Does make the stop. They probably want 3 here. Good throw to the keeper. Might be in trouble, but he pulled him away from the stumps. Excellent hustle from Vesteros. Both teams want the win here. 3 runs off a pretty nice cover drive to get Mead going. It's a good chase. I mean, talked about it. It's uncomfortable for all the players. That's slower ball, not an easy one to ram. It should be gone. It is. Well, shot selection probably wasn't the right one to go after. He hitched his wagon to the reverse, but he's holed out at another twist in this 6-over smash. It is going to be 42 for 3 as Abe walks off for 4. Slower ball, always tough to play that deflection shot. And like I said, Tina, more twists and turns in this 6-over game than a pile of old rope.
This is what we've been waiting for. 12 hours in, the carnage has arrived, and well, you wouldn't want to call this one 13 needed an 8.
Let me, you know, the cricket gods, I know you work for the MCC now, so you know them well. They reward viewers that will stay this long through a rain break to watch the end of a game, and they're going to give us a great finish. New batter coming out is Viral Patel. Feeling the dampness on his brand new Westeros United uniform, wearing the famous number 10. So, equation, 8 balls left, 13 runs. Every ball's an event right now. Here's Lakhani. Tempted Yorker. Again. Keeper, unfortunately, is having a bit of an Edward Scissorhands few overs here, which you can understand. And leaks another one down the leg side. Was called wide, I think, so it'll be 2 to the score. 11 away from victory. And there was some discussion. There was double check, triple check, making sure we got the right DLS target. I think that was pretty important, as we've realised.
Oh, the umpire's going across the other side.
Got to say, shout out to all the crew. You can see the camera operator in the background. Kind of see him. He looks more like a ninja under all those layers. You can see the eyes. Here's Mead on strike. Advances. No ball called. Oh, no ball called. I wonder what this is for. Was it for second bouncer in the over?
I think it was... Wait.
Yes, I don't... Was there a first bouncer in the over?
It wasn't a bouncer, though. It was a full bunger, wasn't it?
Was it on the full?
Yeah.
Well, I had the rain in my eyes. Well, in that case, I've got... I have no doubts.
You had me questioning myself then.
I only saw it arrive. I didn't know if it was going up or down. Right, so free hit. Mead does hit it. Can't get it past the fielder. And nice bit of work out there to keep it to 1. You could have told me it was a 4 toss a bit quicker. seen them pretty well today, but through this many layers of raindrops, sometimes you lose your perception.
Talking of layers as well, I'm grateful that you've donated me your coat.
Yeah, I'm glad I brought it. All right, equation 7 off 7. Okay, it's a bit of a game changer. Extra ball plus the no ball that resulted in, well, 2 runs essentially because they ran one as well.
Pretty much a free hit here, isn't it? Final ball of the over.
Does hit it straight down the ground. They probably want to push for 2 here. Tough conditions to go to the bowler's end. They do get the 2. Lakani thinks he's deflected onto the stumps, but not quite in time regardless. End of the 5th over, and it's 49 for 3. We go to a last over thriller. Look, 6 runs off 6 balls. You'd think, or was it, 5 runs off 6 balls. You'd think that's a foregone conclusion, but it's been a strange old 6 overs. And I think now, Tina, if I'm the captain, Lakani, I'm probably bringing up a fielder each side to save the single, to try and create the dots that just might take you to the last couple of balls and potentially the last ball.
Absolutely, these two have been running very well. You can see there, Lakani almost has his fingers taken off. It goes pretty much straight to the fielder, but they're still able to take a single on that run pretty comfortably in the end. AP Mead puts on the afterburners. And of course, that means he has the strike going into the final over. Costly extras in that over as well. There was 2 wides. One of them went for an extra run as well. And that's the difference here between defending something like 10. And now it's just 5, which is 1 stroke away.
Look, if there's one bowler you want to bring on right now, it'd be Kumar, because he was, I think, the best of the bowlers we've seen so far. 1 for 6. He doesn't even have 6 to play with now, though. And they do gamble. They bring their point, the cover really tight. They've kept long on, long off back. But I think you're just going Yorker and trying to basically not allow the batter to get it off the pitch. Clever batting here. Actually takes a little step there, Mead, to turn that potential Yorker into full toss. And look, we score off every ball here for, if you're Westeros United, you can't lose the game.
Couldn't do much more with that delivery there, Pawan Kumar.
Got to give Manoj a shout out. He looks like someone who's been rescued from an island. I know there's so many islands that make up Sweden, by the way. Rocking the shorts. That's the kind of hardy folk that we've got behind the tournament here. All right, so 4 off 5. A boundary can finish it. I think you've got to gamble. They do now. They bring the deep cover up. And also you've got Viral on strikes. Only faced the 1 ball, but he's a very experienced campaigner, as we mentioned earlier. You're just hoping to win every mini battle from here if you're the bowler. Picked up, it's going, and if it goes across the boundary, it's the end of the game. And it will go across the boundary. So Viral hits the winning runs and closes out day 1 of this Nordic Smash T20. As it's Westeros United that get the win in a rain-affected game. And they'll get the win with 4 balls to spare, winning by 7 wickets. Pawan, he bowled so well, just missed his spot. A little bit short of the Yorker, and pretty well hit by Viral in a day of cricket. Even with the amount of matches that we've done, Tina, it's the kind of day of cricket we've probably never seen anything quite like it. But certainly you can see the potential, you can see the enthusiasm, you can see the good old-fashioned elbow grease behind this tournament as well, and certainly looking forward to brighter days ahead.
Absolutely. Tomorrow, hopefully we get those 3 games in, but we have, by some minor miracle, got those 3 games in today by hook or by crook. I think we've had a 15 over game, 10 and a bit over game, and now a 6 and a something over
15
game.
over game in the,
so we've had a bit of everything. Hopefully tomorrow, 20 over game. That's what we're here for.
Look, I want to say a big thank you to everyone that stuck with us as well. Thanks to everyone in the YouTube chat, but as well as everyone who's been watching on our broadcast partners on FanCode in India, in TapMad, in various places of in South Asia, also to Willow TV in North America and Europe. And of course, thanks to everyone who's tuned in to the Nordic T20, Nordic Smash T20 YouTube channel. Just a reminder to like this video and subscribe, share it with your cricket-loving friends and family. And I'm certainly looking forward to watching the remaining days of cricket as the viewership will go up, I'm sure, and there'll be even more buzz about what's been a really exciting development for Nordic cricket today and cricket in Sweden today. Tina, let's get somewhere nice and warm. Let's go. We'll try and dry out the device, and we'll come back and we'll do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it. Six teams all back in action tomorrow. All still to play for, of course, big finals day on Saturday, but lots of cricket to play before then and tomorrow. It's a new day, new opportunities for all 6 teams.
Final shout out before we go to all the umpires, officials, the scorers, all the volunteers around the ground, to the DJ, and to everyone who fed us and looked after us today. It's been a real team effort. So on behalf of everyone here in Sweden, as Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maxwell, on behalf of Tina Goff and all the crew, stay happy, stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow for more Nordic Smash T20. Good night.